Wow!
Start
Don't
streaming.
say that about yourself.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for being in my corner. Is my audio okay? You're gonna have to like check it like 5 times.
Yeah, I know. I got my headset just for that reason. Oh my god! Cooling Rosa is live.
Is she really? Is she really? We're 1
She
minute
is.
late. We're 1 minute late. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, my newest animatic just hit 500 likes. We're not 1 minute late. You guys were just behind. That's it. That's all. Oh.
I think it's good.
You think?
I think it's good.
I don't need to think.
I'm
I need
a
to
little
for sure.
loud.
Okay, wait, that might just
I
be
think
the Discord.
I'm a little loud.
Here, wait, let me turn you down. Because I think I turned you up really loud when we were doing the call the other day.
Yes. Yes.
Sometimes I... Okay, wait. Speak?
Speaking? I'm speaking. This is me speaking. Me speaking. Me turn.
Me turn.
Did your teacher ever do that? Me teacher.
No.
Anytime people would be talking really loud, she would just start yelling, me teacher, and start waving her hands around.
Me teacher. Here, wait, I'm trying to pull up the stream on my end so I could see the finally made it to a live stream. Yeah. Here, wait, I'm gonna piss off KJ. Watch, I'm about to text him. Be like, "Oh, we're live, by the way."
We're live.
He's gonna get so mad at me.
Actually, Rosa, I'm halfway across the border. I can't get on.
I can see him doing that. We're live, by the way. He's gonna get so mad. He's gonna get so mad, dude. We're live, by the way. He said, "What the fuck?" I might be able to join, actually. What are y'all doing? Reading the fanfic.
Me open.
Do this every week.
No.
You choose to do this the same day. Finish watching Arcane. How dare you? The fanfic. BFO. I don't know if he's gonna join for sure because KJ doesn't like stuff like this. He likes playing the video games. He's always what? Beetle? Uh-oh.
Reading.
Beetle, you're cutting out.
No, I'm not.
You just like said something and I couldn't hear any of it.
I didn't.
Uh-huh. Dude, I cut my finger when I was trying to take the trash out.
How?
I don't know.
How did you cut your finger?
I don't know.
How do you manage that? How do you manage to cut your finger and get...
See, I'm not the only one. Chat also couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Should I announce this in my
Well, you
friend's
can hear me now, guys.
Live right now, reading FDFO. Self-promo. He's not gonna... Is he gonna join? I don't know. Okay. I'm waiting for a couple more people to get in. Damn. I guess Saturdays are the way to go, because that's when we get the most people. It's always Saturdays.
No one's doing anything on a Saturday night.
Unless they're out
partying or other extracurricular activities.
Extracurricular activities. Is the music good, guys? Up, louder, down? It's just us reading. We're probably gonna make you read Killer's lines live. Front of a audience. Be scared. 28 viewers. What is this, a crossover episode? Wait, don't joke. That joke doesn't work here. Morgan! Works! I don't know. Yeah, I guess Saturdays are the way to go.
I think the music is a little quiet.
Really?
I heard it when I was listening back on the stream, but maybe it is too quiet. But do we want it like too loud, or will that
Yeah, I
take
don't
away
know.
from?
Here, wait, I'm gonna turn up a little bit. Chat, tell me how it is, okay? Because I don't want it too loud. I'm gonna wait for... Guys, can we get to 30 viewers? We get to 30 viewers and we're allowed...
Hype train!
If we
Wait,
could get to
wrong app.
30 viewers, then we'll actually be able to, you know, read.
30 viewers and I won't stutter.
30 viewers and Beetle will not stutter a single time while reading.
30 viewers and I'm gonna magically heal.
Morgs won't want to join, because he hates us. And he'll make fun of us
Morgs
reading.
doesn't like reading, actually. I don't think Morg's read.
He's in college.
Morgs actually hates Undertale. It's sad.
True. True. You have to make Nightmare's voice really deep.
Nightmare's voice really deep.
He said he keeps saying how long live for. Or
how long live for? I don't know.
Usually.
Hours.
He keeps saying I might be able to. Give me a solid answer, bitch.
I hate being lied to.
I know.
Currently playing an Undertale fighting game on Roblox, and I've been possessed by Gaster.
Oh!
Excellent. That sounds fantastic.
Okay, so since KJ isn't giving me a solid answer, I'm not gonna keep talking to him. Okay. Yeah, Morgs is too busy playing Overwatch. Okay. Standard typical stuff. What is For the Forgotten Ones? For the Forgotten Ones, because we have a lot more viewers than normal, is a fanfiction that I'm making an analysis video on. However, I wanted to read it out while I'm working on the analysis video, so some of my viewers know what to expect if they haven't read the fic. It's essentially about, we've done it multiple times. We're at chapter 13 right now. We usually do 4 chapters, because it takes us an hour to get through each chapter because they're really long. So we do 4 chapters. We do it every Friday or Saturday. Some common trigger warnings is mental, physical abuse. It's gonna lean more into physical and mental abuse in these upcoming chapters. Also, graphic descriptions of injuries. These next upcoming chapters are gonna be heavy. A lot of it was heavy before, but as it goes on, we're getting to the stretch in For the Forgotten Ones where it gets pretty dark before it gets better.
Yeah.
So having that warning is, needed. There's also going to be manipulation. It's just going to be really bad. There's also going to be frequent talks of not aliving annihilation. So keep that in mind. When we get there. So, yeah.
The worst parts of this.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
That's what we're gonna get into. I can't exactly remember specifically what scenes are about to come up. My voice is shaking because, I'm laying down. I don't know if you guys know this. I stream from, my bed, because...
What?
I probably have, a low iron disorder that, makes it so I can't sit up for long periods of time, without getting really tired, so I have to, lay down. So, if my voice ever shakes, it's because I'm, laying down. You're not supposed to read.
No breath support. No breath support.
I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up against a bunch of pillows.
You're still laying. It's it's not good. It's not good.
Da, da, da. Anyways, I could totally get set up at my desk, but it's closer to my door, so if my roommate brings people over, you can hear him better. And so I'm
you need to get one of those bed desks. It's a thing, a table, but for your bed. You sit in your bed and you set up the table over your lap. That's what I used to do. Except mine was made of boxes. Because
I have one.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so KJ hasn't given me an answer. Don't put your beds on that. I have my green apple. So, we are ready.
I don't even have it open on my phone. Hold on.
Get it open! You silly
I was gonna, and then I
goose.
got distracted.
Da, da, da,
Anyway.
da, da. Okay. Oop. Is that not a hospital bed, Beetle? While I was reading chapter 4 of Roseverse, my brother appeared and said, "Oh, you're reading the 7-hour-long book." Does he also watch the streams? Da, 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 da.
No.
Great timing, I guess.
Chapter 27.
We don't need to talk about that one yet because we're not there.
Yeah, guys, not yet.
And there's no way we're gonna get to that chapter here.
Oh yeah, not today.
Even if KJ
With
joins.
determination.
We're willing to do that. Okay. So again, trigger warnings, mental, physical abuse. I can't specifically say what's gonna happen in this chapter, but just keep that in mind for like most of the chapters that there's a possibility that like that can happen. Usually I can predict it once we get to a certain part, but I can't like look at a chapter and be like, yes, this A, Y, Z, this is gonna happen, because I haven't memorized it that much yet, so we'll get there. Okay. I usually start off reading, so for the forgotten ones, I'm sorry, _buddy. Chapter 13, The Complexity of Empathy. Alright, let's try this again. Dust cleared his throat. Swap felt purple. Ink held his breath and felt a tingling sensation on his right femur, just above his knee. The wide, pleated brown pants he wore covered the new black mark, so Dust, Horror, Killer, and Cross did not react to it until Ink pulled up his pant leg and pointed at it. They gathered close around Ink, ignoring the sparse seating the training area provided in favor of crowding him to see the new mark. What a great start. Damn, they're starting to show up on your legs now. Dust peered curiously at the new line of binary. Is this good? Is it helping? Before Ink could speak, Cross growled and threw his hands into the air. I don't know. None of us know. None of us can do anything like this. And unlike green magic, not many others can do this either, so there aren't any books on this subject. We're blind. Despite his frustrations, Cross showed no signs of attacking Ink again, even when Ink worked with codes right in front of him. Whatever trigger had affected him in Horrortale seemed to have gone dormant, or likely temporarily inactive. It still took Dust and Killer physically dragging Cross out of the cell he had put himself in to make him leave it, and Ink stubbornly latching onto his arm and refusing to let go to make him stay out. Cross was still uneasy and hung back during Ink's attempts to figure out his unprecipitated coding abilities, but Ink had more faith in him. I just realized I didn't put any chapstick on. Rookie mistake.
Chapstick.
Guys, put on chapstick before you read anything. Okay. Here we go. But Ink had more faith in him. Much more than Cross had in himself, in fact, Cross was not the one Ink was most worried about. Surprisingly, it was not Killer that he was most concerned about either. Killer pulled Ink's right sleeve up and squinted at some of the swirling black marks on his forearm. It'd be easier if we could see more of these things. Logically, Ink knew the gang was already aware of his tattoos and what they meant. He still felt horribly uncomfortable with the idea of the codes being out in the open. Whatever you want. It's your decision, Ink, Horror injected testily. The glare he shot at Killer was a bit too heated to be seen as a simple warning. Indeed, Cross was not the only one that currently worried Ink the most. Something was up with Horror. He had been distracted a lot lately, and by distracted, Ink meant that he had to go remind Horror that it was time to cook dinner. Horror acted differently too. Subtly, but it was there. He closed doors harder, his footsteps were louder. His voice was terser. He seemed constantly angry. Ink's best guess, was that he was worried about the potential corruption outbreak that might happen in Horrortale. Because if it wasn't because of that, then was it something Ink did wrong? If an outbreak did happen, Ink's abilities might be their only chance to stop it before it got out of hand. As such, it made sense that the gang was very invested in learning about his abilities with codes. In fact, they were much more invested than they had been with Ink's green magic. It hurt a little. Ink was grateful for their assistance, truly he was, but he also wished they were not so completely focused on their codes. They did not seem to understand that Ink used them in tandem with his green magic to help Toriel. They kept directing him away from the healing aspect towards power exploration and world codes instead. World codes might help Horrortale, but it still felt like the gang was trying to make him focus too much on one part of coding. Jesus. Okay. I don't want the code showing, Ink admitted. They feel personal. He crossed his arms and gripped the sleeves of his new black lawn sleeve he had gotten at the store in Horrortale. Unlike the clothes he borrowed from Cross, this shirt fit him snugly, and he had a cyan and brown decorative swirling design down its left sleeve. God, ugly-ass design! The fabric felt nice as he rubbed his fingers on it, and, more importantly, it covered his bones. That's fine, Horror rumbled. Try opening a portal to swap Fel purple, Dust encouraged. Ink focused on opening a black mirror-like portal, but was distracted by a leaf as it fluttered past the window, glinting gold-green in the sunlight. It was a rare day for the sky to be clear around Nightmare's castle. Usually, the sky was overcast with clouds that ranged from light gray to angry, and so dark they made day look like nighttime. Nightmare warned that the sunshine was not going to last long, and that they should expect a storm later in the day. An image shimmered into view, and Dust leaned over to inspect it. He kept leaning, even when Horror grabbed the back of his hoodie to make sure he did not fall in. I think that's Swapfel Gold, not Swapfel Purple, he squinted. Or is it Swapfel Emerald? Ink growled in frustration and closed the portal. I'm sorry. I really appreciate the help, but this isn't gonna help me learn how to repair codes. The world codes aren't the same kind as the ones that I need to use to help the corrupted. I get that. Cross grimaced and scratched the side of his head. But personally, I'm not comfortable with dropping you in front of a corrupted residence and seeing what happens. Killer, no! I didn't say anything, Killer said innocently. But now I'm saying that we could theoretically play guard the healer while he's trying to figure this whole repair codes thing out. No, Cross repeated. Cross is right, Dust agreed. You wouldn't even get any EXP or LV out of it. That's not the reason, Cross growled. But what if... No. But we are not throwing ink at a horde of corrupted, Cross ranted. Dust smiled sheepishly. Killer raised his hands and adopted an innocent look. Ink purposely did not look his way. Killer was not corrupted in the same way that Horrortale, Toriel, or Error were, but there was something there that he suspected had to do with his stages. They seemed to be glitched in some way. Ink needed a lot more practice before he dared to touch those entangled codes. Cross kept a suspicious eye on Killer. As I was saying, Horror's Tori was barely corrupted. True corrupted are terrifying. I met Error, Ink reminded him. He shuddered. His corruption was awful. He's in agony. Error was in a league of his own. Ink had the feeling no one else could be nearly as corrupted as Error simply because they die if they could ever come close to that amount of glitches. He did not realize how quiet it had gotten until he heard a whistle of wind as it brushed past outside. Error is corrupted? Killer asked slowly. That actually explains a lot. Well, we're doomed, Dust said with false cheer. Like we weren't doomed before, Killer pointed out snidely. Dust considered that, and gave a what the fuck is that word? Blithe shrug. True. Horror was silent. Enough of that, Cross interrupted. Let's try a different tactic. What were the first codes you noticed? Paps, Ink answered instantly. That gave Cross pause. I thought you told the boss that you saw codes the first night you were here. Yes, I did. I saw Paps. Ink peeked at the outline of codes floating at Dust's shoulder. I was thinking that I could help stabilize him. Horror jolted like he'd been shocked into awareness. What's wrong with Paprika? Their confusion only succeeded in confusing Ink. No, Dust Paps! He gestured at the codes by Dust. Right now, he's just a shadowy outline of codes. They say Phantom Dust Papyrus... murdered. Ink chose to leave that last bit out. Phantom Dust Papyrus in binary code over and over. I was thinking that if I go to Dusttail, I might be able to perceive him more clearly. What the fuck? Killer interrupted. Whoa, wait. Phantom Papyrus is real? Cross shouted at the same time. Dust's eye sockets were a hollow and empty black. I need to go. Ink saw Pap's code shift, like he was trying to put his hand on Dust's shoulder. Dust flinched bodily, like he'd been burned. Then he turned and stumbled out the door. He was so out of it that Ink heard his shoulder smack into the door frame as he passed. Dust ignored the jolt of pain he must have felt and wandered out of sight. Ink had the sinking feeling that he had missed something obvious again. Should I have not mentioned Paps? Cross made a choking noise. Horror took pity on Ink. He put a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a low rumble. Ink, none of us thought Paps was real. But he is, Ink mentioned, confused. Yes. Cross's voice was strained. And that has implications. What the fuck just popped? Steam, get off of my screen! Okay. And that has implications. Why are you surprised? We have ghost monsters and you had... Killer began. That's different and you know it, Cross hissed. I'm going after him, Horror said abruptly. He strode out with much more purpose than Dust had. Ink felt horrible. I didn't mean to hurt Dust. What did I do wrong? It wasn't wrong, really? Cross assured him awkwardly. It's just not something we ever thought about. Ink patiently waited for an explanation. You don't realize. Cross made another distressed noise. Of course you don't realize. Ink, if that's Dust's Paps, then it means that not only did Dust somehow trap his brother's consciousness with him, but doing so changed him so much that he encouraged Dust to kill. Not to mention that if it is Paps, he's stuck as a spirit, and possibly didn't go to whatever afterlife might exist. Ink felt even worse. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be done about it now. It's out there, and it's not like Paps popped into existence because you mentioned him. Paps has been here the whole time. Cross's eyelids faded to a dull white. I need to sit down. Killer gave him an ill-fitted laugh. Your powers get more and more unnatural, Ink. Don't start with that crap, Cross warned. You have toxic determination coming from your eye sockets. Yeah. Killer sauntered up to Ink and grabbed his arm. We're taking a break from codes now. I'm teaching you how to pick a lock. Okay, Ink agreed instantly. Cross did not try to stop Killer as he pulled Ink out of the training room. His gaze was distant, and his mind was evidently elsewhere. Oh my god, elsewhere? Roseverse?
Elsewhere? Oh my god.
Elsewhere? Roseverse? Ink could not tell if he even noticed they had left. Ink didn't deny his nerves when Killer dragged him down to the dungeon, into a cell. Was this another test? Did Killer want Ink to stop him? Or was it something else? Despite Nightmare's assurance that he was safe, Ink was not completely convinced that Cross's reaction to his abilities to use codes would be unique to him. Ink was not surprised when Killer shoved him into a cell and roughly grabbed his shoulders. He was surprised when he realized Killer was not angry, but distressed. Do I have any ghosts? Killer asked quietly. Ink checked Killer and his codes. Bits of rawness were there, but no ghostly codes. No. Killer released a shallow breath. Good. They're not here then. I did it. I killed them. I think the music stopped. Hold on, wait. Hello? Why are you not playing?
It's not my fault this time.
It's not my fault this time.
This time? Let me see. I accidentally opened Spotify trying to figure out...
Roseverse reference! Roseverse reference!
Roseverse reference!
I just saw chat. Roseverse reference!
Youch. Cracked teeth are not fun. I understand.
Maybe my Wi-Fi is just really bad that it's just not letting me do Spotify.
Damn, really?
I mean, the stream seems fine.
It could have been Discord that stopped Spotify, because I know Discord stops my Spotify sometimes. And I just have to press play. Again.
I know, but like when I press it, it just doesn't load. Nothing's loading on Spotify. That's my point. Ouch!
You don't sing to us. What am I? What a strong.
Yes, Beetle, start singing. Okay, there we go.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Shut up. Turn the music down because I can't focus as well with it in my ear. Okay.
Y'all get to hear absolute silence in the background.
Shut up. Okay. Okay. Ink did not know who they was referring to. I got confused with that sentence. He did not ask. The relief vanished from Killer's face, replaced by his usual dark grin. I am gonna teach you how to pick locks, though. Unless you want to hack off a limb to get out of manacles. No, thank you. Ink rejected. Reattaching limbs takes a lot of magic and concentration, and that's only if you can get to them before they dust. It wouldn't be very reliable. Killer snorted. The laugh seemed to surprise even himself. The setup was simple. Killer locked Ink into the manacles and showed him how to get out. Some attempts included lockpicks, others, like zip ties, didn't. All in all, it wasn't as bad as most training with Killer. Cross disagreed when he rushed through the door at a dead sprint 2 hours later and saw Ink healing a broken thumb. What in the multiverse are you doing? Cross thundered. He teaching me how to... Killer spoke over Ink's quiet voice. I'm teaching him how to break out of... I'm teaching him how... Oh my god. I'm teaching him how to break himself out of his restraints. Jesus Christ. Okay, thanks, Killer. Damn, Killer's tripping me up today. Cross stormed up to Ink, released him from the chains that had his arms twisted uncomfortably behind his back, and carefully checked his hands. Ink had healed himself already, but the black liquid on his fingers wasn't his magic. Give us a moment, Cross said roughly. He grabbed Killer by the hood and pulled him out of the cell. Ink could easily hear them, even though they were down the hall. It was hard not to see as Cross was yelling at Killer for his teaching methods. Ink crept out of the cell and stood awkwardly in the hallway, trying to block out some of the volume with his hands as Cross kept shouting. For star's sake, teach him how to use lockpicks! Killer's voice was much more quieter than Cross's, and much more dismissive. I did. Some manacles can't be forced open that way. That doesn't mean you can have him break his bones, Cross shouted. Ink flinched and pressed his hands tighter over the sides of his skull. Oh. I'm helping him. You're hurting him, Cross snarled. Like they won't, Killer snapped back. He's got this stupid mysterious coding powder. Powder? Oh my god, from Arcane. Powder. He can open... He's got this stupid mysterious code power. He can open portals. He's one of us. That's enough for them to try to break him. Stop it! He's one of us? Really, Killer? Really? He's one of us? He's really one of us? Really? You just said that?
Really?
Really? He's one of your own? Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
Really? I like that?
That's gonna get highlighted. Cross faltered. He stopped shouting, took a moment to gather himself, then spoke. Say what you will about the Omega Timeline scientists, but Core Frisk wouldn't allow it. Sure, Killer said sarcastically. Just like Core Frisk stepped in when Dream screwed with your head. Oh, wait! Huh, what do you know? That's a running theme with you, isn't it? Cross went silent. Shit. Killer's voice held much less virtual than as he cursed. Okay, that one was too far. Sorry, Cross. Ink peeked around the corner. Cross's back was to him, but Killer spotted him instantly. His expression made Cross turn around. There was an uncomfortable moment where they both realized that Ink had heard their argument. It's not your fault, Ink reminded Cross, who flinched visibly. He immediately changed subjects. And it didn't hurt that much. Trying to tear apart my soul hurt a lot worse. That had the opposite reaction than Ink intended as Cross froze up. Killer laughed. It was a weird laugh, like he was choking on something and couldn't get enough air. Ink worriedly checked him, but found no signs of obstruction. He remembered that Killer did not know about his damaged soul, and felt horribly foolish. Sorry, I know you didn't ask. Yeah, didn't ask, don't care, Killer said. He sounded dismissive, but he was tense, and his facial expression kept twitching, like he was trying to keep up a mocking grin. He grabbed Ink's wrist and tugged him along the hall. Come on, I'm gonna teach you how to break zip ties with babysitter supervision. If you get captured, you're freeing yourself, or we're saving your stupid ass. You're getting out alive. Got it? Okay, Ink said agreeably. He tentatively moved his hand in Killer's grip and patted his wrist. Killer did not acknowledge the contact, but his grasp loosened a bit. That said just as much as Killer's pained laughter did. Nightmare joined the gang for lunch. Ink was confused by his presence at first, but then noticed that Dust had arrived with their boss. He also stayed close to Nightmare, close enough that Nightmare stepped away a couple of times and gave him a warning look. Dust wandered to his usual chair at the table and sat heavily in it. Ink saw Paps hovering at Dust's shoulder like always. The shadowy head of Code seemed to turn to him with a glove waved. Ink waved back, even though Cross made an uncomfortable noise, and Killer's nasal cavity scrunched up. It was a painful truth, but Paps was there whether they liked it or not. Ink couldn't ignore him. He felt bad for hurting Dust, but it would also be cruel to deny Paps' existence. Nightmare sat at the head of the table in a chair that was rarely used. Dust has informed me about the recent development with Phantom Papyrus. He looked to Ink and ignored the winces around the table. Is he stable? Yes, Ink reported. Though I thought I might be able to help him. Focus on the corruption in the world codes for now. Nightmare interrupted. The longer that takes, the greater the chance of Horrortale getting an outbreak of corruption. Nightmare caught wind of Ink's guilt, and his harsh expression softened. This is uncharted territory for all of us. I'm certain you will succeed. Horror was stone-faced as he stared at Nightmare. His jaw twitched with anger. That, combined with Nightmare's words, did not make Ink feel much better, despite the interwoven praise. We will go to a possession AU tonight, Nightmare announced. We're setting up a negativity imprint in the ruins and leaving. No fun, Killer complained. Ink doubted he would ever be able to hear that the gang was going to attack an AU without feeling a little upset. He felt the familiar tingle as possession codes was inscribed on his bones. Already? We need to make up for several lost negative AUs, Nightmare explained. Ink had not felt anything since the loss of a nightmarish negative tail. Had error attacked worlds Ink had not heard of, or was the destroyer taking a break? Not to mention an AU called Possession already sounded rather dark. Ink couldn't tell Nightmare how to do his job, but it made no sense to him. Everyone insisted that the multiverse was already negative, so why did it need more negativity? Ink could not argue about that. He could, however, argue about the potential risks to the gang's health. I still need to compile medical records for all of you. I'd also like to start stockpiling blood for an emergency. Green magic can replenish blood, but it takes a lot of effort and concentration. Horror grimaced and touched his chest where he had been stabbed. There will not be a repeat of Outertale. You will go with us, but stay back and out of sight, Nightmare commanded. Provide support only if needed, and watch out for Flowey. As the world name indicates, he has the ability to possess others in that AU. Like Fresh? Ink asked. Nightmare considered his question. In a way. Unlike Fresh, Flowey does not need a host. He intentionally chooses to use others' bodies to cause harm. That sounded horrible. Has anyone tried to make him stop? Killer stifled a laugh. Unlike earlier, it was a genuine one. Like Ink had said the funniest joke he ever heard. Are you kidding? Of course they tried to kill him. Not everyone's a pacifist like you. I was wondering if anyone talked to him to try to make him stop. Ink kept the thought to himself. Information on the Possession AU filtered through his mind. Most of it had to do with Flowey's ability to possess the people in his AU. No, that wasn't exactly it. He was able to possess people from his AU. Wait a moment. Flowey wasn't supposed to be able to possess outsiders. Ink immediately knew that something was off with the Possession Flowey codes. It wasn't corruption, but it wasn't right either. He set that aside for now. What if the Star Sanses show up again? Ink asked carefully. I told you that I am keeping our deal. Capturing the Star Sanses would count as harm. Yes. Nightmare's smile was kind. His tentacles curled in satisfaction. Behind him, Killer played with a knife. just his expression was hidden by the shadow of his hood. Across his eyelids seemed to flash. Horror was still glaring at their boss. Ink had the sinking feeling that Blue needed to watch his back in future battles. Thanks, boss. The gang slipped away one by one to prepare. Despite Killer's complaints, even he did not seem as enthusiastic about going. Ink heard Cross ask Horror if he was okay when he passed by his room. He quickened his steps so he would not overhear the answer and entered his own room. Ink put on his ARC outfit, but paused before he stepped out. He checked his closed door before putting 2 empty vials in the front pocket of the satchel of his thigh. Both had been crafted with his magic, taking on the appearance of darkly stained glass. The material was as tough as his mask and should not shatter. One had a sun-shaped stopper, the other a moon. Ink should not need them yet, but he wanted them on hand, just in case. Dusk caught him as he exited the room. Pats was silent like always, but he was also uncomfortably static. Not even his scarf moved. Dusk stared past Ink's shoulder into his room. We're talking when we get back. Of course, Ink replied firmly, even though his soul twisted with nerves. The feel of Nightmare's portal was a grounding sensation to Ink. He broke off from the gang the moment they arrived in the Possession AU's ruins. Ink did not understand why he could not stay right with them, but guessed they did not want him near the negativity imprint as it was created. He was certain that he would not be harmed by it, and suspected the gang might be keeping him back on the off chance that a fight did break out, but obeyed his orders to keep a lookout this time. There were no trees to hide in, but there were plenty of holes. Ink climbed up the wall and checked for dust to make sure he was not disturbing someone's resting place before settling in one of the holes in the top of the cavern. The gang's voices faded away, but Ink knew they would not leave the ruins. They were not here to make a scene or statement. They were here for the negativity only. Ink still could not understand why it was necessary, but at least they were not killing anyone. He was grateful for that, and simply settled in to wait. It was not long before sounds echoed through the desolate halls of the ruin. Ink heard the voices, and knew they were not the gang's. He recognized both, even if he had only met one of them while meeting the other's alternate. It was Dream and the Possession AU's Flowey. Da da da. Yeah, Nightmare is such a great boss with 0 alternative motives. He has no, actual other stuff. Nothing else is going on. Oh, Doodler, I just saw your message and no! I just saw your message and no, Mike. No! No! No!
What?
Read no, Mike.
What did they say?
No!
That's terrible. I didn't even realize. Oh.
Me neither. Me neither.
Write that down. Write that down.
Write that down. Write that down. I'm reading chat. So glad Nightmare stays nice the whole time. Wake up call.
Are we doing every break?
No, I was just taking a small break
just
because
taking a...
yeah.
No, you're fine.
Lately, it felt like all Dream did was make mistakes. Me too! Me in this first section. In the latest of his growing series of reckless and short-sighted decisions, he leapt through a portal the moment he felt Nightmare's growing presence in an AU. Dumbass. Dream landed in the ruins of whatever AU Nightmare was targeting without Blue, and silently berated himself. Corfisk would probably alert Blue to the attack, and perhaps round up a few others in time to help defend this world, but Dream had arrived alone. This world was already so negative that Dream stumbled and fell as he stepped through the portal, but he pushed himself back up, hurrying through the twisting catacombs of the ruins. This world was negative, but Nightmare was going to make it worse. Dream would not let that happen, just like he always tried, even if it felt like he should give up. Collie, it's you! Dream was instantly on guard as he found himself face to face with a Flowey. Floweys were unpredictable at the best of times, not because a majority were soulless, but due to the kinds of destructive roles they tended to take in AUs. They had reset, after all, so eventually, many simply grew bored or apathetic, with a soul, soulless, or otherwise. It was a misconception that the soulless were incapable of feeling all emotions. In truth, many were able to feel some semblance of joy, sadness, fear, satisfaction, anger, excitement, boredom, even guilt and compassion. Their soulless state could dull these emotions, and it was often the circumstances of their deaths and their resets that eroded at their empathy. But they were not completely emotionless, most of the time. That's foreshadowing. There were exceptions, of course, but soulless did not equate to evil, manipulative. Many of them were mostly apathetic, and so tired. Another foreshadowing. Perhaps Dream related to their apathy and passive desire to give up and let things happen more than he would like to admit. I know you, Flowey said brightly. You're Dream, the guardian of positivity. Yes, I am, Dream greeted cordially. Nightmare's attacking this world. Do you know where he is? I do. Flowey blinked innocently at him. You can't tell? That's so weird. I thought someone as strong as you could sense him easily. Didn't you just say you could tell he is attacking somewhere? Dream knew this was likely one of the crueler Floweys, and had prepared himself for his sweet insults, but the comments still stung. I can sense when a negativity imprint is being formed in a world that could badly affect you. That got Flowey's attention. He frowned briefly, an aura of fear stinging at Dream's senses before he calmed himself. It could? Yes, Dream said firmly. Can you show me where he is? Flowey seemed to consider the question, for he gave an approximation of a shrug. I don't think so. It's not like it can get much worse here. You should know that already. After all, he smiled wide, eyes hollow and black as toxic determination dripped from them. It's all your fault. Vines burst through the ground at Dream's feet and wrapped around his legs. He struggled briefly, only to cry out in pain as Flowey's anger and fear lashed at his bones like barbed whips. If Nightmare is going to destroy this world, I want out. Flowey's smile stretched so wide it looked like his face was splitting apart. And I know the most wonderful way to do it. The vines twisted upward and trapped Dream's arms against his sides, with green ropes binding his wrists. They crept higher, wrapping around his neck and covering his mouth as they slowly crept towards his eye sockets. Flowey's malicious laughter echoed in Dream's head, making him dizzy as his vision faded out. Dream was not a mere monster, he was a guardian of emotion. Had Dream truly become so weak that Flowey could possess him? He couldn't let that happen. He had to fight, but the negativity of the attack wormed its way into his bones, and he couldn't move. His vision was dark, he was trapped, voice lost, limbs frozen and paralyzed that they had been turned to stone. Dream felt warmth envelop him, soothing and smooth. Was he bleeding? Flowey's vicious glee became shock, then anger. Who the heck are you? Dream's vision stopped swaying. The black spots that remained in it were not spots at all. Black liquid surrounded Flowey's vines, stopping them from stabbing into Dream's ribcage, eye sockets, and bones. They radiated a gentle warmth like green magic, but green magic was not this texture, this color, or a liquid. Magic hurt, except green magic, yet this black magic caused no harm, as it shielded Dream's bones. The black magic slowly shifted like ripples in dark water. Dream watched in mute surprise as the vines were peeled away with a surgeon's precision, causing no damage to Dream. Flowey's stream of curses became more high-pitched as he realized he was losing control of the situation. Without warning, the gentle, blob-like magic hardened into chains. Flowey screamed as the black chains tore him away from Dream and dragged him out of sight. Dream stood in place, too shocked to move, when Flowey's shrieks echoed hauntingly through the catacombs. Leave me alone, you stupid trash bag! Wait, no, please, don't kill me! Dream took off running. Flowey was a terrible creature who had harmed countless monsters, but Dream could not stand by and allow him to die. With the way Flowey was shrieking, it was not long before Dream found his attacker, and Dream's savior. He had never seen them before, but he knew them the moment he laid eyes on them. Nightmare's Gain was here. Of course Ark would be here, as well. Their back was to Dream, as they stared at the Flowey, who was being kept from fleeing through the ground by a bubble of black-tinted magic. Dream summoned his bow. Oh my god, his bow! He also wouldn't.
Oh my god.
Did you guys know that he's honestly not supposed to really be a bow smith? He's supposed to use his staff a lot. but everyone makes him, you know, an archer when he can only use his bow to fight against Nightmare. He's not an archer. He's more of a swordsman than anything, but he's advertised as an archer, and it pisses me off. It makes me mad! Ugh. Okay. He could not let one of Nightmare's gang torment someone, no matter what they tried to do. Before he could act, the hooded head turned slightly, revealing Ark's mask. Blue's description failed to prepare Dream for what he saw. I wonder what he saw. Dream recoiled at the sight of the mask, and his bow vanished from his trembling hands. Ark's mask was designed like an owl's face, hiding his features behind the fierce glare of the predatory bird. The lenses of the goggles were merciless. The angles of the feathers like designed sharp and menacing, and in that moment, Dream knew what it was like to be in the sights of a hunting bird of prey. Had Ark or Nightmare fashioned their mask after an owl on purpose? Me too! Dream's just like Rosa. Shut up! Shut up!
Rosa, do you think you ever gonna try to draw Ark in his face? You can't look up reference for
Shut up! Shut up, dude! Oh my god, shut up. I can just look at other people's art. This is bullshit. This is an outrage. Oh my god, leave me alone. I can't believe Rosa broke the scene. Stop! Yeah, guys, I gave Buddy, like, a good direction because of my fear of owls. You know, that's just how you do it.
Gonna make a cock.
Stop it! Shut up, Doodler.
That would go so hard. An Ark cosplay? I want to see that.
I do want to see that, actually.
I would want to see that. People would be like, oh my god, it's the Golden Guard from Owl House. No! No.
It's Ark!
Ark. From an Underverse fan fiction.
It's just a mask, Dream told himself sternly as he tried to control his breathing. It was more than that. It was also the smooth way that Ark moved as the mask turned back to Flowey. Ark knew Dream was there, but chose to ignore him. He picked up Flowey, who wailed from inside the bubble of black magic he was trapped in. You're very loud. The voice was a ghostly whisper that Dream barely caught due to Flowey's shrieks. Flowey stopped shrieking in order to be offended. Excuse me? I'll rip you to shreds, you little— Shh. Both Dream and Flowey froze at the unsettling hiss Ark made. Owls were often silent predators, but Dream could easily imagine one making that kind of noise as a threat. I have questions for you, Ark said in a quiet, hushed ghost of a voice. Flowey seemed to realize how bad the situation was for him. His stem slumped. Gonna tear my petals off before you kill me? Why does everyone always think about killing? Ark murmured. And torture. It's weird. Are you an idiot? Flowey sneered. In all worlds, it's kill or be— He quailed under the silent, black stare of the mask. So I've heard. Why did you try to possess Dream? Ark asked. Dream knew the answer before Flowey cackled. This world is so boring. I thought I'd like a change of scenery. Flowey's smile stretched wide. It's what I do. That doesn't sound like a very good reason, Ark said in a pleasantly neutral tone. It's also a lie. You tried to possess Dream to get out of here because you're afraid. Not just of dying, of trying. You claim you were bored, and yet you continue to play the same game instead of finding something new and different. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe not possessing and killing people? Flowey's fears spiked and ground his sadistic glee to dust. You idiot! I'll destroy you first! Ark gave a dissatisfied hum. You cannot possess those from outside of your AU. Oh, you think so? Flowey cackled and lashed out at him. Then how about Huh? Flowey's vines redirected before they could attach to Ark, like they'd hit an invisible shield. Black magic neatly scooped them up and trapped them back in the bubble of magic. As I was saying, your power should not have been capable in the first place, Ark continued calmly. You'd think you'd try something other than possession if you're so bored. Flowey's anger sent jolts of pain into Dream's bones. I tried to be friends. No, you didn't. Ark's voice remained a hushed and ghostly whisper. like his judgment came from something beyond the mortal plane. You discovered your abilities to reset and possess others and focused on those powers. Your attempts to build friendships were only to further that goal of creating suffering. You were angry and afraid, and so you lashed out over and over again. I see you. A gloved hand reached into the bubble. Flowey shrank in on himself, face shifting into Asriel's as he trembled. Dream tried to move, but his body was locked in place. Both he and Flowey stared in shock as Ark gently patted Flowey's petals. I also know you can improve yourself. I do not fully understand your abilities, but they go beyond possessing monsters and making them kill others. You can do more than this if you try. It's just... His voice softened so much that Dream almost could not hear him. Don't you have anything better to do? Flowey did not move as Ark released him from the bubble and set him down. He stared up at Ark with huge eyes, shaking his head back and forth. I don't understand. You're a smiley trash bag, aren't you? Why don't you hate me? Why aren't you killing me? Why are you being nice to me? I don't understand. Flowey whimpered and vanished into the soil. Ark seemed to look at the spot he had vanished into, as though pondering something. See you again soon, he murmured to fit thin air. Did I make Ark creepy enough?
Yeah.
Where I'm not done. Ark is so adorable, guys. What do you mean?
He's such a cutie patootie.
He's just so cute. Then Ark's head twisted in Dream's direction, tipping smoothly to the side, much like an owl's. Oh! Okay, maybe he is creepy. Fuck that. Was it just Dream's mind playing tricks on him, or had Ark's head turned beyond what should be possible? Fuck that! Oh no. Sweat beaded on Dream's brow.
You can't get scared.
Shut up. It's just a mask. Ark rose to his feet so silently that if Dream wasn't watching, he would not have known that he moved. Indeed, Ark made no sounds when his boots should have tapped on the path of the ruins. All Dream did was blink, and suddenly Ark was much closer than he had been before. Dream flinched, falling onto his back foot as he braced himself. Ark did not unleash the black chains that Blue warned about. Not yet. Dream's gaze darted around as he tried to see if the shadows were simply shadows. He could not tell if black magic had been blending into them. He could not sense Ark's emotions at all, either. Was it due to the mask Nightmare gave him, or something else? Dream waited with bated breath for a verbal or physical attack. Are you hurt? The calmly spoken question was so unexpected that Dream was shocked out of his building panic, certain he must have misheard. I beg your pardon? Ark's body stilled so completely that if Dream did not know he was a living monster, he might think he'd been replaced by a mannequin. His head cocked to the side in such an owl-like way that a shiver went down Dream's spine. Are you gonna attack me now, Guardian? Ark questioned in his soft, ghostly voice. Even with the slight distortion of the mask, he did not sound aggressive. He sounded sad. What in the multiverse was happening? Ark was a member of Nightmare's gang. He should be attacking first, like he had attacked Blue, except he hadn't attacked Blue, Dream remembered. He had only gotten Blue and Red away from a badly wounded Horror, and then reacted when Blue went to attack him, and now he saved Dream. Were they certain that Ark was a member of Nightmare's gang? He was not acting like the others at all. He was reluctant to fight, and did not seem to want to make the first move. Dream still could not sense his emotions to get a better read on him. Desperate for some kind of information, Dream checked Ark. He put more power into the summon than he intended, so the check was not the only thing that appeared. A single spike of fear came from Ark as Dream caught a glimpse of a white soul. It was only for a moment before black magic covered or transformed it, but that glimpse was enough for Dream to see horrifying cracks and gouges in the white surface. Dream wanted to be sick. Was that magic holding Ark's soul together? The check was no help. Dream was only able to read Ark's name before the check was forcibly cancelled. Dream felt another brief spike of fear from Ark, and belatedly realized he was not emotionless at all. He was simply shielding his emotions from Dream. Was it an ability? The owl mask, like Dream had previously assumed? Some type of specialized training that Ark had gone through? Was it simply the result of heavy self-repression? Or had Dream become so weak, even his empathetic abilities were failing? He's just autistic, Dream. Stop. He's just autistic. No, I'm gonna do my own thing, ass Ink. That was rude, Ark informed him. He did not sound particularly angry, annoyed, or even scared. His tone was eerily neutral, not monotone, but serene, like Dream's rudeness was of no consequence. Dream knew that serenity was a lie. He almost wished Ark sounded upset, because although his fear had been, regained. What's that word? It's not coming to me, for some reason. I become reignited.
Where?
This one. I know how to say it, but it's not going in my head right now. Reined in, sorry. I'd been reined in once more and failed to reach his voice. It was... Oh, the dyslexia hit. It still dripped out just enough for Dream to realize Ark was afraid of him. Dream apologized on instinct. I'm sorry. Ark disappeared in the time it took him to blink. Had he taken a shortcut? Dream looked around wildly and hurried forward, only to be thrown to the ground as Nightmare released a surge of negative energy. Dream hunched over and clutched at his chest, biting back a scream of pain as knives pierced into his soul. He was already too late. Again. Useless, Dream snarled. Why did he bother coming? The AU was already negative. Unlike in Horrortale, which had been positively aligned until Nightmare came, Dream did not stand a chance here. He did not even get a chance to fight. Instead, he was so pathetically weak that he was nearly possessed by Flowey. A member of Nightmare's gang saved him while acting more like a guardian than he did. You tried because Blue would. Small droplets fell onto the path before Dream, and his fingers dug into the ground. He sensed the approaching darkness that was his brother. If he did not stand a chance against Flowey, he certainly did not stand a chance against Nightmare right now. Dream summoned a portal directly beneath him and fell through it. Maybe the guardian of positivity was capable of hatred, if that hatred was directed at himself. Da, 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 da. Okay.
What are you humming?
Raining somewhere else.
Oh. Did the music come back? Or are you just making up music?
The music has been on this whole time.
Oh, I haven't checked.
Okay.
I've been locked in. I've been focusing.
Are you okay? Ink blinked a couple of times before focusing on Cross. He looked back at Ink with a worried crease between his eye sockets, perhaps trying and failing to get a gauge of Ink's mood behind the owl mask he wore. Cross could just ask Nightmare if he wanted to know Ink's mood, though he supposed it was unlikely for their boss to share how conflicted Ink was feeling. Could he talk to Cross about Dream? Cross said Ink could tell him anything, but Cross also did not like Dream very much. He would not be angry if Ink mentioned how sad and tired Dream was, or that he was nearly possessed. In fact, Cross was more likely to be deeply concerned. Not for Dream, probably, but for Ink. Ink was trying to keep Cross's warnings in mind, and not feel too bad for Dream, but it was difficult when the guardian of positivity was so clearly miserable and exhausted. Even now, Ink's instincts screamed at him to heal and mend the one that was his boss's greatest enemy. Ink had already slipped up by encouraging Flowey to try to be a better person with Dream as a stunned witness, but he could not help it. He saw an opportunity, and he had to take it. It felt incredibly awkward to try to explain that in front of the entire gang, who had all noticed Ink's mood and were loitering about. Even Dust remained, though he was hanging back more than usual. I'm fine, Ink mumbled. What happened? Unlike Cross's gentle prodding, Nightmare's question was an order to answer. Ink fiddled with the sleeve of his outfit and removed his mask. He forced himself to look up at his boss. Dream showed up. Flowey attacked him, so I kind of, defended him? Voicing it like a question probably made it worse, but it was too late to keep quiet. Nightmare's tentacles stopped moving. Their points were sharp and rigid. Why are you like this? Killer asked. He did not sound angry, more tired, maybe even worried. Oh dear. He's an enemy, Ink. His little lackey stabbed Horror. Horror's hand twitched and flexed subtly, like he stopped himself from reaching towards his chest. Well, I wasn't about to stab him back for petty revenge, Ink snapped. His sharp tone startled both Killer and himself. Ink took a breath and leveled out his voice like Cross had earlier, keeping it controlled. And I didn't heal him. I mean, he didn't need healing, because I got Flowey away from him in time. Anyway, he doesn't know I'm a healer. I didn't say anything incriminating, and I canceled the check before he could try to read it. And they were all watching him, studying him, judging him for daring to assist their enemy. Ink couldn't regret what he had done, but his shoulders hunched. I just wanted to help. He heard a grinding sound that indicated that Cross had clenched his jaw hard enough that his teeth scraped together. Killer did not bother with subtly and made a frustrated sound. You can't just... It's alright, Ink, Nightmare interrupted Killer, silencing him with a warning look. I know how difficult it is for you to ignore those that appear to be in danger. However, Dream is a guardian of positivity. He's a powerful being in his own right. He is certainly strong enough to defend himself from a lowly Flowey with no issue. It is likely that he put himself in such a situation to if I could speak. It is likely that he put himself in such a situation to manipulate you. Ink couldn't believe that. Dream looked so tired and frail, like a soft breeze would floor him. Unless he could manipulate what he looked like, he appeared sickly. Ink had to be extremely careful when he was distracting Flowey's vines, because he was afraid that too much pressure might break Dream's bones. If Ink mentioned that, he knew that Nightmare would insist everything was an act on Dream's part. Nightmare was not convinced. Nightmare sensed his conflicted feelings. Of course he did. It came with the job. He sighed and put a hand on Ink's hood-covered skull. You want to see the good in everyone. That is not a bad thing. However, there are those out there that will put en masse benevolence or weakness to try to draw you into a trap. You can try to see that good, but please act more cautiously in the future. Remember who the enemy is. I will, boss, Ink said earnestly. Nightmare smiled down at him. His hand shifted to lay on the back of Ink's head. It was not quite a hug, but it was comforting all the same. That's all I ask. Out of the corner of his eye socket, Ink saw Horror leave the room without speaking a word. Oopsie. Once Ink had changed into his favorite pair of pleated brown pants and black lawn-sleeve shirt, he went searching for Dust. It did not take long to find him. He sat in the rafters of the southeast tower, one leg swinging in the air as he stared out of the clean glass window. Ink climbed up and jumped up to him and perched on another rafter. The weather outside was dour. Clouds bloomed into view in the distance, and flickers of light illuminated them. It must be a thunderstorm. Ink had yet to experience one for himself, but he knew they involved very loud sounds. He would probably spend the day trying to block out the noise. Horror would not be too irritated if he was tired in the morning. That was, if he was not so distracted that he forgot to make breakfast. Ink set aside his concerns for Horror for now and focused on Dust and Paps. Dust was still, but Paps moved when Ink climbed up beside them. The shape of his head turned towards Ink, and his glove raised in a wave. Ink waved silently back, and leaned against the beam behind him. A visible shudder passed through Dust, and he drew his knees up to his chest before hiding his face in them. He's real. This whole time, I thought Dust curled up a little more. His fingers clenched into the fabric of his hood. But he's real. The anguish in Dust's voice tore at Ink's soul, but he remained silent, letting him speak. I'm not ready, Dust said shakily. I'm not ready to talk to him and for it to be fucking coward. The insult was said in a low hiss directed at himself. Ink looked at Paps to see the shadowy codes of his glove brush the back of Dust's hood. Dust shivered under the touch and lifted his head slightly. Ink saw the tears in his sockets before he hid his face again. Ink crawled across the rafter and settled next to Dust, leaning against him. He looked up at Paps, who seemed to stare back. Slowly, the gloved hand lifted and seemed to cover the area his mouth might be as he nodded firmly. Ink could not hear Paps or see him that clearly, but he knew what he was trying to convey. It's okay, Ink said gently. You both can wait. It's okay. A pattering sound drew Ink's attention upward, and he realized it must be raining. Droplets fell through the roof and onto the beams. Dust trembled. His head lifted enough that Ink could see the droplets of water dripping off of his chin. Dust wrapped his left arm around Ink's shoulders and held him close. The grip was tighter than normal, but not so tight. It was painful. A booming sound startled Ink, and he instinctively huddled closer to Dust. That's thunder, Dust mumbled. Scared me too the first time I heard it. Dust thought the light was pretty. The rumbling grew louder and more frequent with every flash of lightning, but Ink's fear diminished. He watched through the window, fascinated, as arcs of light tore through the dark sky. Each bolt was a unique design. They were scary, but Ink agreed with Paps that they were also pretty. Ink felt Dust's breathing hitch. Thank you for telling me he's real. Ink nodded against his side. He did not say, "You're welcome," because it felt wrong to. To Ink, Paps had been a constant in the background of his life, but to Dust, his understanding of his ghostly brother had just been shattered without warning. Ink hated that his innocent comment had hurt Dust, even if Dust was adjusting. He resolved to be more cautious about what he revealed, that he could perceive through codes. There might be some things people simply should never know about their world. It was not often that Dream avoided Underswap or the Omega timeline after a bad battle. Those may be the safest place in the multiverse, but sometimes Dream needed discretion and a space to think, not safety. Sai was one of the most discreet monsters in the multiverse. So discreet that some may even call it his point of infamy. He may have some questionable morals, but he was a good person, and he would never mention who came to him for help. To anyone. No one knew if Science Tale was officially protected by Nightmare or not. His neutrality made it tenuous and easily swayed, but no one wanted to be the one to ask and push the scientific AU to one side or the other. Nightmare was possessive over his territories, but he was not reckless, and he knew how to be tactful. If he did not officially claim Science Tale for himself, it would be another sign that they were nearing the end of everything, if he did officially. Oopsie daisy. We're about to see Sai.
Oh, guys, it's Sai.
It's Sai. Sai was in his office when Dream stepped through the portal. His portal? Ugh, I keep adding words. He closed it immediately and stopped in front of Sai's cluttered desk, patiently waiting to be noticed. Sai's stress clouded the air around him, but his enthusiasm evened it out and allowed Dream to remain unaffected. Sai realized someone was there, looked up at Dream, and stared for several seconds, as he was pulled from his projects enough to recognize who was in front of him. Sai's stress levels increased. What happened? Should I do like a what happened? What happened?
No, Frozen, please don't do that to my boy.
Dream felt terrible for making him worry. He felt even worse for only coming here when something wasn't right. Yet he did not waste Sai's time with empty apologies. If Flowey attempted to possess me, I need to make sure nothing is wrong. Sai rose from his chair and ushered Dream into another room. Dream could not name most of the devices, but he recognized the DT scanner that Sai pulled out. Sai always insisted he was a scientist, not a doctor, but he had certainly picked up the skills that would be associated with several health professionals. When it came to machinery and tests on determination, magic and souls, he was one of the best to turn to. When it came to physical injuries, it was best to hope that Dream had the capabilities for green magic at the moment. Dream let Sai attach several wires to him that would track his energy levels and HP. I apologize for interrupting you. I know you're busy. It's fine, Sai said firmly. The stress isn't due to overwork for once, surprisingly. We had a minor security issue, nothing major multiversal. We think someone stole several of our unused machines from storage. Either that, or they took them for parts without going through the proper channels, which would not surprise me. Summon your soul, please. Dream did as he asked. Sai was not surprised by the dim glow of the golden apples. Apple? Ugh. It had once burned vibrantly like a sun. Now it flickered like a candle that was one breath from going out, the dim light failing to hide the small cracks in its surface. Sai checked one of the scanners and scowled. Your maximum HP is down from last time. Again. I am aware, Dream said with stiff politeness. Sai made a frustrated sound. I will not pretend that I know how Guardians of Emotions work, something which annoys me greatly, I admit, but surely there is something that can be done. Aren't there healers in the Mega Timeline? None of them can help. They've tried. There were several healers housed in the Omega Timeline, but, like Dream, they were not as effective or powerful as they once were. There were too many negative emotions like fear, sadness, and anger, and grief in each of them, and their patience, for them to be at their best. These days, some types of magic food tended to be able to heal more than those that were once the strongest healers in the multiverse. It was getting to the point where some had started to wonder if green magic would simply become completely unusable and die out. Sai grumbled and checked the determination scanner. There are no signs of DT or toxic DT in your system. Flowey must not have pierced your bones before you got him away from you. Dream bit back a correction that it was not him that did it. He still did not know what to think about Ark, and he certainly was not going to mention the encounter to Sai. It wasn't like he mistrusted Sai, but he knew the scientist dealt with Nightmare's gang along with the Omega Timeline. Ark was a mystery, and Sai could get too curious for his own good. It could be a fatal combination. For who? Dream could not say. A sharp rap on the door was Dream's only warning before Gaster opened it without waiting for an answer. Sai, are you in? Oh. That was not Sai's Gaster. Sai's Gaster hadn't been found and brought back yet. With the way the multiverse was malfunctioning, Dream, and several others, Corvus included, feared he had faded away in the void many Gasters had fallen into, or had been found and killed by error. He would not be the first to suffer such a fate. Why'd you stop? Another Gaster that Dream identified as Swapster peeked around the first Gaster's shoulder and beamed at Dream. Hello, Dream! Greetings, Guardian, the first Gaster said. His polite tone was tainted by his contempt. Dream wondered how he failed this one. Swapster nudged Gaster into the room and circled around him to go right up to Dream. His genuine cheer washed over Dream like a warm wave. Unlike his companion, Swapster had forgiven Dream, though to say it like it wasn't quite correct, because he never blamed Dream for the loss of his world. Say it like that. Not even for a moment. That was always another rarity nowadays. Fancy running into you here, in the most sciency of sciency AUs, Swapster chatted. Are you alright? I will rat you out and report you to my Blue Knot son if you are hiding injuries, good sir. I had an encounter with a Flowey, but I'm not hurt, Dream reassured him awkwardly. If you are finished here, I must discuss something with Sai. Gaster interrupted in a curt tone. It was not an exaggeration to say that his aura was screaming that he wanted Dream out of his sight. Swapster's exasperation poked at Dream, but even it wasn't as painful as Gaster's annoyance. Not to worry, Gaster. Dream and I can chat outside. Don't create any doomsday weapons while I'm away. I will be highly disappointed if you did it without me. Sai made an ugly snorting noise. Gaster's lips twitched and a bit of amusement curled around him. Swapster's deftly detached the wires from Dream and escorted him out of the room. It's always the easy words that I just, don't know. Once the door closed behind him, his features and aura softened with a gentle type of concern. It was so soothing that Dream felt some of the tension in his ribcage release. I apologize for my fellow scientist. That Gaster is very Gaster. Quite obviously. What I mean is that he is an Undertale version of Gaster, though I do not know which alternate universe or timeline he is from. I'm sure Core told me, but I cannot recall what they said. Anyway, he is one of the moodier Undertale Gasters, if I do say so myself. Very experimented-minded. A bit cold and logical. You know how it is. If Dr. Fell was not so Dr. Fell, I'd say that particular Gaster would try for his position. Is this a hand-placed Gaster? Interesting. I wonder if this is a hand-placed Gaster.
I wonder.
Is Dr. Fell Gaster here too? Dream asked. He hoped not. Dr. Fell had a special skill of making Dream feel uncomfortable in ways that few others could. Maybe due to him being part of both the Science Division and the Mega Timeline Council, and he was exposed to twice as many of Dream's failures. Swapster's amusement swirled around Dream, light and warm. We both know the only time he leaves the skyscraper is when there's a meeting, but even then it's a hit or miss. Now then? His smile fell. How are you doing? Tell me honestly, please. Swapster was not Dream's father, or his substitute for one. He was not Blue or Stretch's father either, yet he decided to watch out for both of them. Not as overtly for Dream, not too often, yet it was more than so many others did. Dream did not know him too familiarly, but he could not reject his offer of genuine concern. I had a bit of a rough day, Dream disclosed. I have not been resting well. I know the same can be said for Blue. He's had nightmares since the incident with Horror. He cut himself off before he could say, I'm scared for him. The next time we face the gang, they will likely want revenge, and Blue might not be at his best. I am aware of my Blue's Knot son trouble sleeping. He has been resting in my Orange Knot son's break room as he and his Aster and Alpha's team works, if I'm not mistaken. Swapster's subtle, chatty humor completely faded. However, I asked about you. Something is burdening you, I can tell. I can see it. What am I saying? Swapster's astonishment was gently prodding, but Dream felt his cheeks warm. He peered around the hall that he knew was filled with security cameras. It was unlikely that Science Tell Alphys would take an interest in his conversation. It was even less likely that Dr. Fell or Nightmare would ask to see any footage, or that Sai would let them. I had an encounter with Ark in a possession AU. Swapster's eyelights glowed brightly. That is Nightmare's new recruit, yes? Dream nodded pensively. Flowey attacked me, but Ark saved me. He took Flowey away and made efforts to convince him to stop hurting the monsters in his AU. Ark threatened him. I said that so quietly. Swapster asked gently. Dream firmly shook his head. His skull. Ugh! Not at all. He addressed Flowey's motives and nudged him towards a better path. When he saw I had followed him, he did not attack me, and made no move to. He focused purely on Flowey. His disbelief over what he had witnessed came rushing back, and he put a hand to his forehead. Stars, it was the kind of behavior you see from a pacifist timeline frisk, not a Sans, and especially not a member of Nightmare's gang. It felt good to put his thoughts out there without having to burden Blue or Core with them. Both insisted it was not a burden again and again, but they both were as tired as Dream. He did not want to add more to their plate. Dream saw the cogs working in Swapster's mind as he processed that information, his curiosity and worry turning into shocking delight. You want to talk to Ark. You think he can be talked to. I would not say that, Dream denied hastily, trying to be diplomatic, and due to experience, not daring to show what would often be a foolish hope. However, something is different about him. He does not act like the others. Now that he wasn't thrown off by Ark's owl mask and his unnerving movements, Dream could look back at the encounter more analytically. Familiar feelings of guilt crawled up his throat as he thought of all the paths he could have taken, the things he could have said, the understanding he could have had, if he had not scared Ark off. Dream anxiously tugged at the cuff of his glove and rubbed the fabric between his fingers. Dr. Fell had good intentions when he released what little information we had on Ark, but I'm worried that information was taken at face value, and the declaration that Ark is a threat was given out in haste. I should encourage the Council to tell their forces not to attack Ark if they see him. Swapster's smile fell away. I'm not sure if sharing this with them will change anything, Dream. An unspoken apology for the bluntness lingered in the air around him, making Dream's bones sting. Please elaborate. Swapster's voice lowered. We both know something isn't right in the skyscraper. There has always been top-secret projects, but I'm certain to wonder if they've all been approved by Core or the Council. We scientists are an intelligent lot, but we also have our pride, and go too deep without thinking about the consequences. The amount of secrecy worries me. It took Dream a moment to understand that it was not only a warning that the skyscraper worried Swapster, but specifically its leader. According to Blue, Swapster tended to see the best in others, belief that Swapster's deepest emotions and quietest actions supported whenever Dream saw him. Also, according to Blue, Swapster saw Dr. Fell as a close and dear, grumpy friend. If he was concerned about Dr. Fell's motives, it was very likely that he had more than mere concerns to go off of. Not to mention, I'm not involved in the Council, but I had heard things from Dr. Fell and Blue. You can tell them your suspicions about Ark, but they won't listen. They are afraid and will fall into the trap of confirmation bias. Swapster grimaced, his sorrow tainting the air around him. We are all so used to fighting, and no mercy, Dream. Even Blue has fallen into such a habit. This is especially true for the Council that is faced with more destroyed AUs and downtrodden refugees every day. The Council will ignore any signs that contradict what they already believe, because they have been conditioned to see only the worst scenarios. Anything better than the worst possibility must be a trap or a trick in their minds. Dream let himself imagine that he never heard of Ark before today, and did not know that he worked for Nightmare when they met. He imagined what might have been if the first time he saw that owl mask was only after the mysterious monster saved him and encouraged Flowey that he could change for the better. His intimidating appearance contrasting sharply with his gentler actions, almost like the outfit itself truly was part of the mask. I don't think it's a trick, Dream confessed. I think hurting Ark would be a terrible mistake. Swapster's gaze flicked towards a corner that likely held a security camera and spoke quietly. Then make sure you and Blue keep him alive and safe from the Omega timeline. Dun dun dun!
Dun dun dun! Oh
dun,
my
dun,
god.
Dun. Ark isn't like the other girls.
Isn't like the other girls.
He's not like the other girls. He's not like the other girls. Oh, that was difficult. Jesus Christ. I struggled with that one.
It'll only get easier from here, Rosa.
Oh, yeah. It always does. If this bitch, it's been an hour and 20 minutes, and he still has not given me an answer.
He's not coming back. He's not coming back, Rosa.
You ain't coming
You
back.
have to let him go.
Rosa, is Blue error in Roseverse?
Blueberry?
No. He's not.
Because you hate happiness and joy and...
I would argue to
roses.
say that he's not happy. Like, if he does exist, that's not really a happy thing.
No, he is not.
Like, I would
But I would
argue
be
to say that maybe it's good.
Probably good that Blueberry didn't, you know, corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, you think? You think?
Time to make another AU, Rosa.
Mm-mm.
Chop chop, I want to see a TikTok.
How do I get my mom to buy tooth band-aids for my bleeding tooth? You say you're bleeding.
Yes, you do.
You show
should
the
get
blood?
There's this stuff that you like put on the it's like a temporary like a tooth hole fixer. I'm not saying it right, but I know I have it in my house cuz yeah. I don't know what it's called though. Honestly, if your teeth are bleeding, that's probably not a great thing. Toothpaste.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a paste. It's like a paste you put on top of your tooth.
I told
And
KJ
it, like,
he went to go
makes
get milk.
a temporary thing like around your tooth. Yikes. That's happened to me before. That sucks. Boom. Fursuit. Oh my
Rosa,
God.
who would you want to see an AU Sans fursuit of? Because I'm planning on making a series of them. Error! Error, error, error.
You would say error. You
It's the only option. It's the only option.
not. It is
Yes.
not the only
Yep.
option.
Yep.
My
It's the only
opinion,
option.
right now I'm obsessed with ink sands. So
Fuck off!
What do you mean? He's so silly. He's so silly, Rosa. He's literally me.
KJ went to go get milk.
Bro's getting milk? He went to get milk.
I'm kidding. I told him he went to go get milk and he didn't answer. He abandoned me. Abandoned me as a
As
child.
someone who was getting milk truly would.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Guys, are you ready for chapter 14? I have no idea what's gonna happen. And I'm being serious. I kind of forgot like this part of
Killer problem.
a killer problem.
Oh, I remember
guys.
that. Wait. I remember this chapter.
Okay.
I
Is
remember.
there any warnings?
No. Just the regular warnings.
Chill. Okay.
Trauma.
What setting is this? Oh, it's Dream. Okay. And then Ark disappeared. I went to Sai to make sure everything was alright. Then I came here. I thought I should tell you face to face. Dream did his best not to fidget under Blue's blank stare. His friend's lingering worry and shock batting at him like an ocean's cold waves. The smooth feeling of the bench beneath Dream kept him grounded, and he kept his focus on the bright blue sky of Underswap's surface. I don't have my glasses on.
Get your fucking glasses. I did not buy you those for nothing.
Early this time. I've been reading this whole time without my glasses.
Get them on now.
Okay. Anyway, my bad. There we go. Oh my god. Dream did his... Yeah, I'm just gonna start. Dream did his best not to fidget under the under Blue's blank stare. His friend's lingering worry and shock batting at him like an ocean's cold waves. The smooth feeling of the bench beneath Dream kept him grounded, and he kept his focus on the bright blue sky of Underswap's surface, allowing himself to use the warm feelings of the surrounding park to ward off any reactions to Blue's turbulent emotions. The park was usually empty this early in the morning, with the exception of a few joggers, but the peaceful emotions experienced by those who came here remained like their serene joy was imprinted in the bright green grass. Underswap was one of the most positive worlds in the multiverse. Dream could not stay for long, but when he visited, he could relax. Gradually, Blue's aura warmed as shocked belief turned to excitement. Dream, I can't believe this! His shining blue eyelights darted around the public park, and he lowered his voice. Ark helped you? And he didn't attack at all? Blue's joy lessened as he was burdened by guilt. I attacked him in Outertale. Do you think he would have remained passive or tried to talk if I didn't? Dream's instinct resisted it, but he had to be blunt for Blue's sake. It depends. 2 other members of the gang were there in the forest. I don't know if they'd react kindly if Ark refused to attack, but I suppose you were a bit overeager. Blue deflated slightly, but shook himself, shoulders straightening. I made a mistake. Several mistakes. Warmth bloomed in his soul, and Dream felt a twinge of nerves as he recognized the emotion as hope. Do you really think Ark can be talked to? If he was so averse to fighting, why is he with the gang? I don't know, Dream said honestly. I can only tell you what I've observed in the possession of you. Blue grimaced and dripped Dream's and gripped
Dream!
Dripped.
Oh my god!
Dripped Dream's hand. Oh
George
my God,
it's Dream.
No. Blue grimaced and gripped Dream's hand. He was so much warmer than Dream now. I'm glad you're okay.
Okay.
Dream always felt odd whenever Blue said that.
Ah!
Oh my god, they're so gay.
Shut up! Shut up, you gay bitches!
Blue was always so happy to see that Dream was alright, even when Dream did not deserve it. Sometimes Dream did not understand why. Blue noticed his reaction and let it go. Ark has to know you're Nightmare's worst enemy, but he helped you. That means something. Dream glanced around, making sure the park truly was still empty. Unlike in the underground, Underswap Undine did not have cameras set up everywhere. Still, he kept his voice low, just in case. We need to keep the Omega timeline from getting him. I fear what will happen if they try, or succeed. Blue's smile faded into a solemn look. Of course. What do you want? Of course. What do you want to do? He did not object. He did not question Dream. He simply supported him with all his soul, not because he was ordered to or because Dream's aura was influencing him, but because he trusted Dream completely. Dream wondered if he would ever deserve a friend like Blue. I want to try to speak to Ark and figure out why he's with the gang. His mind flashed to the side of Ark's cracked, damaged soul. And, if we can, I want to convince him that he does not have to fight for my brother. Horror did not join Ink to make breakfast. Cross did not wander into the kitchen to hang around and try to sneak some chocolate with his meal. Dust did not arrive either to poke his head through the door and ask when the food would be done. The absence of one was not unusual, but the absence of all 3 could not be a coincidence. Not everything was about Ink, but he still worried that he had done something wrong if 3 of the gang were avoiding him. It was hard not to think that maybe something had changed after they discovered Ink could use codes. Maybe they pretended to be okay with it, but they really weren't, and privately wanted him to... Maybe they pretended to be okay with it, but they really weren't, and privately wanted him gone because his powers were unusual, like Killer said. He tried not to think like that, he really did, but then Horror did not show up to help him make breakfast, and Cross was locked in his room, and Dust was locked in his room, all 3 of them isolating themselves, frightening. The lack of interaction Ink got when he ended up bringing breakfast to each room individually only reinforced his concerns. Cross grabbed his food with a mumbled thanks and shut the door just as quickly. Dust told Ink to leave it outside his closed door. Horror stared through Ink like he wasn't there as he silently took the food and retreated back into his room. Nightmare was irritable again, with his tentacles lashing behind him, likely due to Ink's latest encounter with Dream, but he still nodded when Ink set the tray in front of him. Don't worry about them. You're a healer, not a therapist. Ink would not have to look up what a therapist was to make sure he... Ink would have to... I'm making shit up. Ink would have to look up what a therapist was to make sure he remembered it correctly. He was pretty sure he did, but he still did not fully understand why Nightmare made that comment. Nightmare continued before Ink could ask for any clarifications. I'm going out today. If anything happens, I'll return. Nightmare did not say where he was heading. Was Ink allowed to ask? He wasn't sure, so he didn't. You're going by yourself? Yes. No elaboration was given. Ink definitely was not supposed to ask where he was going. Be safe. Nightmare paused. The tension in his body released slightly, and his tentacles curled in amusement. As Ink exited the office, he felt a familiar chilled magic which indicated that Nightmare had left through a portal. He realized he'd forgotten to bring Killer his food, and made a mad dash to the kitchen. Killer was there when he arrived. He sat on the counter next to his tray, munching on an omelet. The sense of wrongness in his presence was minor today. Ink wished he could figure out why it fluctuated. Maybe he could find the link and help him. Killer spotted Ink and sighed. And here I hoped for some quiet. Ink halted in place in the doorway to the kitchen and held his arms close to his chest, covering his sternum as his fingers curled. An odd expression crossed Killer's face. It almost looked like guilt. I mean, you're quiet anyway. Come here. Your food's getting cold. Ink hesitantly climbed onto the counter and sat beside him. He did not go to the dining room, but that was fine with Ink. It'd be pretty empty in there. Not empty, but still frightening because of all the vacant seats. Killer did not leave when he was done with his food. His smile... Sorry, somebody texted me. Where am I?
His smile was not malicious.
His smile was not malicious, but it made Ink wary. So, Ink, do you know what a prank is? Ink squinted suspiciously at him. I'm not attacking anyone. It's not an attack, Killer claimed. Well, it can be. But we're going with the benign version, because otherwise I know you'd be sad and Horror will get on my ass. Pranks are tricks. Ink remembered Horror's comment about one of Killer's tricks after the attack on an Horrortale. Was a prank the reason Horror's shirts were ruined? Oh, yes. I might have sliced up some of his stuff to vent some anger, Killer said with some clear relish. Pranks and tricks are great for a good laugh. That sounded like a waste of good clothes to Ink, but the comment about laughter caught his interest. Can we prank Horror? He's been sad. Dust has been sad too, but I can tell that he wants to be left alone. Horror's kind of sad is different, so maybe he could use a laugh. Killer's smirk dropped into an unsettling stare. That's not what I had in mind. His face lit up. Actually, forget the prank. We can do something else for Horror. He probably wouldn't appreciate a good prank at the moment. But a good laugh sounds like what Horror needs. Ink supposed he still did not completely understand the purpose of pranks. Killer noticed his confusion. You've never seen Horror lose it, huh? Remember that? He's a killer just like the rest of us. Except you, because you're an idiot. Ink ignored that last comment. Would it be dangerous to do a prank for Horror? Should we leave him alone? The phrasing is play a prank on, Killer corrected, with only a hint of snide rudeness. We're not doing that anyway. I know something to get for Horror that will get him out of his room. Put on your shield outfit and meet me back here. Me when I can read?
Are you remembering what this is? Remembering?
Oh no! I love this part. I love every part where Ink is just... Yeah, anyway. Ink had a bad feeling about this. But if Killer really did want to help Harry Potter. Harry! How could he refuse? He hurried past the others, closed doors to his room, and emerged wearing his shield, cloak, and attire. Killer waited for him in the entrance hall. His dark eye sockets leaked a black liquid in a steady stream. Ink checked him over, but the sense of wrongness he carried remained minimal today, and he seemed rather content. Damn. Ayo. Killer said, and Ink immediately felt a new code engrave himself on his femur. They say it's the result of a glitched genocide timeline. The AU's dead and abandoned because, well, everyone's gone. Most people just traveled there to scavenge for parts. Point is that there's a special kind of gray echo flower in the True Lab. You can use them as a communicator. It took Ink a moment to realize what Killer was implying. Horror could talk to Paprika with those. Paprika! Sorry, it's such a fun word to say. Paprika. Killer chuckled. It wasn't low and It wasn't lone comforting like Horror's laugh, but it was still nicer than his usual cackles. Exactly. You think you could pick some up? Ink nodded firmly. He pulled on his black magic and let it open a mirror-like portal. The hotland on the other side did not look particularly special, but something about the shading of the colors seemed odd. Ink squinted at it, trying to figure it out. Killer hung back. I'm not supposed to be seen with shield. You're on your own. Don't die or the boss will get mad at me. Ink wondered if that was Killer's way of saying be careful. He determinedly stepped through the portal and felt a chill deep in his bones. It expanded outward in his ribcage and up his throat until it felt like the air was too cold to breathe. Guana's codes were all wrong.
It's okay.
Not as bad as Arid, but far worse than Horrortale. This AU was not meant to be like this. Kara and Frisk's last attempt to restore the world after a genocide timeline had glitched so terribly that every resident was gone, like they'd been thrown into the core like Gaster and his team. As a result, this AU was on the verge of crumbling. Ink stared at the monochrome lava flowing by him and realized the odd shades he had seen through the distortion of his portal were not a trick of the lack of light. Goner had no colors other than different shades of gray, as though all other hues had been sucked out of this world. It reminded Ink of Core Frisk's appearance, but before he could wonder, he realized they were not from this world, even if they'd blended in perfectly. Ink checked his cloak, but it was still vibrant purple. The bright color comforted him as much as it made him anxious, because it left him feeling horribly out of place and exposed. Ink erred on the side of caution and swiftly moved towards the lab. He did a double take as he realized a stream of lava should not be placed in the middle of a random wall like it had been, cut out of one section and randomly planted over another. It was also moving upwards instead of down. As he watched, it glitched and repeated its backwards flowing pattern before breaking into square-like sections and emitting an audible buzzing noise. Ink forced his gaze away and hurried up to the lab door. It shattered when he touched it, but made no sound as his metal fragments started to fall. And
imagine being in this AU. This is so creepy, dude.
This is freaky, bro. I'd die. Anyway. Suddenly, and froze in midair. Ink observed them, dumbfounded, and felt his stress levels rising. The metal fragments twitched and twitched and glitched, leaving after images of themselves that overlapped each other. Ink wanted nothing more than to grab them and put them back together, but he was not wearing his reinforced gloves. The constant buzzing turned into an eerie drone as Ink clapped his hands over his ears to try to block out the noise. It wasn't working because the droning kept getting louder, like it was drilling directly into his skull. He knew the source. He wished he didn't. The monsters of his world were all shattered across time and space. Their codes were all around Ink, in the air and the ground, and the metal and the stones like scattered dust. They surrounded him, but they could not perceive him. They were in so many pieces that he could not tell them apart. They could not tell themselves apart. They were too far gone. Ink staggered into the elevator to the true lab and shut the doors. He did not realize how heavy the air had become until it cleared of codes as he descended. He slumped against the wall of the elevator, gasping for breath as he shivered, the ghosts of the shattered left behind up above. Why was he in this broken world? Communication echo flowers for horror. Ink clung to his mission to center himself and try to forget the hell he just walked through. Killer could not perceive codes. He could not have known how terrible this world would be for Ink. Ink reminded himself that this whole elevator ride down, the whole silent elevator ride, weren't elevators supposed to have music? Ink huddled in the corner of the elevator and used the ride to calm himself down. He was still learning about the multiverse, but he was not stupid. No matter what Killer seemed to think, he was unprepared for this. But he had a mission. Get the flowers, get out. For horror. Ink entered the true lab. The layout was identical to many other AUs that he made it through the maze of corridors without running into any dead ends. A flower bed filled with gray echo flowers were isolated in a small room next to what might have been Alfie's lower office. Ink saw no signs of her codes down here. She was nowhere up above, shattered like the rest. Goner was a mere days from complete obliteration. Ink froze in place. In front of the bed of flowers, Goner's broken codes clawed at his thoughts like the sight of a festering wound. Killer might not have known that Goner would affect Ink so badly, but Ink should be here. He could see the codes and had the power to alter them. Could he repair them? Ink recalled everything he had learned about the Gasters and their miraculous, if ill-fated, core projects. The core was what usually caused Gasters and their followers to become Goners. If Ink could fix the code of Goner's core, maybe it could stabilize the world. The codes were such a glitched and shattered mess that Ink doubted it, but he had to try. He grabbed 20 of the special gray communication echo flowers and hurried back into the hall. Then he wasn't in the true lab's hall. Ink blinked down at the snow that was falling from beneath his boot-covered feet as it floated up into the air around him. His hope that he had somehow instinctively taken a shortcut was instantly dashed when he felt a corrupted distortion behind him. Ink took another step and the ground dropped out from beneath him. Ink unbalanced, biting back a scream as he spotted empty darkness in front of him. He caught himself before he could tumble off the edge of the giant waterfall in Waterfall. Like the lava and the snow, the water was defying gravity. It was also pitch black.
Defying gravity.
Yeah, Rosa?
Yeah. That's a Wicked song.
I know, I'm aware.
That's coming out soon. You can actually hit the note.
Oh my god. Anyway, Ink pulled himself onto the wooden pier and froze as the plank glitched visibly beneath him. He could not use shortcuts like many Sanses could, but he was being pulled into them, simply by walking through a glitched AU. The codes registered him as enough of a Sans that it kept dragging him into paths that many Sanses could use. All thoughts about Killer's possible motive, echo flowers for horror, and fixing the codes of the core vanished as Ink remembered Cross's warning about getting caught in between worlds. Ink was too terrified to move and remained standing on the edge of the pier, barely able to see the difference between the pitch-black water and the pitch-black abyss it rose out of. He did not understand. He had been perfectly fine in Hotland and most of the True Lab. It was only now that he could barely move without popping up somewhere he did not intend. Searching for answers, Ink tried to look in the codes around him, but they were too corrupted and glitched to be legible. He saw fragments of Undyne, Napstablook, and Shiren, but they faded before he could even consider trying to reach for them. Ink grabbed his purple coat and hugged it close and crouched on the edge of the pier as his soul pounded frantically in his ribcage. The water glitched into square fragments, turning paler and paler as they shifted from black to gray to almost white. They were fading from existence. The sensation of wrongness tore through Ink's body, resulting in a horribly familiar strain in his soul. The Goner AU was out of time. No. I can save it! Dust! Dust knew all about shortcuts, so if Ink went to get him, he could help Ink through them. They could get to the core of the world and repair it. Ink summoned a portal over the abyss and threw himself off the glitching pier as it shattered beneath him. As he fell, he saw a flash of blue in the corner of his eye socket. By the time Ink registered Air's presence, he was already gone. Ink's portal did not appear in Dust's room. It appeared in the ceiling in the dining hall of Nightmare's castle. He fell several meters and landed on a chair, tipping it backwards and sending himself crashing to the floor.
Ooh.
The gray echo flowers spilled from his unclipped bag and scattered across the floor, with a few sliding to a stop in front of Killer's feet. Damn.
Ow!
Killer leaned over Ink and grinned smugly at him. Hey, did you have fun? Ink stared blankly at Killer, whose smile was stretched wider. All the pieces fell into place. The flowers could do what Killer claimed, but he did not want Ink to get them in order to help Horror. The prank was for Ink. The good laugh was for Killer. Killer had waited for Nightmare to leave and Horror to be out of the way to play a trick on Ink. Ink had foolishly hoped that this was Killer's way of reaching out. Instead, he fell for an obvious trick. Ink felt a familiar burning sensation where Goner's codes was. It was already too late. There was no sadness. There was no hurt. There was no anger. If Killer expected Ink to blow up at him or cry, he would be sorely disappointed. Just like Ink was disappointed. But if he was honest with himself, maybe he expected this all along. Ink got up and gathered the flowers off the floor and walked out. Killer tried to say something, but Ink used his magic to slam the door in his face.
Oof.
He heard Killer's muffled exclamation, but ignored it as he walked to Horror's room. After double-checking that Killer's claims about the gray echo flowers weren't a lie, too, Ink knocked on the door. Poor opened it and received an armful of gray flowers. These are for Goner. They'll let you talk to Paprika whenever you want. You can ask Cross to drop one off to him later. Ink did not wait for Horror to speak. He walked to his own room, shut the door, and locked it, and put on a brown long sleeve and pants. With that done, he climbed out his window and down the side of the castle. He heard a loud rattling that suggested somebody was trying to force the locked door open, some shouting, but did not try to respond. Ink descended to the ground and passed by the southeast tower. He lifted himself over the wall using the magic on the bottoms of his bare feet and slipped into the forest. The forest was dark, even during the daytime. Ink did not realize how much time had spent in Goner until he realized the sun was setting. As he walked, Ink felt a burning sensation on his left femur. It did not matter if air had brought about its destruction or the AU had obliterated on its own. Any hope of returning to help the erased souls disintegrated as he felt the Goner AU die. Ink climbed a tree all the way to the top of his Ink climbed a tree all the way to the top of its thick branches. Struggle.
Okay.
He could not see Nightmare's castle from here. He did not care. Ink pulled his knees up to his chest and lowered his skull so his forehead rested upon them. For the first time since he was rescued from back there, he just wanted to be alone. Take my sip of Arizona.
My sip of Arizona?
Yeah. Appear, then disappear. Presence in his senses, gone so long, but appeared. The shield hid, but the glitches screamed at error and revealed him. Finally, ink. Appear, then disappear, force through the glitches. Glitches, but the protector would fix. Don't lose him. So close. There. He was there. Nickname acquired, shield, portal detected. Ink vanished through. The shadows hid him, portal closed. Gone. Stolen. Gone. Stolen. Gone. Stolen. Gone. Stolen again. He screamed. Tear, rip, codes apart. Gone. Strings to tear code. Goner AU destroyed. Floating in the white of the anti-void. Analyzing. No portal signature. Portal signature gone. The shadows hid the protector. Relief. Yes, protect him. Hide him from the liars, murderers, watchers, thieves, and anomalies. Fury. Not furry.
Furry!
No, they hid him from him. How dare they keep the protector from him? Unknown location. Ink was stolen from him by the thief. Silver armor, purple cape, helmet. Night? Identity unknown. Location unknown. Analyzing. Conclusion. Locate the thief. Night. Locate Ink. The potential. No. He must be the protector. His role was not confirmed, but he must be. Locate the thief and to locate shield, Ink. Locate the thief to find the protector of creation. It had been so long, searching and waiting. For the first time in ages, eons, forever, he could think. Error was tired of searching and waiting. It was time to hunt.
I can't tell if you're purposely doing the, stuttering, or your thing was just glitching like a madman.
No, I was doing that.
Okay, good. Because I was like, damn, oh my god, you're like, your mic is glitchy.
Someone who used to be here had a really good impression of it. And
oh yeah, someone who used to exist.
Someone who used to exist. Anyway. There was no sunlight in Dreamtale. The multiverse worked in strange ways, often defying normal sciences, so it could be that the sun might not exist there anymore at all. A constant black storm covered the once vibrant land in shadow, stripping the world beneath of color and life. Nightmare passed over the withered and burnt remains of what once was a grassy field, footsteps bringing up puffs of blackened dirt and what may very well be monster dust. Nothing lived in Dreamtale anymore. No monsters, no humans, no one. The world may as well have been obliterated all those hundreds of years ago, when Nightmare was truly born. Only he emerged from the ashes. Him and Dream. Only one identifiable mark remained in Dreamtale. The broken stump of the Tree of Feelings poked out from the decayed, blackened ground. It was just as dead and desolated as the world. Nightmare stood before the broken form of the thing he once guarded. His hands slipped onto his pockets and clenched into fists. "Hello, Mother," Nightmare said softly. "It's been a while." It had been hundreds of years, in fact, more than even that, because Nim had been dead for longer than the tree itself. Nightmare could not recall the dream tale. It was most likely been over 500 years ago when he had left Dream frozen in stone. He held no love for this place. All it and its people had done was hurt him, reject him, and driven him away. Dream was loved and adored. Nightmare was feared and hated. There was nothing for him here but bad memories. As he laid slumped at the base of the tree, eye sockets broken and sight blurred from the tears and blood, Nightmare did not understand. His hateful emotions of the villagers churned around him, sinking into his battered bones like toxic acid and burning him to his core. He was the guardian of negativity, but he writhed under the malignancy of their hate. His body and will weakened further and further as the blows from farm tools and bats and swords rained down. "Why?" he might have pleaded, his voice lost under the shouts and roars of the mob that screamed for his death. He must have been heard because someone answered him. "Haven't you figured it out yet, huh?" A villager sneered down at Nightmare, the pitchfork in their hands dripping with his purple blood. "How did you think we found you? How do you think we know what you plan to do? Did you really think the Guardian of Positivity would not warn us about a monster like you? We would not let you destroy the apples, demon. You die tonight." It wasn't the anniversary. It wasn't their date of creation. Nothing was significant about this day, yet Nightmare felt the urge to visit the world he despised. The world that taught him nothing but betrayal and hate. "I don't know why I'm here. There's nothing of purpose, nothing to see, except dust." Nightmare kicked the ground, sending up a small cloud of it. Bits of dirt struck the destroyed stump and rattled as it trickled back to the ground. Nightmare's mouth curled into a disgusted sneer. "Why am I here? There's nothing for me. More me." Dreamdale was a dead husk of a world. So dead, in fact, that it was unlikely anyone would ever be able to return to it again. It was not obliterating, its codes were not glitched. It was simply unable to sustain life, because of Dream and Nightmare. Their battle had left Dreamtale as a wasteland. Balance could not be maintained when the scale had been destroyed. "I'm always unbalanced," Nightmare said. "Always. No matter how much I do, it's never enough. The balance remains tipped in Dream's favor. Why is it never enough?" Shadows erupted from him and lashed at his surroundings. His tentacles scoured deep gouges into the ground and the decaying tree stump. Nightmare was tempted to tear it into splinters and obliterate another reminder of his past. He did not want to remember the blind, weak fool that had utterly failed. The past had burned and should have been buried forever. He needed to look at the future. Nightmare understood why he was here. "I might have the chance to end this. I have found potential way into the Omega timeline. A potential way into the Omega timeline. Once Core's stronghold is breached, it will be done. The balance will shift in my favor at last. I'll finally defeat Dream." The satisfaction that thought brought was diminished by an image of Ink's hopeful face. It was swiftly followed by horrors, twisted in anger and hurt as he begrudged his boss' orders. Ink would never willingly put others in harm's way, and Horror was an embittered follower because of Ink's misplaced pacifism. Neither of them understood the gift Ink's codes was for them. The eternal struggle between positivity and negativity could finally end in the gang's victory. "I am no longer your guardian," Nightmare told the dead, decaying stump. "I am no longer blinded by the lies of the weak and afraid. I will do what must be done. You can rot away in solitude and be forgotten." The broken tree was long dead, and thus did not answer. Nightmare was glad to turn his back on it and leave it in the dirt and dust. He was right. There was nothing left for him here. Everything he wanted was out in the greater multiverse. He would gladly take it. The terror of the two of his recruits and feral rage of another had him tearing a portal open so violently that it cracked the ground beneath it. He arrived back in the castle to find Horror lunging for Killer with an axe. The pulse of his aura threw Horror off enough that his axe embedded himself in the wall beside Killer's head instead of impacting his skull. Horror immediately pulled the axe free. features twisted into a deranged, feral snarl that Nightmare had not seen in years. Nightmare could not touch Horror, and Ink was nowhere in sight. He did not linger on the healer's absence. "Cross, restrain him," Nightmare commanded. Cross did not hesitate. He lunged for Horror and wrapped his arms around him, successfully pinning one of his arms to his side. It was then that Nightmare noticed that Cross was not wearing his coat for some reason, but that was beside the point. Unfortunately, the restrained arm was not the one wielding the axe, which Horror was determined to put through Killer's skull. His fury lashed around him, churning like a vortex of negativity, but Nightmare did not lose himself to the wave. He did not want any of his recruits dead. "Horror, calm yourself," Nightmare ordered. Horror made a noise that sounded more like a rabid wolf than a skeleton monster. Nightmare tried to drain some of his fury, but it only seemed to become more inflamed. Horror had been angry with him since the aftermath of the incident in Horrortale. His orders had certainly disgusted him, but not enough for him to be so wildly out of control. An uneasy thought came to Nightmare that perhaps Horror had snapped and ended up like Killer in his stages. He pushed such an idea aside and focused his aura on stabilizing Horror. You know better than to attack another recruit like this. What do you think you're doing?" Somehow the question reached Horror enough for him to form words. "Killer," set Ink into obliteration timeline. Nightmare was about to order him to speak at an appropriate volume when exactly what Horror was screaming registered. His rage was so calm and cold that it almost be mistaken for serenity. A single pulse of his aura sent all of his present recruits to their knees, gasping for breath as the air seemed to freeze in their throats. Hawk. Killer's smug smile fell an inch as the first dredges of nervousness trickled into his aura. "I sent Ink to pick up some echo flowers in Goner." Nightmare immediately understood what had happened from that comment alone. He could not believe what he was hearing. "You sent Ink into a glitched world on the verge of complete obliteration as a prank?" Cross interrupted before Killer could speak. "I tried to open a portal to it after Ink came back, but nothing happened. I think it's gone." If Ink was there when it obliterated, he could have been sent into the anti-void, Horror snarled. He was no longer shouting, but his fingers flexed like he wanted to summon another axe, or wrap his hands around Killer's neck. I didn't know it was that glitched, okay?" Killer snapped defensively. "It was just a little trick." "Ink can perceive codes," Horror snapped right back at him. "He can see dust paps. What do you think he saw when you sent him to a dying, glitched AU filled with goners?" Dust made a pained noise. His grief helped cool the remaining anger that clouded Nightmare's mind and allowed him to take a breath. He must be more rational. Killer's smile fell completely. "Okay. I might have messed up. Might have made an oopsie daisy." Horror, who was still being held back by Cross, lashed out with a foot and caught Killer in the knee. There were no sounds of snapping bone, and Killer did not stagger, but he swore painfully. "That's enough." Killer Hunter. Nightmare. Who's Hunter?
Oh my god, he's here
Nightmare.
From Owl House.
Oh my god, it's Hunter. It's the Golden Guard. He checked the castle for Ink's presence. "Where's Ink? He's not in his room." Cross's eyelights dulled with fear. Please tell me he's still in this world. The fact that Ink could open portals to other AUs was remembered by all of the gang, and their rising panic frothed in the air. Nightmare ignored them and cast his senses further out. The gang were the only people in this world. Nightmare made sure of that. While animals could feel fear and other emotions, they did not have the sharp clarity of more coherent species. Nightmare did not end up finding Ink because he was an emotional mess. He found him because of how emotionally numb he was. He did not waste any more time. "I found him. Stay here and do not cause trouble while I'm gone for once in your lives. If anyone is injured when I get back, I will ensure Ink does not heal you. That is not an excuse to stab each other." The gang reacted as expected. Dust found safety in apathy. Horror was ready to ignore Nightmare and go searching anyway. Cross took responsibility despite none of it being his fault, and Killer's anger spiked up as he tried to deny his feelings of guilt. Nightmare left through a portal to get his newest and most troublesome recruit. Ink was curled up at the base of a large oak tree. Its leaves had fallen long ago, leaving the branches bare and empty. Ink was always more aware of the others' presences than most would be. Soon sensed Ink Nightmares approach. Oh my god. Ink's aura shifted from a dull numbness to a pleading desire to be left alone. It became louder and louder in Nightmare's senses until it felt like Ink was screaming, his misery turning into desperation before it abruptly snuffed out. To Nightmare's surprise, Ink lifted his head from his knees and uncurled, rubbing his eyes at his sockets. You're hurt. Nightmare's tentacles stopped moving. I beg your pardon? You have splinters in your tentacles. Ink rose to his feet. Nightmare did not feel any pain, and his body was far too tough to have something as simple as splinters stuck in it. He reconsidered that notion when he remembered that what he had lashed out at. He let his tentacles curl forward, searching for the splinters from the broken tree of feelings, but could not find anything. Once more, Ink set his own emotions aside to help. He gently grasped one of the tentacles that came from Nightmare's lower back and inspected it. Nightmare was surprised again when Ink pulled a small bag from inside his shirt. It hung around his neck on a brown string. I always carry a small first aid kit, Ink explained without Nightmare needing to say anything. I need to get these out. Would you like to sit? I can stand, Nightmare informed him. Ink put his fingers in the tiny bag and pulled out a pair of tweezers. It must work like the pockets of his attire for Ark. Nightmare's tentacles twitched. Ink stopped holding onto it and laid his hand on it instead. To Nightmare's surprise, he felt a slight warmth and it stopped flicking. Again, Ink answered a question he did not voice. It's not standard green magic. I'm syncing my magic to yours to keep you calm. It can also be used to keep a monster's soul stable. My nose is running.
Sniff,
Nightmare
sniff.
knew exactly when Ink had to use that particular technique. I had no idea healing magic was capable of such feats. Some healers mostly rely on positive emotions of the patient in order to use green magic on an injury. It can be difficult because those that are in pain often tend to not be the most trusting. Obviously, I haven't experienced resistance from a patient, so I cannot speak for other healers, but I find it easier to help when the patient is calm. Ink's shrug was rather listless. Then again, Killer says I'm freakish, so maybe it's just me. Nightmare knew that Ink was using the tweezers, even if he could not see it, but he did not feel any pain. The growing amount of small splinters that Ink placed in a vial was in his line of sight, though. He had not even seen Ink bring that out. What kind of tree did you hit? Ink asked. Nightmare considered lying. He immediately rejected the idea. Not only did he have a feeling that he would regret it, but he needed to be a good example for the idiots in his gang who would be tempted to hide injuries. Not that they'd have much luck with Ink around. Nightmare felt rather smug about that. There from the stump of the tree of feelings. Ink did not pause in his work. That sounds unique. It was, Nightmare said curtly. It's dead now. Right. Ink did not ask. Nightmare did not offer. Ink checked the tentacle that hovered over Nightmare's right shoulder and frowned. Be honest, are you in pain? Because there's a chunk of wood almost as big as my thumb in this one. Nightmare blinked in surprise. No, I'm not. He brought his tentacle around and saw the offending shard. He almost reached for it, but Ink shooed his hands away. I have it. Nightmare watched as Ink gently removed the shard of wood. It was a bit of his black goop was on the shard and sharp end, thick and viscous like blood. It was strange to see that because he swore his tentacles were usually hardier but more sensitive than this. Attacks that could cause damage when they hit them were never debilitating, but they'd certainly hurt. It was probably because of that damn tree. Ink placed the shard into a vial and sealed it. Nightmare was about to move back when Ink gently grasped its tentacle again. A gentle warmth flowed around Nightmare's tentacle and he froze. He stared in disbelief as green-tinged magic shimmered around Ink's hands and his tentacle, shifting and rippling like the gentle sway of an ocean's tide. Faster than he could process what was happening, the injury healed before Nightmare's shocked eyes. Ink smiled slightly, satisfied with his work and completely ignorant to the fact that it shouldn't have worked. He raised his head and flinched slightly when he looked in Nightmare's expression. Sorry, I just read chat.
Sorry, I had to take care of something.
Nightmare. He raised his head and flinched slightly when he took in Nightmare's Sorry, my nose is actually just running right now.
Oh
Nightmare
my god.
grasped both of allergies. Nightmare grasped both of Ink's hands, which glowed with green magic once more. He stared at them and let his thumbs brush against his
Uh-huh.
Against the green magic. Against? It did not extinguish or fade at his touch. I'm actually bugging right now. Oh my
It's
god.
okay.
Ink watched him anxiously, but the green magic still did not fade. Boss? Nightmare struggled to regain control of himself, tentacles lashing and features contorted into a look of shock. I did not believe you could heal me. Ink's head tipped slightly, and his aura shifted into genuine confusion. Why wouldn't I be able to? I don't understand why it's not working, brother. Helpless confusion tinged his voice, and his aura helpless confusion tinged his voice and his aura as he let the useless green light fade from around his hands. Please, won't you tell me where you got these injuries? Resentment curled in Nightmare's bones. I told you already, I tripped. Of course, he agreed, like he didn't already know the truth. Nightmare schooled his expression. Thank you, Ink. I appreciate the assistance, but using healing magic on such a minor injury was unnecessary. Ink's eyelights flashed green, and shadows flickered at the edges of his eye sockets. I'm going to do it anyway. Nightmare stared at him. Ink stared right back, a little nervous, but refusing to back down. Nightmare's mouth twitched. Who taught you stubbornness? Ink shrugged. Probably everyone, including you. You said I need to make sure I heal, even if you try to fight me. If Nightmare was less mature, he might mutter that it was not intended to include him. If he was crueler, he might press to make Ink remember his place. However, Nightmare was above such petty things, and still reeling from his first successful healing session. So he merely made a noise that might be acknowledgement. With the minor incident over, Ink's misery crept back. The Goner AU obliterated. I couldn't save any of them. Several pieces clicked neatly into place. Nightmare understood that Ink was not specifically distressed by Killer's trickery, but it also just experienced the demise of another world. While Nightmare was used to such tragedy, Ink wasn't. It left Nightmare in an uncomfortable position. Ink was gentle. The multiverse was cruel. World died, obliterated every day. But it wasn't like Ink could repair their codes. Except Ink could repair codes and perceive codes, and he had been in an obliteration timeline while it was dying. Killer, you stars damned fool. Killer had many malicious bones in his body, but he would not go so far as he'd purposely hurt Ink for a prank. Not like that, especially not when he knew Nightmare would disapprove. Nightmare took a couple of deep breaths and reminded himself that he could not storm back to the castle to shake his recruit by his jacket. That would kill Killer, and then Nightmare could have to deal with the guilt and horror about what he had done. Annoyance of finding another murderer for his gang. Ink's shoulders hunched, and he wrapped his arms around himself. Did Killer know that the Goner AU was dying? That is unlikely, Nightmare said truthfully. Goner has been glitched for longer than he has worked for me. He expected you to be thrown around and experience the unwelcome atmosphere, but nothing so catastrophic. Ink stepped closer, then abruptly tucked himself against Nightmare's side. Nightmare flinched on instinct, still expecting Ink to be harmed by his touch. Then relaxed. He hesitantly put his arm around Ink's shoulder. I lost where I was, sorry. Relax and
like he had been observing.
He had observed horror doing, yes. Air was hold on. I'm just casually dying over here.
Oh no.
Air was there when I left, Ink said in such a quiet voice that Nightmare could hardly hear him above the sounds of branches blowing in the breeze. I don't know if he was there because he sensed the Goner AU was dying, or if he decided to finish it off himself. He quivered, his sorrow and fear seeping into Nightmare like cold water through fabric. Is Horrortale gonna die like that? No, Nightmare said firmly. He released Ink, and after a moment's hesitation, he actually embraced him. Ink was as surprised as Nightmare by the hug, but he soon clung to him like Nightmare held the warmth of a fire instead of a natural chill. Nightmare was starting to suspect he would never understand this odd creature. Who ever sought comfort from the guardian of negativity? His brother did. Horrortale will not fall, Nightmare elaborated. It has not corrupted yet, and it is nowhere close to obliteration. I have full faith in your abilities. We will work on them just like your green magic. I am certain you will be able to repair Horrortale's codes with them. Horror will not lose his mind. world mind.
That too.
Yeah, he won't lose his mind either, guys. Guys, he won't. Look, Daddy Longlegs, we got the votes. Ink rested his chin on Nightmare's chest and looked up at him. Killer tricked me. But the echo flowers really do work like he said. Can we give one to Paprika so he and Horror can talk? Nightmare had never even considered using those unique echo flowers for such a thing. He'd wished Killer thought of it sooner, and not just for a prank. It would have been beneficial to have a way to speak to each other without the risk of being hacked by Psy or other scientists. Of course. How many did you retrieve? 20. That was enough for the gang and Paprika, with several to spare. Perhaps they could alter them in some way to make them more subtle communication devices. Nightmare would have to recruit Dust and perform some tests in the lab. Did the flowers need to be synchronized to magic frequency, or could anyone who had one listen in? You should bring one with you when you go out as S.H.I.E.L.D. When you next go out as S.H.I.E.L.D., Nightmare said slowly. Give one to your guest or friends so you can communicate. Ink's shock morphed into delight and a tentative sense of hope. It irritated Nightmare, but satisfied him all the same. Really? I can talk to Esther? 'Cause S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't really talk. I'll leave that up to you, Nightmare decided. Ink beamed at him, joyful and ignorant to all of Nightmare's motives, even as his grief and misery over Goner's fate remained. Nightmare felt no guilt for the bits of manipulation. The Tree of Feelings was a broken stump, Dreamtale was an empty wasteland, Dream and the Omega timeline were his opposition now, and he would do what he must to bring them down, and end this war. The Tree of Feelings could stay dead. Nightmare was exactly where he needed to be. Taking another sip, and I'm gonna wipe my nose real quick. I don't know why my allergies decided right now, hey, guess what? You can't breathe now.
Yeah, now you can't breathe.
Anyway. It was pitch black out by the time Ink and Nightmare returned to the castle. He evidently sensed that Ink was not ready to return and simply stayed with him in the forest until he asked to go back. Nightmare took them home by opening a portal to the hallway outside of Ink's room. The others must have heard them arrive because they all entered the hallway at once. Ink was caught off guard by the sudden increase of people and stepped closer to Nightmare in order to peek around his tentacles at them. The four instantly stopped in place. Whether it was due to seeing Ink's discomfort or because Nightmare was in the way was unclear. Are any of them hurt? Was Ink's first thought. Why isn't Cross wearing his jacket? Was his second. A quick scan showed that they were all okay. Why did they rush him then? Ink, you may retire to your room. Nightmare's eyelids shivered and reformed into a slit-like shape. The rest of you remain here. Ink expected for Killer to possibly be in trouble. He did not know why the others were. Did he miss something? He hesitated, but Nightmare did not even look at his way. This does not involve you. Go. Ink suspected that it very much did involve him, but he entered his room and shut the door. He leaned against it to see if he could listen in. His close proximity was pointless. Nightmare ordered the rest of his gang to his office. Ink considered following, but his nerves would reveal him to Nightmare. He retreated to his room and saw 2 gray echo flowers that had been placed on his vanity. Ink picked one up and whispered to it. Hello? The other echo flower carried the message. Hello? Ink set them down and sat on the floor so he was hidden from the doorway. He did not want to sleep. Not yet. He lifted his pants leg and traced the charred mark of the gonorrhea U. He could not save it. He did not have time or the skill. He had to be better for Horrortale before Horrortale deteriorated. Now Ink had a sample to work with. He took a vial of wood fragments out of the pouch around his neck. Bits of a black substance covered some of the shards. It wasn't simply blood. It was Nightmare's magic. Ink took out the large shard with a pair of tweezers. He squinted at it, trying to see its codes. The mess of overlapping binary gave him a pounding headache. Ink looked away and took a couple of breaths to get through his nausea. Despite how ill he felt, hope swelled up in his soul. He could see the codes and could feel the difference between the wood. Somebody is using a drill. I don't know if... Can you hear that?
No. You're good.
Okay, good. know why someone's using a drill right now, but they are. Despite how ill he felt, hope swelled in his soul. He could not see the codes and feel the difference between the wood. He could see the codes. I don't know why he couldn't. And feel the difference between the wood. Nightmare's magic and the corruption. Nightmare's magic and the corruption were entangled, but they were distinct. Could he separate them? It was easier said than done. It took hours to get Nightmare's magic off the wood fragments. The biggest pieces was transferred to his own vial. Nightmare insisted it was unimportant, but Ink wasn't very convinced. The sample of Nightmare's magic went into another vial. Not the one from Ink's satchel, but not yet. Wait. Not the one from Ink's satchel. Not yet. There you go. Ink was exhausted in the morning. He was not the only one who had either not slept at all or had not slept well. Horror shuffled around the kitchen, and it took him 3 stairs to recognize that Ink was there. 3 stairs?
Probably, looked, back and forth, between him, and just, did not recognize that he was there.
When I think stairs, I think of somebody just, low-key just staring, looking at you for, a prolonged period of time.
Yeah, it could have been...
Sorry, I was trying to...
Yeah.
I was having a hard time imagining that. Anyway. Ink's hope for future possibilities were dampened in favor of worrying about the present. You're tired. Didn't sleep. Horror grunted, looking at him. Ink doubted that only last night was sleepless for him. He was happy Horror was out of his room this time, but decided to be cautious and stay out of his way. He wasn't as subtle as he wanted to be. He wasn't as subtle as he wanted because he could see noticed. It was hard not to notice that Horror noticed because he started watching Ink more and more as he crept timidly around the room. In fact, Horror was becoming visibly agitated. Horrortated.
Horrortated.
Not a word. The kitchen was unusually so warm and welcoming, but this time it wasn't. It had not been ever since the incident in Horrortale. There was a sharpness to the atmosphere. Horror's movements were sharper too, like everyone was angry, and he was silent, while his steps were so loud. Ink felt his anxiety rising again as he made sure to move to the opposite side of the kitchen whenever Horror came closer. His hands shook so badly he ended up knocking a full carton of eggs off the counter. They splattered to the floor, leaving puddles of yellow and off-white goop on the tile. Ink watched bits of yolk drip onto the floor, and his body locked up. He knew how much Horror cared about food and hated wasting it. Horror was also clearly under a lot of stress lately, and despite Killer's subterfuge and half-truths, his warning about Horror's anger rang in Ink's head. Ink did not move to clean up the mess. He did not move at all. Ink's vision was blurry, but he could see enough to identify the blue and white blur in front of him as Horror. For the first time in a long time, Ink flinched when Horror reached for him. No
He is a hunk.
He is a hunk. Oh my god, I love Horror. Anyway, no comforting hand touched his skull, and Horror visibly pulled back. I'm sorry, Ink blurted, his voice even smaller than usual. He shook his head violently and stepped back, colliding with the counter behind him. I'm sorry. It's okay. Horror's low, calming voice reached Ink through the ringing in his ears. It was an accident. I'm not angry. It's okay. You are angry, though, Ink said because he could see it in the tension of Horror's shoulders, the clench of his jaw, and the angry flexes of his fingers, like he wanted to reach for a weapon. You've been angry for days. I'm sorry. A crease appeared in Horror's brow. I'm not mad at you. You are. Ink let slip, even as the frightened part of him begged him to stop speaking. You've been avoiding me since Horrortale. You don't like that I can alter two codes. Horror's confusion dropped away into distress. Oh, Ink. It's okay, Ink assured him, and was proud that his voice remained steady. I can, stop training the codes around you. And we don't have to cook together anymore, so I don't waste food, and Horror stepped forward and swept him up in a tight hug. The eggs were an accident. It was upsetting, but I'm not angry at you for it. And I know I've been distant lately, but I'm not upset with you. I'm sorry that I made you think I was. To be honest, I'm pissed at the boss. His left eyelight burned a brighter red, but that's between me and him. Oh, Ink said lamely. He felt rather foolish for his and naive for his reaction now. He should have known it was not about him, but he could not help but think of some of the worst scenarios. Logically, he knew Horror and Cross and the others cared about him, but there was always the possibility that he'd do something to upset them and they'd stop. Horror sighed quietly and lifted Ink up to his skull and was tucked under his chin. It was a little disconcerting to be lifted off the ground, but Ink found comfort in the hold all the same. Plus, it seemed to be comforting Horror.
He loves his emotional support baby. That's his baby. Everyone says that Nightmare is the dad figure in For the Forgotten Ones. No! No, that's Horror's baby. That is Horror's baby. Everyone else is his brother, but Horror is his baby. I mean, not his baby. Ink is Horror's baby.
The little.
It's his baby, dude. That's his son.
We're not going to abandon you, Ink.
That's his baby!
Ink flinched. Anyway, Ink flinched at the blunt declaration, but Horror kept speaking. Not because you can repair codes, not because you dropped eggs, not because we became annoyed, angry, or bored. We care about you, and we want you around. Sometimes we get frustrated, upset, or isolate ourselves, but that's normal. That doesn't mean the end of the world, and it doesn't mean we're going to take it out on you. It most likely isn't something you did, okay? Ink supposed he should know that, but Ink supposed he should know that, but it was still nice to have some confirmation. Okay. He leaned against Horror and closed his eye sockets. I know I haven't made much progress, but I really am trying to help Horrortale. It won't end up like the Goner AU. That's not why. Horror cut himself off with an exhausted sigh. I believe you can do it. Ink spoke in a whisper that had Horror leaning as close as he could hear. I have some of Nightmare's magic to study. I can see the corruption in its codes. Horror's posture was stiff as he set Ink down. His voice was low as well. Do not tell the boss what you're doing. I'm afraid any corruption in him will try to hurt you. I'll be careful, Ink promised. Or I'll try to be. I'm still trying to understand safety things and code things. He grabbed some towels and started to clean up the mess of egg yolks and shells. Horror helped, but his movements now had an angry but trying not to look angry aggression to them. Killer shouldn't have sent you to that godforsaken world. Horror growled. It was supposed to be a prank, Ink said as he tried not to think of the scattered codes of people and glitching black water fading into a white abyss. Though this version of a prank seems kind of destructive. It doesn't have to be. Horror smiled. Horror's smile had a sharp edge to it. Let me give you a couple ideas. Ink's worries faded more as everyone showed up for breakfast, except for Nightmare, but that wasn't so unusual. They were having omelets, toasts, and mugs of hot cocoa today. Dust and Paps arrived first. Ink waved at them both and received a tired wave from Dust, and an enthusiastic one from Paps. Killer slunk in a minute later, stared at the tabletop, not acknowledging anyone. Horror insisted on delivering the meal to the boss today, and returned soon after. Cross stumbled into the room, yawning loudly. Ink looked at Cross and did a double take. His jacket was different. It was just a couple alterations. A black X-like design on the shoulders of both white sleeves. The large white X-slash was now black. Along the bottom hem of the white jacket were simple black cross stitches. It was a little things, but the decals broke up the white in his outfit. Dust caught sight of changes and perked up. Wait a minute. That's why you were in your room all day? I thought you were moping. Shut up, Paps. I was not. It looks nice, Horror rumbled. Cross smiled, was almost shy. His eye lights caught Ink's. I wanted to change. Cross had noticed that Ink had trouble looking at him while recounting his past back there. He decided to do something about that. Ink slowly felt his earlier fears that he'd done something wrong fading away. Killer's fork landed on his plate with a loud clatter. For a second, Ink thought he was going to shove the food away and leave. Instead, he clenched his teeth and looked at Ink with steady, leaking eye sockets. I'm sorry, okay? Killer snapped. I didn't mean to send you to a dying world. The dining room became eerily quiet. Holy shit, miracles do exist, Dust whispered. Cross must have kicked him under the table because he released a small ow. Killer was still glaring at Ink, but he could see the guilt he hid behind his anger. Ink exhaled slowly and managed a wry smile. I looked up pranks and learned that retaliation is required. You won't see it coming. Killer's anger-covered guilt turned into surprise, then something softer and more genuine. I look forward to it. Then he took a swig from his mug. Killer spluttered and spit the sip he just took across the table on poor Dust. Whoops. Ink was about to check on him when he remembered what Horror told him to do. Ah, you got pranked! Ink jumped onto Horror's jacket and got on his knees on the chair. Horror leaned in so Ink could speak quietly to him. Did I do it right? Horror smiled, was smug. Yep. Killer made a disgusted sound. Across his eyes, eyed Killer's mug warily. What did you do? Horror helped me replace the milk hot chocolate with white hot chocolate, Ink said brightly. We used food coloring to get the color right. Dust looked scandalized. That's just evil. Ink smiled, fell. Is it? No, that was me being dramatic, Dust said hastily. His eyelights flickered to Horror and a small smile flashed across his face. So that's how you're getting around boss's orders to not attack Killer again. Horror attacked Killer? Ink and them both, but they were unharmed. Please don't attack each other because of me. That is the last thing I want. No promises, Horror said. His smile was uncomfortably pleasant as he stared Killer down. Killer grumbled begrudgingly and took another sip. His face twisted with disgust. So sweet! I can feel it coating my tongue. Ugh! Suffer, Horror said with such a fake sweetness that Cross shivered and scooted his chair a little further away from his. And when you're done, you get to help me wash the dishes. And then you are going to clean the storage closet like Bloss ordered. He put down his empty mug of hot chocolate, the milk chocolate kind. You're not in too much trouble with the boss, right? Killer stared at him in disbelief. I can't tell if you're pissed or not. What the fuck? Language, Cross said snidely, then paused and dramatically tapped his chin. Oh wait, that was Dust. Let it go, Dust begged. Cross pretended to think about it. No. Ink chuckled and rose from his seat with his plate in his hand. He started to gather the other empty plates along the table, but he picked up the table.
He's so strong!
Along the table. But left the mugs that were still full. Dust cheerfully drank his hot cocoa, while Killer scowled at his and stubbornly sipped it. You're not doing dishes today, Ink, Horror reminded him. I could still help clean up, Ink retorted. Dust placed his mug on the stack of plates Ink held, then put his plate on top. Don't drop these. You're the one that's fallen on his face twice, Ink said blandly. Dust gasped and clutched at his chest. Ouch! Okay, who taught Ink sass? Wait, no, I take credit. You can't take credit for Ink learning curse words, Cross offered sarcastically. You can take credit. Oh my god, I can't read.
You can take credit.
Can take credit for Ink learning curse words, Cross offered sarcastically. No, that was definitely Killer. Shush, Babs, Dust grumbled. Then I say that. The plate slipped from Ink's fingers and shattered on the floor. The gang fell silent. They all turned towards him,
no.
their shock and amusement turning into alarm as Ink swayed. Horror sent his chair flying back with another crash as he dashed over to Ink. Ink leaned on him to steady himself. He tried to figure out what was wrong. He felt a horrible burning sensation on his bones where Horrortale's codes lay. A second later, the chain he had gifted to Horrortale's Toriel broke, then swiftly followed by the one from Paprika.
Oh, I get this chapter.
So suddenly that Cross brandished his knife at him. He recognized their boss in time and stammered an apology. Nightmare spotted Ink but hung back when he saw how close he was to Horror. What happened? When Ink did not respond, Nightmare's voice became harsher as his tentacles flicked with stress. Ink? Ink clung to Horror's arm and looked up at him, the eyelights extinguished and empty. There's a corruption outbreak in Horrortale.
Yes! I get this chapter! Yeah!
It's no fair!
Yes! You get the fun one, though. Where...
This one was fun. This was silly. I liked how silly this one was.
I think this one's split into two anyways.
Get ruined.
Yup. You just don't trust for the Forgotten Ones. If you ever think it's happy, It's a little too happy. Something's about to happen.
You ever think it's happy? It's not happy. Only momentary.
Rubbing my hands together, chat. I'm excited. Okay.
Evilly rubbing my hands together.
Interconnecting prisms. Wonder what that means. That's foreshadowing, by the way. Okay. It was too soon. Ink was nowhere near ready to repair the glitches in Horrortale's codes, but there was no more time to try to prepare him. Horrortale was experiencing a corruption outbreak now. Dust dropped Ink off outside of his room using a shortcut and vanished into his own. Ink ran inside and used his magic to yank his arc attire and gear into place. They're like kind of like they're superheroes, like having to like throw it on. Tiki, spots on! Tiki, arc on! Okay. He headed out almost as soon as he entered, double-checking the pockets to make sure he had the supplies he might need. Cross blocked him at the door. Ink, listen to me. I know you're gonna try your hardest to repair Horrortale's codes, but it might not happen. Promise me that you won't overexert yourself. If your soul starts to hurt or you feel like you're going to pass out, you stop. He hesitated only for a moment before speaking harshly. If you are incapacitated, it will make things harder for the rest of us. Ink nodded morsely. That was one of the lessons a lot of his medical texts emphasized. You will not use green magic arc. Cross startled and whirled around defensively as Nightmare spoke up from right behind him. He put away his knife and muttered an apology. Ink was silent. Nightmare's eyelight shimmered and narrowed into a dangerous slit-like shape. If you do, you will regret it. Cross glared at their boss, but Ink remained silent. If they need a healer, I will act as one. Nightmare certainly sensed his stubbornness, and his slight fear about what his boss may do if he disobeyed him again. It was not going to stop Ink, and they both knew it. For the first time in a long time, he wondered if he'd finally end up in the dungeon, or back there. Horror exited his room with 2 axes on his back, and another in his hands. Killer emerged as well. He created several knives as he walked and put them up his sleeves. It's gonna be bad, Cross continued rapidly. Brace yourself. Try not to look at the codes too closely, and focus on getting civilians out of danger. Remember, the empty corrupted are not living things. They are manifestations of glitched codes that only seek to corrupt and destroy like a virus. They don't even give any LV or EXP, Killer complained. Cross grimaced. Think of it like cutting off bits of infected bone to stop the spread from killing the body. The description might be nauseating to some, but as a healer, Ink got his meaning. I understand. The burning sensation on his bones increased. We need to go. The corrupted are in the ruins and snowed in. Cross looked alarmed. Can you sense their exact locations? No, not yet. Toriel and Paprika both broke their chains. The corrupted are emerging from the ruins, though. Cross began to nod, only to pause. How do you know where they're originally... Focus on Snowden, Nightmare ordered. There are more monsters there. We need to stop the corruption from spreading between them. Stay together. It's likely too glitched to use shortcuts. You may be lost in between if you try. Killer made a face while Dust nodded grimly. Nightmare opened a portal. Ink stepped through to Horrortale with the others, and the sense of corruption slammed into him like he'd hit a burning wall. If they had peered a few feet back, he could have because Snowden was on fire. I don't know if that's a full sentence. Terrified monsters from the ruins of Snowden fled past or into Grillaby's, some choosing to risk the open road rather than the blocked but dangerous zone that could very well be overrun. A circle of flames surrounded the building, parting only to let more monsters inside. Any shadows that tried to pursue them were burnt to cinders. Ink had seen Toriel's first stages of corruption. He had witnessed the shattered horrors that were once the residents of the Goner AU. The sight of the corrupted codes of Horrortale were nowhere near as sickening as errors, but every part of Ink's being screamed a warning of wrong. Some corrupted manifested as environmental hazards within a world, like glitching shortcuts or places where one wrong step would send the unlikely walker into the void. Other corrupted glitches, most commonly known as the Empty Corrupted, manifested as copied forms of one of the AU's natives. Horrortale had both. Glitching figures that resembled the falling humans, Kara and Frisk, staggered through the underground. To most monsters, they appeared to be made of blue and red glitching light, but Ink could see the distorted codes that created them. He could also see that they had no faces, except for their wide smile filled with razor-sharp teeth that looked more like they belonged in a meat grinder than a mouth. Their fingers ended in fleshy sharp points, like the ends of Nightmare's tentacles. It only took a glance at the glitch codes for Ink to identify their source. It was as though the codes from a genocide timeline Frisk-Horror hybrid had accidentally been brought over to Horrortale, and then tried to force a reset. But since Frisk was long gone from this underground, and Horrortale was not meant to reset that far, the reset completely failed. The misplaced codes malfunctioned, and the corrupted manifested into visible forms, and the corruption kept on spreading. Ink watched in horror as one of the corrupted stabbed a fleeing Whimsum with their unnaturally sharp fingers. Within seconds, the poor monster's bodies and coats twisted, glitching as they morphed into the human-like shapes of the others. The Whimsum's soul momentarily hovered in the mass of blue and red glitches, flickering and cracking as their HP rapidly depleted. With a final glitch, their soul shattered like broken glass and disintegrated, leaving only the corrupted codes. Ink could not tell which corrupted were former monsters, and which were simply the glitch's duplicates. Their forms disintegrated like mist. Ink was reminded... Oh wait, I completely skipped something. Okay, once the monster's soul was consumed by the virus, they were dead, and there were no differences to be found. There was no one to heal or save. Black tentacles lashed out, leaving a trail of darkness in their wake as they tore through several corrupted. Their forms disintegrated like mist. Ink was reminded of the dying sketches of people and flinched. He firmly reminded himself that the corrupted were not human. Humans, monsters, alive, or conscious in any way. Stay close to Cross, Nightmare commanded. Ink recognized that order was for him, and obeyed. No more words were spoken as the gang leapt into action. A pulse of negativity from Nightmare momentarily cleared the area around the safe zone long enough for the gang to take up positions. Ink spread his magic further, hiding it within Grillaby's flames and creating another physical barrier to hold back any corrupted that tried to get in, where many of the residents of Snowdin and the ruins were hiding. He did not want to find out if these corrupted could glitch through walls. Then it began. As knives, axes, bone attacks, and shadowy monsters lunged forward, Ink's black magic hung close to the gang, snapping up into the air to defend them in the forms of chains and their liquid shield. While the native monsters often struggled to take down the corrupted in multiple hits, it took only a single blow from the members of the gang to erase them. Dust and Horror focused on the nearest corrupted, while Cross and Killer's blasters cleared swaths of corrupted further out, with Nightmare drawing on the local monster sphere to tear through the corrupted that weren't in view. Ink focused on blocking and redirection, spreading his magic out and using his chains to coil the corrupted into isolated groups so that Nightmare could destroy them. Nightmare's tentacles flicked in surprise as he realized what Ink was doing, but he did not waste time to speak about it. The corrupted soon stopped trying to get to the terrified monsters of Horrortale and turned their attention to the gang that was picking away at their numbers. Ink had never been in an all-out battle like this before, but he instantly knew something was off. It did not take him long to realize that the corrupted were ignoring him completely. They only tended to attack the ones whose codes they had a chance of glitching and replacing. Not that they could overtake Nightmare or Killer. Their corrupted types were incompatible with this one. Those two were targeted to take out something that kept depleting the corrupted swarm. Ink's theory was proven to be fact when he flung himself between Dust and a corrupted. It jolted to the side and avoided him like his mere presence burned it. Ink snatched the glitch up with his chains and hesitated. The glitch codes of the corruption burned in his sights, flickering and warped. Error reset failed, world timeline type, progression, incomplete timeline command denied. And it's just the same stuff. World type, neutral, yada yada. The corrupted held no soul, self-awareness, or sentience. They were empty manifestations. I gotta get distracted. They were empty manifestations of glitch codes that took on the vague shapes of humans, this time due to an error. The corrupted was a virus in the literal sense. Ink could heal the infection. He pushed green magic into his chains. A gentle glow covered the human-like form, and when it faded, the corrupted was gone. Good job, Ark, Dust praised. Now there's only several hundred more to go. I don't think there's that many, Cross grunted. He slashed the air with a purple knife. A ripple of purple energy roared from the blade and tore through another swarm. Ink spotted Snowdrake being pursued relentlessly by a glitch. The monster was a second too late to react before the Snowdrake was stabbed in the back of the head by twisted claws. Ink instinctively cloaked Snowdrake's soul with green magic, trying to sink to flurrying snow and comedy, hope for laughter. and icy puns to hold off the drain. Dark tentacles tore through the glitched body and the dying soul shattered. An empty feeling tore through Ink's own soul as the connection snapped. His shocked, hollow expression was hidden by his mask, but Nightmare sensed the anguish that ripped through him. "Don't waste energy," Nightmare commanded. He was already gone. "I could have saved him," Ink wanted to scream. "His soul was still—" "Don't argue with me, Ark," Nightmare said darkly. Ink had been with the gang long enough to recognize a tone that threatened violence. He blatantly realized he had not tried to use green magic out in the open. He had tried to use green magic out in the open against Nightmare's hope that Nightmare's aggression was due to stress, and not because Ink dared to try to heal someone. He tearfully repaired another corrupted, causing the massive glitch codes to gently dissipate. As they faded, Ink was struck by another surge of rawness that indicated another corrupted swarm had emerged. The gang was fighting the physical manifestation, but it was the glitch that was the source of the problem. In order to stop the spread of corruption, the source had to be repaired. But where was it? The ruins? No, that was where they were coming from, but the repair point wasn't in there. Ink glanced at Cross and saw some of the tension in his shoulders had eased. It was true that the army of corrupted around them was slowly depleting, allowing them to once again see bits of Snowdin's ruined streets. But the fight was far from over. It hit Ink that the others did not know about the new surge. Ink forced himself to shout as loudly as he could, "More incoming!" His voice was still not very loud, but it was loud enough. The gang's confusion turned to alarm as a new horde of corrupted appeared in Snowdin's streets. The glitches covered the snow and filled the air, floating eerily with their glitching feet hanging below them, and their grins wide and ghastly as they stared down at the gang. More and more appeared, looking like a giant wave tearing through the town, until almost all of the white of Snowdin became glitching blue and red. For a moment, the horde stayed in place, letting their numbers fill Snowdin. Then, a large group of corrupted swarmed Nightmare, forcing him backwards. Ink felt a familiar distortion in the air and called out another warning. "Boss, there's a shortcut!" Nightmare stepped back and vanished. It took a moment for Ink to realize that even though Nightmare could not use normal shortcuts like many Sanses, what happened to Ink himself and Goner had just happened to their boss. The glitching and confused codes of Horrortale had recognized a Sans, so he'd been sent through the shortcut. Nightmare could be anywhere in the underground now, or he might not be in the underground at all, but in the void in between. As Dust's bones stabbed through 10 corrupted and Killer's blasters tore apart another 20, Ink desperately waited for Nightmare to reappear. He didn't. The corrupted crept closer to the shortcut. Whether to enter it to try to glitch it further, Ink could not say, nor could he allow it to happen. Copying Nightmare's technique, Ink gathered as much of his own magic as he could, feeling it strain in his soul, and released it. The nearest corrupted did not rip apart like they did when attacked by the other gang members. They simply faded away, giving the gang a moment to breathe. Dust stared at the empty space he had just been ready to stab, and gaped at Ink in shock. "Did you just—" "Boss!" Dust's question was interrupted by Cross's shout. Ink could feel even more corrupted coming, but the lull was enough for the other gang members to react to the sudden disappearance of their leader. Cross swore loudly, and dashed into the shortcut after Nightmare before anyone could stop him. Ink made to go after them, only for Horror to grab onto his arm. Ink yanked his arm free. "If Nightmare is trapped, I'm the only one that can grab him." Horror's confusion turned to fear. "Ark, there's no time!" Ink snapped. He wrapped one of his chains around Horror's arm, keeping the other end attached to his own, and stepped into the glitching shortcut. The world went dark. The sudden silence assaulted his hearing, making it feel like the atmosphere of an entire world was trying to stuff itself into his skull. The only reason Ink did not panic was because nothing else reminded him of back there. He was so grateful that the black background was black. Unlike the anti-void, the void, or the abyss, or the in-between, as it was sometimes called, felt peaceful to Ink. Bits of acid green and sunrise gold tinted code floated in lines in the black background, scrolling horizontally so far down and up that they went out of sight. Ink observed them curiously, only to realize that anyone who could not perceive codes would be unable to see the codes at all. From their point of view, they'd be floating in a black abyss. No wonder it was called that by those who knew of it. Ink sensed something in the void that was not meant to be there and immediately dove. He could not say if he was floating, falling, or flying. He simply shot downward until he spotted a speck of white. He was right to fear for Cross and Nightmare. Cross could not grab their boss, though he seemed to be considering it as he struggled to reach out for him. Twice, Cross tried to summon a blaster to float on, but twice he failed. His magic torn away like a sharp wind had ripped it from him. Nightmare was not moving much as he fell. Even his tentacles were still. His visible eye socket was squeezed shut, and Ink could see him quivering with strain. He's trying not to release a negativity pulse in here, Ink realized. It could destabilize Horrortale even more. Ink did not understand how Cross and Nightmare were falling when he could do whatever he was doing. He dove after them, diving so far and so fast that he felt the chain snap. Ink made a mental note to apologize to Horror for whatever panic that would likely cause. He caught Cross first, then lashed onto Nightmare's hand. Nightmare flinched, eye socket snapping open, and cyan eyelight shrunken with terror as he thought Cross had touched him. He spotted Ink and opened his mouth to shout, but no sound came out from him. The two were far from weightless, but Ink carried them both easily as he searched for a way out. Ink felt a dangerous twist in the codes around them. He followed his instincts and flung Nightmare and Cross to the side ahead of him. A ripple went through the codes and opened up, revealing the entrance to the ruins. The two were thrown through the opening as Ink dove after them. He caught another glimpse of familiar magic, Killer, and lashed out at him with the chain, sending him out of a different shortcut. The image of the Grand Ruins door rippled before Ink could reach it. Ink did not appear with Nightmare and Cross. He appeared by the border with Waterfall. Thankfully, he did not land in any cold water this time. The impact of the snow was jarring enough on its own. Ink pushed himself up and touched his mask. It was unlikely that it would crack from such an impact, but it was a relief to feel the piece was still whole. Ink felt the corrupted in the distance and forced himself to his feet. He had to get back to the others and let them know everyone was still all right. "You! Our trash bag!" Ink jumped, startled by the unexpected voice, then looked down to see Horrortale's Flowey. Flowey scowled up at him, but there was a nervous edge to his glare, like it was merely a tough front. "I despise your kind, but you helped that stupid old lady when she was corrupting. You need to leave Horrortale. Now! Where is Toriel?" Did I say that right? Horrortale? Okay. Horrortale, Toriel rhymed. It freaked me out. Okay. "Where is Toriel?" Ink asked urgently. "I helped her to Snowdon. She's fine." Flowey's singular eye darted around nervously. "You have to leave." Ink shook his head. "Who needs to be evacuated?" "No one! Now, get back to your stupid game!" Flowey pleaded. "The Queen is after you." Ink halted so suddenly, his foot almost slipped on some ice. He caught himself and stared at Flowey, who flinched at the glare of his owl mask. Ink's nervous expression was safely hidden. "Why does Queen Undying want me?" Ink asked. Again, his mask hid the anxious tone of his voice, alternating it to a ghostly hiss. Flowey flinched slightly, but did not flee. "I think someone told her you're close to Horror. It was not me. I don't know what she wants with you, but it can't be good." Ink did not want to find out. He set the problem aside for now. "She's at the castle, right? I'm not going that way anyway." To reinforce his point, Ink started to run back to Snowdon. The state of Horrortale was so questionable that he did not want to risk using a portal to get out and return. He needed to get back to the others, or to Killer, Horror, and Dust, at the very least. Cross and Nightmare were likely back by the ruins. Wait, hadn't Ink seen Killer in the abyss and tossed him out? Yes, he had. So he could be anywhere in the underground. Ink thought of the gray communication echo flowers he had just retrieved and cursed himself for not insisting that they be brought on this mission. "Wait!" Flowey cried after him. He vanished into the ground and appeared by the road in front of Ink. "There are royal guards hanging around." "They're fighting the corrupted?" Ink asked hopefully. He did his best to sense any magic while also keeping an eye on the corrupteds he could feel in Snowdon's center. Flowey seemed uncertain. "I don't know. They tend to act without—" Ink caught a nearby feeling of rawness. It was not one of corruption, but injury. He raced into the fog, ignoring Flowey's panic exclamation as he stumbled upon a limp form laying in the snow. Horror's brother was laid out by the river. The fog was too dense for Ink to clearly see him, but he could sense the wound on his chest. Ink had felt Paprika... No spoilers, guys! Ink had felt Paprika break his chain, but he foolishly assumed it was due to the corrupted. Like Toriel's. He should have insisted they went right back to Paprika. He should have checked him sooner. Focus. Prioritize. "Keep watch for trouble," Ink ordered Flowey. He knelt beside the patient and scanned him. It was not as bad as Horror. The wound was not as deep, and as it initially appeared. The slash mark was too wide to have been made by the claws of the corrupted, and if it had been made from a corrupted, Paprika would be dead. In fact, it looked like the wound had been made by a large blade of a sword. Ink kept that in the back of his mind as he coaxed out his green magic. It was much easier than it had been with Horror. The sight of a gash and bone was nothing new. and Paprika's HP had stabilized on its own without him needing to synchronize his magic to his soul. Ink did not think about corrupted Snowdrake, Nightmare's future reaction, or the fact that he was healing Horror's brother, who Horror loved so dearly, and who loved him so much in return, and who Horror would be devastated if he lost. Ink saw a patient and helped. The wound closed, leaving only a tear on the front of Paprika's armor. He stirred weakly and cracked his eye sockets open. He caught sight of Ink and gasped quietly. Ark. It's all right, Ink soothed him. You're all right. I healed you. I'm sorry it took so long to reach you. Paprika's breathing was uneven. Ink anxiously checked him again, terrified that he had done something wrong, but quickly identified that the reason was emotional, not physical. Corrupted showed up, Paprika said shakily. Tried to warn them. I'm not doing the British. I'm not doing it. I tried for like 2 seconds. I'm not doing it. I can't
British
do it.
Rosa.
Tried to warn them. Should have been more careful. I should have been more careful. An ugly feeling twisted at Ink's middle, making him nauseous. The gang's here to help fight off the corrupted. We can get back to them if you... No! Stay away from them! Flowey's scream came from behind Ink. He spun and rose all in one smooth motion, stepping between Paprika and the large shadow that emerged from the dense fog. It was one of the royal guards. Ink was not sure where his partner was. Ink heard Paprika try to rise behind him, and a bit back a plea for him to stay down. The royal guard's sword was clear of blood, but he could have very well washed it off in the snow or the river. Whether or not he had been the one to attack Paprika, the guard did not look aggressive now. He seemed uncomfortable. You're a healer, the royal guard said faintly. Oh. Valley gasped and vanished into the ground. Behind Ink, Paprika gave a low whimper. Ink tried to turn on to him, only to feel a dull pain in the back of his skull. Everything went black. Don't ever turn your back on someone, guys. Like, this is rule number 1. Mm-hmm. Don't ever turn your back. Ugh. Okay. The darkness around Nightmare receded, halting the sensation of falling that he experienced it, and he managed to catch himself on snowy ground that abruptly appeared in front of him. Cross was not so lucky, as he smacked into the door of the ruins, sliding down and landing hard with a loud swear. Both of them lay there for a moment, staring at each other in stunned disbelief as they tried to understand what just had happened. Cross recovered first, leaping to his feet. Ink! Nightmare frantically searched the snowy area for Ink, but there were no signs of him. He cast his senses outward, and relief washed over him as he recognized a familiar, anxious presence near the border between Snowdon and Waterfall. He's all right. Cross released a shaky breath. We better get going, then. One moment, Nightmare interjected. His gaze locked onto the doors of the ruins. Any monsters that could get out to Snowdon had already gotten out, leaving only the empty glitches of the corrupted inside. He forced the door open and raised his hand. Cross realized what he was doing, and hastily retreated. The blast of negativity magic was nothing new to Nightmare. He often used it to create negativity imprints on positivity aligned worlds. Usually, he set the imprint and let it seep into the air itself. This time, his power flowed freely, blocked only by caverns and walls as it killed every corrupted that formed in the ruins. Should he block it, though? Negativity was his. Horror was his. Horrortale was his. And this world was already so negative, so what was the problem with making it a little more? Horror's hurt and betrayed expression emerged from Nightmare's memory, searing into his mind so thoroughly that it burned. Nightmare slammed the ruined doors shut and sealed it like a tomb. No more disgustingly empty glitches formed to destroy Horrortale's populace. Horror's world was not healed, but the corruption was as contained as it could be. It would be safe for now. Cross stepped closer to Nightmare, staring at him with a conflicted expression. Whatever he had been going to say was interrupted as a wave of terror from Horror and dust washed over Nightmare. It was so powerful that their presence screamed the reason for their fear. A cold feeling settled in Nightmare's soul that had nothing to do with Snowdon's natural chill. What are y'all saying? What the fuck? I'm Texan. I am the opposite of British. I am like the most southerner person you will meet. Guys, I have a Texas accent. I can't believe you lied. You're British? I am not. I'm southerner. Y'all. What are y'all talking about?
That's what the all secret British say.
That they're Texan?
Oh yeah.
I can't
all
be
the British people think the South is America.
I can't be British. My
America.
girlfriend hates the British. My girlfriend is Irish.
I know, that's why I haven't told her yet. It's okay, Rosa.
You cannot make jokes about the UK into her. She's... People in Ireland really do not like them, Beetle. I don't think you understand.
They really hate the British.
She has no British friends, which is kind of funny. I don't blame her. I don't have them either. No, I would never.
To.
Beetle said you were British.
I would never.
You've been lying to your girlfriend, Rosa? I would never do that. I would never lie to scratch you. I would never. Promise, guys. Sometimes Horror was forced to agree that the game suffered from varying levels of sheer recklessness. Cross was the most prone. Next in line was absolutely Nightmare, despite how in control their boss pretended to be. After that was Killer, who Horror was tempted to smack upside the head when they next met. Once the chain snapped, Killer had gone into the shortcut like Cross. Dumbass. And yet all of them had been worried about Ink recklessly placing himself in danger to help someone. Meanwhile, Ink was the only one that had a lick of sense and thought of leaving a way back, even if it failed. Horror asked himself how the youngest and newest member of the gang ended up being one of the more sensible of them, as he stood back to back with Dust, completely surrounded by Corrupted. Ink was not present, but the shield he had set up around Grillaby's remained, holding off a majority of the swarm from getting inside the bar most of the surviving residents had taken refuge in. Horror recognized the balls of fire magic as Toriel's, and his soul swelled with relief that she, at least, was still alive. Even with Nightmare's absence, the Corrupted focused on the two remaining gang members, seeing them as the greatest obstacle to reaching the others. Hold on. Okay. Horror could not complain, even if he was growing tired. He already lost a lot. He did not want to lose his home. Please let someone have knocked out Papyrus and dragged him into the bar. Please let him be safe inside. Knowing his brother, it was a naive wish, but Horror could still hope. Getting a little tired here, Horror, Dust panted. 3 of his blasters tore through another throng of Corrupted. 2 of the magic attacks immediately faded as he used up more magic. The space the Corrupted had been destroyed in were instantly filled in once more. Strangely enough, the glitches went further back than before. Horror was too exhausted to check too closely, but as someone asked, he swore they weren't stepping into the area Ink had cleared earlier. Maybe Ink's optimism was rubbing off on him. It was definitely optimism, and not reality. A Corrupted dodged past Horror's bone attack and lunged, snapping at his face with its sharp teeth. He cleaved at it in two with his axe, and cursed as he felt the weapon break. The head and handle were thrown into the chests of 2 more Corrupted, which exploded into fading glitches. Horror grabbed his last axe and grimaced. Dust gave a laugh that sounded more like Killer's than his own. It'd be great if you showed up right now, boss! Snow exploded into the air. Horror's hopes that Ink was safe were dashed when he saw green tendrils, not black. Vines wrapped around groups of Corrupted and squeezed them until they disintegrated. After their red and blue glitches faded away, a golden flower nervously poked his head out of the ground. Dust growled and Flowey flinched. What do you want, Flowey? Horror demanded tersely. Flowey quailed under the weight of the stare but did not flee. Where's your boss? Somewhere, Horror said curtly. Oh, for the love of— Listen to me! Flowey shouted, face warping into that of Azrael as tears of frustration formed in his eyes. Undying took Papyrus and your healer! He's not— Horror's deflection morphed into a look of pure terror. Air next to him disordered with darkness, but Nightmare did not appear. The glitches were so bad that he could not portal right to them, even with Horror's terror acting as a beacon. Papyrus tried to warn the royal guards about the Corrupted, but they attacked him, Valley explained rapidly. Ark tried to help and they knocked him out. I followed them and they grabbed Killer too when he popped out of one of your stupid shortcuts. They're at the castle. Azrael's eyes filled with tears. Please, you have to believe me. I know I've given you no reason to, but Ark saved Mom and I— We'll save them, Horror interrupted. His voice sounded cold and distant even to himself. Find Cross and Nightmare. Tell them what happened. Valley nodded sharply and vanished into the ground. The roads were still clear of Corrupted. Horror felt a familiar darkness from the ruins and realized Nightmare must have done something. He pounded on the door to Grillaby's. Grillaby himself opened it, features alight with gratitude. Horror had no time for pleasantries. Boss is taking care of it. Stay here until we give the all clear. Grillaby nodded sharply and shut the door. Dust prowled back and forth, gaze darting about as the streets remained clear. It's gonna take us hours to get there. Horror's gaze locked onto the area by Grillaby's. Not if we take a shortcut. Dust stared at him incredulously. Hey, buddy, in case you forgot, everyone else just proved why that's a bad idea. We're not stepping into the glitch, Horror said. We're using the real shortcut. Specifically you. You're the best at it. Dust eyed the shortcut nervously. Not really. I didn't really even try to teach Ink. He sounded like he was arguing, but they both knew they did not have another choice. Tuesday, Rosa. Leave me alone. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to read this all for you guys. Not if they wanted to reach Undyne's castle in time. Aura put his hand on Dust's shoulder, peeking up briefly at the empty air behind him, where he now knew Dust's own paps floated. Panic tore through his soul at the thought of losing his own brother, but he somehow kept it off of his face. We have to risk it, Aura said firmly. You can do this. Dust peered at Paps and gritted his teeth. He grabbed Hora's hand. Together, they stepped into the shortcut. Whatever Ink was laying on was hard and cold. Ugh, points of pain radiated from his hip, his shoulder, his neck, and his skull, the last of which throbbed terribly. Ink tried to reach up and feel his head, only to realize his hands were bound at the wrists in front of his body. Memory rushed back to him and his eye sockets snapped open. Thankfully, his mask remained on, hiding his expression and allowing him to briefly observe his surroundings. He was in what must be the throne room in Horrortale. The gang had been fighting corrupted and Horrortale snowed in until they were separated. Ink found Paprika, who had been hurt, and the Royal Guard's partner had knocked him unconscious. Fortunately, skeleton monsters were not built like humans, or he would be in trouble for being knocked out for so long. Also, fortunately, he could feel that the corrupted had been contained. Nightmares work? Unfortunately, Ink had bigger things to worry about than a possible head injury. Queen Undyne sat atop her throne, her spear held in one of her hands and her lip curled into a sneer as she glared down at Paprika. The golden flowers that had once filled the throne room were long dead, leaving it colorless and dull. Hora's brother was on his knees, hands bound in front of him, and with 2 royal guard swords to his throat. To the left of the throne, bound in so many chains that Ink could hardly see the blue of his coat, was Killer. Ink focused on him instantly, alarmed by the ragged gasps that were Killer's breathing, and the thick dribbles of black liquid that dripped from his eyes, nasal cavities, and mouth. The armored royal guard beside him had their spear pointed at the back of his skull. Ink had no doubt that he also had a weapon directed at him. Undyne had not realized he was conscious yet. Her eye moved from Paprika as Killer gave a wet-sounding cough. You like that, huh? Determination suppressant. Alphys made it after the last human bride abandoned us, before Sans murdered her. Killer gave another rattling cough. His skull lulled slightly, seemingly out of pain, but Ink saw the subtle shake of his head. He knew Ink was awake. Ink miserably forced his magic not to reach out to heal. Sans did not kill Alphys, Paprika said quietly. Are you okay? Beetle?
Oh no, I was confused when she said she killed Alphys because she did it. He didn't.
I know, she's just being a bitch.
And then my question was answered.
Yeah. He just put a bone attack through her skull and lobotomized her, Undyne snarled. Yes, Paprika said steadily, but Sans did not kill her. The arm of the throne creaked ominously as Undyne's hand clenched around it. You might as well have. Damn it, you're still so naive, Papyrus. You don't even know your brother's working for a gang of murderers, do you? Paprika's jaw clenched. I am aware that he is working for Nightmare Undyne, just like these guards are working for you. It hurts me that Sans has to go to such lengths to help us. The unlike you was not said. It did not need to be. Ink forced his body to remain limp and not flinch as Undyne struck Paprika. His magic immediately identified the loss of a tooth as Paprika slumped over, only to be yanked back up by one of the guards. Killer began to twitch, laughing softly to himself as more and more blackness leaked from his eyes and mouth. Undyne ignored him as she sneered at Paprika. You betrayed the Royal Guard. You abandoned me. I was never part of the Royal Guard, Paprika said steadily. I was your friend, until it became your punching bag. Why did the music decide to also quiet down again?
The music knew shit was getting serious.
No, because you were playing something.
What? No, I'm not.
What is this? It's just a random song just started playing.
I'm not. I don't even have Spotify open.
I don't know what this is then.
Maybe my old music. Oh, wait. I actually put my headset back in its case, so maybe I did something by accident. and it like played the music or something. What song is it?
It was some like random I don't even know.
Classical?
Yeah.
Was it classical? I was listening to that earlier.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
I was listening to sad classical music earlier.
This freaked me out. Okay.
My bad.
Queen Undyne was silent. For a moment, Ink hoped she saw regret on her face. Then it was gone. Ark is awake. Bring him to me. Ink did not have time to react before he was grabbed by the two armored guards that stood over him. Paprika's blank mask cracked, revealing his unease as the two large night guards kept their weapons to his throat. Ink's own guards towered over him as they grabbed his arms, forcing him to stand before the queen. Queen Undyne's face was expressionless as she stared down at him, but her level of violence flickered in the edge of Ink's vision. It was far from the highest Ink had seen, but while the gain was a statement of fact, hers felt like a warning. Did you know there's a bounty to bring you in alive? The question sounded pleasant and almost controversial. Not controversial, conversational.
Conversational?
Yeah, controversial. Problematic.
Controversial.
It did not match the icy look in her eyes. The Omega timeline is very interested in capturing you. Ink did not know that. He remained silent, even as a chill went up his spine. Killer spoke up, laughing, despite it causing another stream of dark liquid to trickle down his chin. So you're dealing with the Omega timeline too, huh? Because Corfish sure came running to help when Horrortale was starving. That was sarcasm, by the way. Undying acted as though Killer had not spoken. Let's have a look at you, Ark. She rose from her throne and pointed her spear at Paprika's neck, as the royal guard stepped back slightly. Take off the mask, or I take off his head. Ink reached up only to freeze as Paprika grunted in pain. He felt the blade against his own back, but was more concerned by Paprika's predicament than his own. Really? Undying growled. You're gonna agree that easily? Yeah, right, you can't trick me. I'm not, Ink said steadily. Undying watched him as he carefully removed his owl mask, keeping it in his hand so she did not think he was trying something if he tried to attach it to his belt. Drop it, Undying commanded. Ink dropped the mask. It hit the stone floor with a metallic clank. Afraid to move too quickly, Ink slowly raised his head and met Undying's stare. Summon your soul, Queen Undying demanded. Mindful of the swords pointing at Paprika's neck, Ink did as she commanded without covering it with his black magic. Several complex expressions flashed across Undying's face. Rage, confusion, shock, and finally disbelief. Your LV is 1? Ink had not even noticed her checking him. He read his own check and was relieved to see that although his LV was exposed, it still read Ark, and the rest of the categories were blurred. He's a healer, Undying. Ink looked at Paprika, eye sockets going wide with hurt until he realized that Paprika did not say it to expose him, but to help him. The royal guard that stood over Killer caught sight of Ink's betrayed expression and shifted in place. His stiff posture screamed his discomfort. Ink recognized the one that had approached him and Paprika at the border, presumably before his partner attacked Paprika again and knocked Ink out. He had seen Ink heal. Why hadn't the guard mentioned it to his queen? What? The gang kidnap one or something? Undying's tone was mocking, but there was a bit of doubt there. She lowered her spear, pointing it at Paprika's arm. Prove it. A slash of the weapon sent a cry of pain from Paprika. Killer tried to lunge forward, but slumped over on the ground, retching. Ink reacted to the injuries on instinct, reaching out with his bound hands and summoning his green magic. Undying watched with a blank expression as Ink carefully healed the slice she had left on Paprika's arm. She did not notice the small blob of magic that had slipped to Killer. Once Undying saw Ink was successful, her expression twisted again, contorting with her rage. Ink put together what was happening. Ink had been told about a supposed threat from the Omega timeline and wanted to prove herself and her own righteousness by capturing it, but instead of finding some great threat, she found a healer with a level of violence of 1. Instead of finding a terrible enemy she could defeat, she found a pacifist that happened to be a friend of Sand she despised. Normally, Ink would try to talk her through her problems like he did with Flowey. However, normally, Horror's brother and Killer were not being menaced by weapons. Ink did not know what happened with Undying and Horror, but he suspected that Undying was so vital that anything she did not want to hear would be responded to with violence. It would be best to figure out a way out of this without antagonizing her further. Killer did not get that message. and laughed in her face. Would you look at that? You decided to attack the healer for revenge. What an honorable and shining beak of justice you are. Undyne sneered at him with open disgust. You're one to talk. From where he lay, Killer cocked his head jauntily and winked at her. I don't pretend to be a good person. Undyne turned to him, teeth bared in a snarl. Talk back to me again and I'll make you regret it. Oh, I'm so scared. Killer mocked, even as another stream of toxic determination dripped down his chin. It made him look unhinged. Undyne's features darkened. Her eye locked onto Ink, who was still being held by the two guards. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Healer or not, forced to work with him or not, the gang are evil. You don't understand what kind of monster horror is. The innocents he has destroyed. You're the only one attacking an innocent right now, Killer growled. It might not have been so shocking, if not for how he altered his voice. If Ink was not looking at him, he might have believed it was Horror who had spoken. Undyne's expression went blank. Stop talking. Killer sneered at her. Make me. Undyne said nothing. She stepped up in front of Ink, still staring at Killer from where he was chained and guarded by the wall. Her arm flickered out, spear in hand, but it did not fly forward like everyone expected. The tip slashed across Ink's throat. There was a moment of stunned silence. Killer, Paprika, and the royal guard stared in shock as black blood blossomed on Ink's neck. Ink himself felt no pain at first. His confusion overrode any other signals, as his mind tried and failed to make sense of what happened. Instead, it denied the truth, felt a vague sense of disappointment that the reinforcements on his collar did absolutely nothing, and wondered how and why he had upset Killer this time. Reality set in a moment later, as warmth trickled down his front. I warned you, Undyne said levelly. She waved her hand, and the two giant guards holding Ink released him, letting him fall to the ground. At the base of the throne, Ink shuddered briefly, still too stunned to do more than shake as pain laced through his neck. Paprika screamed, straining against the guard's holds as he tried desperately to get to Ink. The anguished sound jolted Ink out of his shock, and he pressed his hands to his neck, trying to keep calm. The wound was not too deep, having avoided completely severing his airway, but Ink resisted the instinct to cough, knowing it would only cause further strain. Killer's breathing was ragged, and more black liquid poured from his eye sockets than usual. Ink could sense the corruption flickering through his codes. Was he about to go to stage 3 again? One of the royal guards walked up to Killer and jabbed a syringe in his neck. Killer shuddered briefly and went limp, but his smile widened. Only Ink could hear his fervent whispers. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. One of the guards that had been holding Ink was shoved away as the guard from the border pushed between them. He yanked off his gauntlet and gently put his hand where Ink's were, helping to slow the flow of blood. What are you doing? Undyne asked, voice cold with apathy. You need him alive, my queen, the guard said tightly. Undyne had no mercy for any of them. He'll be fine. Go on, healer. Heal yourself so I can do it again. Ink had no choice but to obey. The slash was not too deep that it would be fatal, but any attempts to talk caused black blood to bubble out of his mouth. Killer's ragged breathing became quiet laughter. Undyne did not try to hide her disgust. Your teammate is bleeding, and you're laughing. Typical. Killer kept on laughing. His smile was so wide it looked like it would hurt. His teeth were drenched in black, and his empty sockets were huge and unblinking. As Ink carefully continued to heal his throat, he felt familiar magic approaching and relaxed. Unfortunately, he was not the only one to realize who was coming. Undyne's cold expression shifted into a brief look of alarm before she glared once again. She loomed over at Ink and grabbed him. For a second, it felt like the guard tried to hold on to him, but he stopped resisting his queen. Knowing she would take any excuse to claim he was preparing an attack, Ink raised his bound hands away from his throat and kept them still as Undyne dragged him up by the back of his neck. He coughed, spitting up a bit of black blood, and her lip curled in disgust. She shoved him onto his knees before the throne, with his back to her, and put her spear between his shoulder blades. Ink calculated the angle, realized that if he was run through, the attack would go straight through his soul. The doors to the throne room were disintegrated in a blaster's brilliant light. Horror stormed into the hall with dust at his side, 5 blasters hovering in the air behind them. Undyne's eye closed halfway, giving her a facade of calm, but Ink could feel her tension. Sans, or should I call you Horror while you're at work? Where's your boss? Cleaning up your mess like usual? Horror snarled. Like Killer had sounded like Horror earlier, now Horror almost sounded like Killer, 1 second away from stabbing everything in sight, and absolutely livid. Let them go, Undyne. Queen Undying laughed. It was an off-kiltered, merciless sound. Oh, that's adorable. You care about your little pet. Ink was distracted from the healing process as the tip of the spear pressed in between his shoulder blades. Horror glanced at him, and his eyelights blazed as he spotted the blood on Ink's front. He could not quite hide the disgust in his expression. Oh, you're such a hypocrite, Undying roared without waiting for a verbal response. How many have you killed? How many lives have you ruined? That's what your new boss is all about, right? Gathering power, spreading misery. The spear pressed just a little harder against Ink's back, and he could not stop a flinch. Horror's anger faltered, replaced by fear. Don't. Ink did not know what to do or how to reason with Undying. She did not care about the corrupted that rampaged through her land. She'd let Horrortale die for her revenge. She would not have the opportunity to enjoy it. Don't do this, Horror pleaded. Undying's smile held nothing but ruthless malice. Her grip shifted on the spear. Undying, no! Ink saw himself try to shield his body with his magic, only for the spear to pierce through. He saw the spear go straight through his back, out his chest, and stab him through the soul. He saw Undying dispel the weapon and let his body crumble, only for a nightmare to appear at his side and catch him. There was no time for goodbyes or last words. Ink saw his body crumble in Nightmare's arms, his dust staining his sleeves. The sound Nightmare made was unlike anything he had heard from his boss, but he had once heard something similar from himself. It was the sound of a soul that was utterly broken. Unlike Ink, Nightmare did not fall to despair. He fell to rage, his codes warping as he was completely consumed by his corruption. The blast of negativity turned anyone who was not a member of the gang to dust, including Queen Undying and Horror's brother. Horror shattered, laughing and screaming as he watched those he sought to protect die. The negativity from the gang was so great that Nightmare's aura spread out further, swallowing Horrortale whole. Only the gang emerged from the calamity. They might as well have died there as well. He saw Killer laughing maniacally as he hunted down Red. He saw Horror's axe embedded in Blue's chest. He saw Cross smile jaggedly, eyelights glowing purple as a particular obscured rectangular of purple magic flickered by his hand, and he made Corphus disintegrate in a blaster's purple light. He saw Nightmare kill Dream with a single blow, his golden apple soul shattering before his body dusted. He watched the gang fall one by one as they clashed with error until only Nightmare remained. Corrupted destruction and negativity collided. The multiverse finally died with them. All of the visions took less than a second. Ink knew they weren't concepts created by his terrified mind. They were imprints in the air and lines attaching to the code. If Ink died here, they would be fate. It would be the end. Not just for Ink, but everything. If Ink died like this, Nightmare would corrupt. He and the gang would go on to destroy almost everything in the multiverse, themselves included. And Nightmare and Error would finish the rest as they fell. Ink was still trying to heal his throat, and could not shout a warning to the others or reason with Undying. His shield would not hold up against the pure intent to kill that was in her magic weapon. No codes hovered around him to help him escape her grasp. His green magic would not work fast enough to starve off the fatal blow. Nightmare would not arrive in time, and the others were locked in a standoff by Undying's threats, still believing that she would not go so far. They were hesitant to attack because they cared. They wanted Ink to live. If Ink died here, the gang would die, the Star Sands would die, the multiverse would die. Ink could not let that happen. He had to protect the gang, the stars, Horrortale, everyone. Desperate, Ink reached out with everything he had and silently cried out for help. Someone answered. I'm here. Ink released a shaky gasp. Dust eyelights flicked towards him, fading to a terrified white, not knowing about the sense of peace that chased away the fear in Ink's soul. It was the other, the one that stopped the white light from destroying Ink's soul, the one that had tried to talk to him in the golden, misty world. He had returned. Ink recognized the voice now. It was stronger than his, less raspy, older, wiser. It was his own voice, but it was not him. It was an altered reflection through the mirror. Your multiverse is going to die. Ink knew that. He saw. Instead of memories flashing before him as he faced death, the future showed itself to him. You saw a script. Many things are scripted, but not all scripts are set in stone. There are always choices. There are always more paths than one. Ink did not understand what all that meant. He just knew that he could not let everyone die. We won't. I will lend you my strength. We'll protect them. It's going to be okay. Ink felt echoes of strain in his soul, and he had to stop himself from nodding. There was no fear, only a quiet acceptance. Do what you have to. Tear apart my soul. Orange-tinged shock, blue-tinged sorrow, an amalgam of colors that painted their utter rejection of Ink's desperate offer curled through Ink's consciousness like a warm hand on his cheek. I told you we would protect your soul, young one. I have no intention of taking it or your life. Your soul will be fine, though I'm not sure how this will affect you. You're not ready to use this much power. For the first time, the confident presence sounded a bit less certain. Ink could feel his soul pulsing. He could see it, too, flickering in front of his chest like a frightened candle struggling to survive a strong wind. Paprika was being held down by 2 guards, bruises on his face as he struggled to break free. Killer was limp, half-closed eye sockets leaking a vicious black liquid as he failed to push himself up. Dust was locked in place, a bone attack clutched in his hands as he tried not to look desperate. Horror had his hand raised in a way that could precede an attack or surrender, his teeth clenched so tightly that his jaw trembled. Ink was not sure how much time had passed. He could not recall what had been said. All he knew was that he needed to act, now. I don't care what happens to me. Help me protect them. The other hesitated. His concern for Ink's safety flowed through him as gentle cyans and soft golds. All you ever did was make our lives hell, Queen Undyne roared at Horror, here and everywhere else in the multiverse. So this is justice. This is karmatic retribution. Don't do this, Horror pleaded. Undyne's smile held nothing but ruthless malice. Her grip shifted on the spear. Undyne, no! The decision was made. Codes flickered in the air, and a warm presence enveloped Ink's soul. For the briefest moment, the cracked white surface changed into a shimmering prism of colors. Don't worry, Ink. We will protect them. Together. Ink felt a sharp pain in his back. The tip of the spear emerged from Ink's chest and pierced through his soul. Dun-dun-dun! Dun-dun-dun!
Dun-dun!
Ink is literally God. It is literally God, oh my god. Okay, guys, we're gonna continue. Aren't we excited? Let me get a drink of water.
Yes, drink your water. Hydrate.
I hope my roommates just came home, so I really hope they don't wonder why I'm I'm dying. No.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Talking about it. Okay, let's do this.
Anxiously eating potato chips.
Time seemed to freeze as Nightmare and Cross appeared in the throne room of Horrortale's castle. The hush that fell over the monsters within seemed to linger in the air, cloying and numbing like a poison as it slowly drained them of life. Nightmare caught sight of what was waiting for them and halted in place, too shocked to move. For a heartbeat, the only emotion he sensed was Undyne's flash of regret. It faded quickly, and she dispelled the spear in Ink's chest. Nightmare lunged forward on instinct, reaching out, and caught Ink before he could fall onto the cold stone floor. He held him close, tentacles curling forward as though to shield him from further harm. The air disoriented, and an unfamiliar gaster opened its jaws. Paprika screamed alongside the violent shrieking light of his blaster, his howls echoing in the shocked silence of the halls as it was fired upon the queen. Undyne stumbled back, thrown off by the attack but not killed. Before the Gain could go after her, Paprika lunged with 2 sharp bone attacks in his hands. Nightmare caught onto his grief and guilt, but did not twist it into a mind-consuming rage. Paprika did not need or want his strength as years of abuse, torment, and loss exploded into a whirlwind of sorrow. Undyne did not stand and fight him. She shouted for her guards and fled with Paprika giving chase, because she's a fucking coward. This version of Undyne, not all Undynes. Nightmare did not care about her. The rest of the gang did not either, though Horror agonized about not immediately pursuing his brother. He, like Nightmare, seemed to understand Paprika needed to do this on his own. The gang ran to Nightmare, gathering around as close as they dared as their fear became a storm around him. Ink's eye sockets were closed. His blood dripped down onto Nightmare's legs and became a steadily growing puddle on the cold stone floor. Ink must be unconscious because Nightmare could not sense anything from him, but he was not dusting. Ink wasn't dusting. There was still time. Find Dream. Nightmare tried to rise. Pause. This hasn't happened.
Pausing.
Slight spoiler. This hasn't happened. But I always do wonder what would have happened if Nightmare just ran to Dream.
Yeah.
What would have happened?
Oh, that would be so interesting. Oh my god.
What would have happened if he ran to Dream and was like, help? And of course, whatever happens still happens, but differently because Dream's also there. I always wonder that. That's his first thought to find Dream. I just always wonder.
Wait, that makes
Nightmare.
me sad.
Yeah, I know. I always think about that and how that would have gone. The slightest bit of change. Nightmare tried to rise, only for a cracking sound to freeze him once again. He looked. See, he only stopped, like he was about to. I just wonder.
Mhm.
I just wonder what would have happened. He looked
Mhm.
down, clinging to ink, as though that would try to make him stay, only to be faced with the sight of Ink's soul. Undyne's spear had pierced right through it, leaving another visible gash, but it did not crumble away or shatter. Dark liquid bubbled out from the cracks and gouges in the soul, not harshly like a boiling spring, but gently like a small, burbling stream. If not for the color, Nightmare would think it was healing magic. But, boss? Dust stammered, his horror lashing out at Nightmare's senses. Did he think Nightmare was doing this? The pure black liquid covered Ink's soul and hardened. Then light rippled across it as it shimmered into flickering colors, like a rainbow reflected in water. Ink's eye sockets opened. His right eyelight glowed a familiar green. His left gleamed with prismatic colors that matched his colors,
Oh.
covering his soul. The graying eyelight was unfocused as it moved with the other, but the shifting one was very aware as it zeroed in on Nightmare's face. Nightmare watched in stunned silence as the eyelight turned into a yellow star, a cyan moon, and finally a silver diamond. Ink's not alone. Nightmare could not explain the unease that haunted him at that thought. Like he did with all potential threats, he checked them. Name, Ink. Nicknamed Shield Arc Arcana. Original Universe Blanktail. Medic, Healer. 3.8. Level 1. Abilities Green Magic, Black Magic, Code. Data Inaccessible. Check. More important than he understands. A dedicated healer. Called out for help. Won't let anyone die. A separate check hovered beside Ink's like two entities were being checked at once instead of one. Name, data blocked. Original universe, data blocked. Role, protector of creation, data illegible. It's rude to look without asking. Height, 3.8 feet. I always have to point that out.
Swear to.
Check answered the call. Far from home. You remind him of his grumpy uncle. Won't let anyone die. Boss? Cross's voice trembled as he viewed the check, too. Nightmare was vaguely aware of Killer's grief turning into a reverent sense of anticipation. Flashes of his thoughts brushed against Nightmare's senses as Killer waited for Ink, injured, afraid, and acting on pure instinct, to attack at last. Nightmare did not have the time to react before Blank pulled himself out of his arms. The bindings around his wrist had vanished. He rose to his feet, exposing the extent of the damage done to Ink's chest, but did not seem to be hindered by any pain. The green right eye light glowed more brightly, flickering with shadows, and Nightmare saw green light deep inside the wound. Killer's anticipation that Ink and Blank would finally turn to violence turned to doubt. Blank flicked his hand and a corrupted appeared in front of him. Dust gave a shout, brandishing a knife, but faltered as Blank put his hand to the corrupted's chest area. The glitch disintegrated at the touch. Blank lifted his hand up to his face, and Nightmare saw flickering numbers between his fingers. Codes. He immediately knew they were codes. Blank had pulled the codes from the corrupted, made them visible, and he was holding them. Whatever Blank saw made him beam with delight, their left eyelight turning into a golden sun. Their black smiles stretched wide, reminding Nightmare of the eerie, sharp-toothed grins of Flowey. Yet, unlike with Flowey's, this grin did not feel malicious at all. It felt delighted and almost playful. Blank let the codes float above his head as they shimmered with the same light that covered Ink's soul. A pulse of energy rippled out. Nightmare flinched, throwing up his arms to defend himself, but the magic passed harmlessly over him. The empty presence of the corrupted within Horrortale faded away from Nightmare's senses. Blank looked to him, opened his mouth, and coughed. A thick splatter of black blood dripped down their chin. Horror lurched forward, grasping their shoulder. "Let me see," he begged. Ink often had a youthful sense of wonder to his expression, and Blank was no different. He looked absolutely awed by Horror, staring up at him with such happiness. "It's good to see you safe." That Nightmare felt nauseous, Blank noticed. He gently patted Horror's chest and nudged him away. They turned their skull towards the entrance to the throne room, or perhaps something beyond. For the first time, Nightmare felt their distress, doubled because there were two monsters instead of one. Blank tried to speak, only to cough up more blood. Horror was not the only one to flinch. The fearful reaction triggered Nightmare's instinct like a survival mode. "The creature may be using Ink's body, but Blank is not him," his mind whispered. "He cannot be trusted. He is too powerful. He can manipulate codes." Nightmare knew this entity could destroy him with a single flare of his magic. He had to destroy Ink first. Nightmare did not have time to blink before the Gain was somewhere else. He only had a moment to realize that they were back at his castle before Blink approached him. Nightmare was still kneeling on the ground, a vulnerable position. He tensed, tentacles sharpening, as he braced for an attack. He should have known better. There was a brief flare of hurt and confusion for them both, but Blink swayed to easily avoid Nightmare's tentacles and tucked himself up against his side. One hand latched fearlessly onto a tentacle, and they snuggled close to him. It was such an Ink thing to do that the Gain relaxed. Ink was there, but there was also something else. Someone else. Well, that answered that question, Cross said faintly. He gripped the collar of his coat with both hands. Ink? You okay? Blank peeked over at him with one green eyelight and one yellow. The left one shimmered, taking on the colors of a sunrise. Cross hesitantly waved. He let go of Nightmare's tentacle and waved back, but the motion was minimal and sluggish. A small hand latched onto Nightmare's, trembling. They were in pain. Why did you bring us back here? Nightmare tried to make the demand harsh, but it came out too softly. Mismatched green and yellow eyelights looked up to him. Their trust curled around them, but it was not painful to Nightmare. Their contentment to be near the Guardian and negativity was startling. Whoever Blank was, they also knew Nightmare and trusted him completely. They tried to speak, but could only cough. They released Nightmare's hand, and their hands moved, but Nightmare did not recognize the signs they were using. Nightmare felt helpless. He despised it. I don't understand. Blank looked disappointed. He patted at his neck, making a motion like he was reaching for something that wasn't there, and his weary frustration flared up. Blank's blue teardrop left eyelight and sad aura reinforced his distress. His right eyelight remained a steady green hue. Dust spoke up. His voice was low, raspy croak. You can isolate the corruption, but you can't repair the codes of Horrortale's world. The core of Horrortale's world. Blank beamed at him, happy he understood, but sadly shook his head. He kept sighing. I don't actually know what you're saying. Oh my god, you can hear my voice giving out. We're almost done, though. Almost done with my part. I don't actually know what you're saying, Dust said awkwardly. I just guessed. Blank frowned. Thick, strange black magic that was like Ink's but wasn't shimmered in the air in front of them and shifted into 2 keys and 2 locks. Oh my god. I coughed once and now my voice is completely gone. Okay.
No. Don't die.
I can finish it. It's just Jesus Christ. You cough once and it ruins it. The hues changed, leaving 1 green key and lock and 1 prismatic key and lock. The shapes of the keys were different, implying the locking mechanisms were different as well. Nightmare still did not understand what he was trying to convey. Dust did not try to translate. I know I just skipped, I think a couple things, but it's okay. Is Ink okay? Cross asked. Aspiration leaked into his aura and voice. Blank nodded firmly. He gestured at the green right eyelight, then to his chest. His soul still shimmered with a rainbow of colors, while his sternum still had a green glow within it. Nightmare could see the gleam of healing magic out of his back, too. He cut off that line of thought before he could think about why it was there. Horror's relief was diminished by his nausea. Ink's healing himself? Blank nodded again. He silently tucked himself into Nightmare's side again and went silent. Not completely still. Nightmare could feel him breathing. Blank and Ink did not need to verbalize that they needed to be left alone in order for them to focus. The gang all knew how long it took Ink to heal Horror. They knew it would not be that simple for Ink to heal himself. The clock on Ink's glove kept ticking as several long and agonizing hours passed. Get off the fucking floor, guys! Come on! Pick him up! What are you doing? Okay. At first, Killer filled the silence as he explained what had happened in the throne room, igniting feelings of helpless rage in all the gang as they heard what Queen Undyne had done to Ink and Paprika. Why are we not focusing on what she did to Killer? We're we don't care about that! We care about the baby!
Yeah, he's alive.
But that anger soon burnt out into fear and misery. Ink and maybe Blank started making soft noises 2 hours in. Nightmare tried not to flinch every time they whimpered or their breathing stuttered. They clung to Nightmare, and he could not bear the thought of pushing them away, even though he expected them to dust at any moment. Plenty of monsters had died at Nightmare's hand, but none of his recruits had died in his arms. He prayed Ink would not be the first. 3 hours in, Nightmare ordered Cross to check on Paprika. He took one look at Horror and went through a portal while Dust grabbed Ink's owl mask off the ground and held onto it, almost hugging it to himself. A few minutes later, Cross returned and reported that Paprika and Toriel were safe. Queen Undyne and her guards were being held in Snowdin. Good. That meant Nightmare could deal with her himself. Horror's relief did not last long. About 4 hours in, Ink began to cry in pain more audibly, and his eye sockets stayed closed longer than they were open. His pain leaked into his emotional field, and panic ripped Nightmare. Healing magic was a complex process. So many atmospheric... why can't I speak? Elements could not disrupt it. Nightmare cursed his selfishness, foolishness. He could be hurting Ink, like he always hurt the ones who touched him. Horror, take him. Horror was at his side in an instant. Nightmare let Horror be the one to move, keeping his tentacles locked in place as his subordinate carefully maneuvered Ink and set him in his own lap. Ink's eye sockets opened just enough for them to see green and dull blue eye lights. Horror took out a monster candy, but Ink's eye sockets slipped closed before he could try to get him to eat it. Horror held the monster candy uselessly, but Ink's face and his breathing grew audible, his fear permeating the air. Dust huddled in the corner, so silent and still that he was not even interacting with Paps as he rocked in place. Even Killer was quiet, scratching angrily at the streams of black below his eye sockets. Then go get a fucking towel, dude.
Wet wipe?
Like, come on, dude. Okay, yeah, go get a wet wipe. Cross abruptly got up and fled the room, unable to bear it. Nightmare's soul burned with guilt. He could not hold on to Ink, so he passed that burden on to Horror. Nightmare struggled with that realization, angry with himself for his cowardice, only for that anger to miserably fall apart as he stared at his quiet, injured new recruit. Ink looked so small as he was held by Horror. He was so still. Was he still breathing? Had he fallen down? It was a miracle, or most likely because of Blank, that he had survived getting stabbed like that. What if that miracle ran out? Nightmare frantically caged his fear deep inside, unwilling to let it out to harm those around him, and focus on how he relished taking Undyne apart. 4 hours and 17 minutes in, Ink's eye sockets opened. His eyelights were the normal green circle and pale blue teardrop. The distress noise he made sent stabs of physical pain through Nightmare's soul. Ink, eat this to replenish some HP. Horror pleaded, calling his name in a desperate bid to get his attention in time. I can't get into your pockets of magic food, kiddo, please. Can you unlock them for me, please? Ink did not look at him. He reached out, eyelights unfocused, and green magic surrounding his hand. The magic wobbled towards Killer, who swore loudly and grabbed Ink's wrist, keeping it away from him. No! Killer yanked the monster candy from Horror's hand and ate it. There, I'm good, see? Heal yourself, you fucking idiot! Killer's voice audibly cracked. Ink blinked at him lethargically as his left eyelight shifted into a question mark, then a serene green diamond. His expression shifted into a determined look that Nightmare knew was not just Ink, but also Blank, and they nodded sharply. They hung to Horror's coat and shut their eye sockets, quivering as sweat beaded on their brow. Nightmare kept his aura under control. Are you injured, Killer? Killer avoided his gaze. Undyne had her guards pump a bunch of DT suppressants into me, he muttered. Ink used his magic to get most of it out. Apparently some was still there. Nightmare could not sense it, but he was no medic. He could see how sluggish Killer was acting, though. In hindsight, it also explained why he had not torn Undyne to shreds when given the chance. Cross stumbled back in again 5.5 hours since they returned to the castle, wearing his guard clothes. He stopped by the door and simply sat down, staring into space as his guilt churned around him. Nightmare realized he had been searching for a healer only to come up empty. It did not matter. They would be unable to help. Even if they could, many of them would let Ink die to punish the gang. Dream went. The wait continued. It took 7 hours. Other than Cross's brief departures, none of the gang left. Not to get fresh clothes, not to eat, not to sleep. They all stayed in the entrance hall of the castle and watched Ink. They all sat or paced or stood there for 7 hours, waiting for him to die. Somehow, by some miracle, Ink refused to. Ink and Blank released a gentle, steady breath, and their mismatched eye sockets slipped closed. A hand reached out blindly, and Cross, who was the closest other than Horror, held on to it. The prismatic glow around his soul faded away, revealing a white soul that was even more damaged than before. Horror held him close, eye sockets forced open and filled with tears as he whispered pleas into the silent air. Ink's body did not dust. His soul did not shatter. 2 green eyelights, the right a soft circle, the left a bright green hue caught in the shape of a diamond, glowed briefly. The left one flashed a prismatic array of colors before both faded to white. Ink looked up at Horror with half-closed eye sockets and spoke, voice so soft and ragged that they could barely hear him. Why did one... Okay. Are Paprika and Horrortale safe? Horror began to cry. His violent, gut-wrenching sobs are as painful to hear as it was for Nightmare to feel. He denied his own rush of emotions and focused on calming down the members of the gang, mediating their lingering anguish and fear so it did not consume them and cause any panic. Horror held Ink close, rocking him slightly, and Dust hurried in to put a hand on Ink's back, not convinced that he was healed. "They're okay," Cross managed to say in Horror's steed. "Undyne's been captured. The corrupted in Horrortale are gone, for now at least, because of you and your friend." Ink blinked lethargically and hummed. The sound was weak and exhausted. "Prism, he should have a nickname too." His voice was as strained as his breathing, so hoarse and raspy that it was nearly inaudible. Nightmare could tell he was straining himself in order to speak at all. Nightmare thought of the beautiful colors that Prism had summoned. He purposely did not think of how those colors had to hold Ink's soul together long enough for him to heal himself. He supposed the name was fitting. "Sure," Cross said faintly, sounding as emotionally drained as Nightmare felt. "Why not?" "You have a lot of explaining to do, Ink," Dust demanded, but his voice was watery as he blinked back tears. "Not now," Horror interrupted. "Ink, how's your HP?" It took over a minute for Ink to even respond to the question. They could all see it because of the ticking clock on Ink's glove. After several more attempts to make him answer, Ink simply shrugged. The motion was listless, like he barely had the energy. He didn't have the energy. Nightmare could not imagine what it must be like to not only do whatever the hell he and Blank or Prism did to temporarily clear the corruption, plus healing himself for 7 hours straight. It should be impossible. It would have been, if not for Prism and for Ink's own stubborn will to live. Ink had healed his physical injuries, but he was not well. He could barely move and raise his head, and he huddled against Horror as though he was desperate for warmth. The strain of what he had gone through left a toll that Nightmare could only pray it would pass. It took several more minutes for Ink to understand that Horror was asking for some magic food from one of his pouches, and their request was only understood because Cross lied and said he needed it. It took even more time for Horror to convince Ink that he was the one who needed the magic quiche, not Cross. Ink barely managed a mouthful before he threw it back up, and then some. The bile was mostly black. Was it blood? Nightmare grimaced at the sight, a slither of fear curling in his gut as he understood that although Ink was conscious, he was not unscathed. Horror was unfazed. His apparent calm was mostly real, and he expertly hid any of his worries from Ink. Magical protection. Paprika had it a couple of times. "Mine did too," Dust mentioned, trying for a light tone and failing utterly as his voice shook. "Let's get you into some fresh clothes, okay?" Ink mumbled something unintelligible, then made a small distress noise that caused them all to free. His pale white eyelids were glazed as he looked at Horror. "Paprika?" "He's okay," Horror reassured him again. He gently scooped Ink up and glanced around the room. "I'll try to get him to rest. If he asks for you, you are showing up." Killer bristled, and Nightmare rankled at the demand, but acknowledged it with a nod. As Horror and Cross left with Ink, and were followed rapidly by Dust, Nightmare spoke softly to Killer. "Find the one who told Undyne about Ark. They may also be leaking information to the Mega Timeline. Keep them alive for questioning." Nightmare recalled another important detail of what happened in Horrortale. Take care of other loose ends. Killer nodded curtly. "You got it, boss." He silently stepped through Nightmare's portal, leaving him alone in the entrance hall. Dust returned with a bucket and some towels to clean up the mess. He faltered as he stared at the puddle of black blood on the stone. All the gang had seen worse, but Nightmare understood why this was different. "Ink continues to prove himself to be a survivor," Nightmare reminded him calmly. Dust took a shuddering breath, then nodded to himself. Yeah, he is. Don't worry, Paps. He will be a bit sick for a bit, but I'm sure." He cut himself off, a lash of fear going through him as he curled in on himself. I can't believe what just happened. Stars, I don't know how to feel about this. Cross won't either once it hits him." Nightmare, who had been prepared to reassure him that they would get some answers from Ink, found himself at a loss. "When what hits Cross?" "Huh?" Dust blinked at him a few times, and Nightmare saw bits of solemn excitement pinking through his remaining fear. "Oh, you didn't check a prism?" "Yes," Nightmare said. "Didn't you check a prism?" "Yes," Nightmare said slowly. "There was not much information available." "Yeah, I thought so too," Dust said. but Paps saw Prism's role because he was nice enough to ask. That's all it took? Okay. Again, his excitement battled with his remaining anxiety over Ink's tenuous condition. Nightmare recalled the wording of some of the check's categories. A strange feeling settled in his soul like the brief moment before a plunge into icy ocean. And what is Prism's role? Dust's smile was huge. His role is protector of creation, and he implied that they could fix worlds too. Eventually? Maybe? Anyway, that sounds like a protector to me. He laughed breathlessly, his joy singeing Nightmare's bones. Holy shit, Cross is gonna flip! After all this time, it turns out the legend is real. Who'd you thought Ink would be some kind of vessel or whatever, though? Dust's smile faded as he caught sight of the look on Nightmare's face. He took a subconscious step back. Boss? You will not tell Cross, Nightmare said lowly. Dust's shock and hurt curled around him. What? But Cross has been looking for the protector for forever. You will not tell him, Nightmare snarled, voice low and guttural as a couple of the stones beneath his feet cracked. Ink had to almost die in order for Prism to appear. Cross would... Dust went silent as he remembered what happened with Cross the last time Ink, Horror, and Cross visited Horrortale. He wouldn't. He may not be the one in control. We cannot risk it. Nightmare's voice regained its usual mellower tone. I will not lose 2 recruits. Dust's fear for Ink and now Cross crept back up, crawling over his shoulders. His head bowed slightly, hiding his eye sockets under the shadow of his hood. I understand. I'll keep my mouth shut. Nightmare relaxed. Thank you, Dust. We'll hear what Ink has to say before we decide how to proceed. Despite the uncertainty of Ink's health and Cross's potential future instability, it took effort to keep his tentacles from curling in satisfaction. A protector had fought with Nightmare's side. The vessel for his awakening had been gifted to him. It was yet another sign that Nightmare's enemies were threats to the multiverse. He was righteous. It might take a while, Dust mentioned. I can't imagine the magic drain Ink went through pulling all of that. He'll be under the weather for a while. By that I mean feverish and maybe delirious, or worse. Stars, I hope it's not worse. He lowered his voice as he spoke to Paps. No, he's gonna be fine. Yeah, he was stabbed through the soul, but the worst is behind us. He'll be fine, Paps. Dust's fear curled in the air once more as he tried and failed to convince his phantom of a brother and himself. Nightmare thought of Cross desperately trying to grab onto him as they fell through the black abyss, despite the certainty that he would die if he did. He thought of Dust and Horror surrounded on all sides by corrupted as they slowly ran low on energy. He thought of Killer shuddering at Undying's feet as determination suppressions tore through him. He thought of Ink struggling to keep breathing as his blood spilled on the castle floor. He thought of Horror bleeding out in the snow because it blew. Nightmare's reservoir of righteous anger slowly grew, smoldering gently as it patiently waited to ignite. Time is of no concern. We can wait. Womp womp.
Holy shit. It
Womp
happened,
womp.
guys. It happened.
It happened.
Oh my god. The next chapter is...
I have to go to the bathroom.
Go to bathroom. Go bathroom. Now we can talk like book club chat. Did Aster accidentally say something to someone? Aster? But like Aster didn't know about art. Aster doesn't know art. Aster only knows about Shield. So it couldn't have been Aster. It couldn't have been Aster. I think this next chapter is... I don't remember... I think I remember what happens in this next chapter. Shit gets... Not crazy. I don't think it gets crazy. I can't remember. Rose is not here to be like, oh yeah. Shit gets crazy. Someone in the Omega timeline is getting jumped. I don't think... Not the Omega timeline, because they don't have access to the Omega timeline. Why is everyone so miserable? How many more chapters? I don't know. I know I'm gonna be reading this one, and it's up to Rosa if she has enough energy to read the next one. This one might be the last chapter. Might. It's up to Rosa. Drawing sick and twisted. Sick and twisted. Yes, Rosa is the expert. There's a snake. Yes, this is chapter 16. 16 is such a good number. I love 16. Unanticipated. Unanticipated. I don't know whether I'm supposed to start without Rosa or not. She's green and British. Guys, are we gonna get like evil British Rosa now? Like Rosa is Rosa, but then there's also just gonna be an evil British Rosa now. It's not gonna be actually. Why did she try to give the actually voice to Sai? Ah! Leave my boy. I actually used to really like Sai a lot. Specifically after I watched the Christmas Party AU. Oh my god, it's almost time to watch that again. I don't know what happened. But when they leave it is whatever, if not in the Omega timeline, they're gonna find it. You won't guess who it is. You won't be able to. You'll see. Tea and crumpets, mate. Evil British Rosa will start to sabotage stream. Group watch of Christmas Party. Never mind. Was it a Flowey? Because I came in late during an altercation with the Flowey. That Flowey that was the possession tale Flowey that you're talking about. They're not in Horrortale. Horrortale Flowey is chill for the most part. He loves Swap Sands so much. Maybe loves Swap Sands and Fell Papyrus. I really like Fell Papyrus. He is one of my favorites. He's one of my favorites. Need to voice act the Christmas Party. We're never gonna voice act Christmas Party AU. I don't think, because I don't think Rosa likes Christmas Party. Boom. Plus, no one could ever do Christmas Party AU like how Starbot Dubs did Christmas Party. I can't ever hear anything else. Ice cream guy from the shop. We love Flowertail. Horrortale Flowey. Fell Papyrus. I love Fell Papyrus. I love Fell Papyrus. I love Fell Papyrus so much, guys. He's definitely one of my favorites. I actually love the Papyrus. Papyrus is way more than Sans. Like where people were Sans fangirls, I was a Papyrus fangirl. Like I know I draw a lot of the Sanses a lot, but oh my god, Papyrus the beloved. You're not okay, well you missed some of the stream. You only missed a couple chapters. We're on chapter 16 now. We haven't started yet because Rose is in the bathroom and I don't know whether I'm supposed to start reading or not. So it's just me, Beetle. Sindera, welcome back. Is there? Made by the... See, like, I know people trying to make, like Christmas Party, like, part 2s, but it's not the same. Brain Rot Rosa? What about Brain Rot Rosa? Rosa doesn't brain rot, I don't think. Not often. Real Virus and Alfie's. Alfie's my beloved. I can't stand the Alphys haters. Everyone's like, oh, she's so annoying. Oh, she ruined Undertale. Oh my god, this, that. No, she is such an important part. She is such an important part of Undertale, especially in the true pacifist ending. Because without Alphys, you won't be able to deliver the letter to Undyne and help Undyne get with Alphys in the end. And that's what's what like causes the true pacifist ending. Alphys is so important. She was just like awkward. She was just awkward and didn't know how to make friends properly. You know.
She is annoying, but I don't hate her for it.
Oh no!
She's supposed to be written as annoying. You're supposed to find her annoying, but then you're supposed to like her.
As annoying though. I was like, I felt bad for her because I'm like, oh, she probably just like she's probably just awkward and everything. Maybe it's because she.
You're not supposed to hate her, but you're supposed to find her a little bit annoying, and then you like.
I never found
get
her
to know more about her because you're like, oh, she's just an annoying scientist, and then you find out like her dark secrets.
I related to her.
I found her annoying as hell, but I didn't hate her.
Maybe that's why I didn't think she was.
I didn't hate her. You're not supposed to hate her. You're supposed to like her, but you can like someone. I'm talking to chat.
Oh. Yeah, but people do hate Alphys for some reason.
You're not supposed to hate her because you're supposed to like grow to love her, and also empathize with her. But you are supposed to find her a bit annoying on the first time you meet her.
I think she's silly. I love her. She's literally me for me.
She's me for real.
Hi, Soul.
God, you said it so fast before I even could. Hi, Soul. Rosa, explain yourself. Why don't you like CPAU? Because I have trauma.
She has.
I've explained it on a stream before, but I don't know if someone was here. I participated in a indie dub of CPAU, with a voice acting team or server that was not professional, and I was not forced, but I offered to voice Blue because they didn't have a Blue VA because the one that they did have was unavailable, and I had to do it for like under 3 hours, this voice I had never done before, and record a solid hour of lines, with no warming up because I needed to get this out really quick. And when I gave it to them, I didn't get a thank you, and I permanently scarred my vocal cords, so I can't go like any like higher than I used to because it's completely scarred it and made it so I can't get to a certain range. It gets scratchy.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, so I permanently have damaged vocal cords because of that role. So I don't like CPAU. Because it's like I have legit trauma from it. Of that fucking comic.
Somebody's like, I'll pay you $100 to voice Blue again.
No, I'm not doing it.
No.
I don't even think I could. Hi, everybody.
Stop, please. I don't like how people like make him sound like a child. I saw a headcanon, like a voice headcanon, that he sounded like Mikey from the 2018.
But Byers, you should kill yourself. But Byers, you should.
And I like that one. But
Byers, you should stop going and drinking and getting like Molly in your system.
Is that his voice that you had to do?
I can't do it anymore, but it was similar. Yeah.
Oh my god, I die.
And the way I would get into characters, I would always be like, Papyrus, doesn't he love you? Because you don't, that one line. Papyrus, doesn't he love you? No, he doesn't. He fucking hates you. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I used to do the Mickey Mouse voice for my little cousins all the time.
That's really cute.
They loved it.
Significant on the wall. Who's just gonna be okay, so. Hi, everybody. You could probably find that dub, and you would hear my voice and be like, "Oh my god, it's Rosa." It's not hard to find.
It's Rosa.
It's an off-brand CPAU dub. I like you could hear my voice strain in it. But I'm not gonna say anything because the project isn't really even up anymore. I think they actually deleted the original server, so that voice acting.
My opinion as sorry.
I'm making amazing blue.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Beetle, do you want to read?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go. It's time.
You get to read my favorite part. I'm so pissed. Not my favorite part, but you get to read one of my favorites.
Well, you got to read another one of my favorite chapters,
That's
so
true.
I think
That's
we get
fair.
to be even now. Where are we? I think we're in the lab. Okay.
Try again. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Aster was not one. You're good. Aster was not the only one to wince at Dr. Fell's cold comment. Even Gaster, who had remained stoic and reserved thus far, grimaced slightly at the sharp tone. Despite the harshness, Aster did not begrudge Dr. Fell for his frustration. The 6 scientists were all exhausted. None of them had left the lab or stopped working since Aster, Stretch, and Alphys finally got the multiverse scanner that they'd attached to the computer up and running. Only for it to immediately alert them to the presence of an anomalous reading. When Alphys called in the strange indicator, Dr. Fell and Alphys had rushed into the trio's lab. Gaster had been called in not much time later, and learned this particular Undertale Gaster was one of the Omega Timeline's greatest experts on codes. Aster had not known code scientists were dedicated division. Then again, he had not known codes were a thing not that long ago. Apparently, scientists who studied code were quite common in the multiverse, especially Gaster ones. They mostly focused on resets, saves, fun values, and the timelines they created or destroyed. The anomalous reading had stayed for approximately 7 hours, yet they still failed to track it down. It did, however, allow the scientists to get enough of a record to understand that it may be. I said the same word in just different accents. To understand that it may be exactly what they were looking for, more than Alphys and likely Gaster knew. Dr. Fell claimed over and over that they were looking for another multiverse. Through the anomalous readings, it was likely that they had found one. Aster would be as excited as Alphys for them to have made progress after so long. If he had not overheard that conversation between Dr. Fell and Stretch. Aster had the sinking suspicion the anomaly, Dr. Fell's terms, not his, the scanner had sensed was not only a brief flicker in the barrier between multiverses, like Dr. Fell insisted. Give it a moment. The new sensor needs to calibrate. Stretch appeared bored as he adjusted the settings on the advanced magic sensor that had its programs running through the larger machine. I don't think I've ever done Stretch's voice.
He just sounds like
Dr.
lazy.
He sounds lazy. Got it. I already
just do your Dakota voice, but like a little bit more deeper.
Doing my Dakota voice. I can imagine Stretch with like a higher pitched voice. I don't know. Anyway, focus. Fuck. Dr. Fell had quite literally torn the device from another machine to attach it to this one, and increased its range. Aster watched static flicker across the screen of the device and wondered how a screen could view the codes they wanted. Then again, they were not simply looking for codes, but for a person.
Oh, this is my favorite part. I hate you.
Do we have that magic signature reading? Dr. Fell demanded. Yes. Fell Alfie's voice was flat. I've saved multiple copies. If it is a reading from the from the barrier between multiverses, could that mean magic might be able to recreate it? Alphys wondered out loud. Perhaps, Dr. Fell said neutrally. Again, Aster had to bite his tongue so he would not reveal anything about the project to find out about the Protector. It was unsettling to be in the know without anyone else being aware that he was. Aster could see all the little hints that Dr. Fell was hiding something, many of which he would have missed if he had not overheard his conversation with Stretch. The sidelong glance that Fell Alphys sent her Undertale counterpart suggested she, like Stretch, was fully aware of the purpose of these scans. Gaster gave no hints either way and simply moved a few dials. The screen flickered, looping with lines of static that traveled upward. Gaster adjusted the signature frequencies dials again, moving them slowly. Aster saw a flash of color. Dr. Fell leaned forward. There! Go back. Gaster did not appear particularly happy to be ordered around, giving Dr. Fell an agitated stare, but he obeyed. The color flicked around onto the screen. Gaster typed a command into the computer and Aster could not see. After days of effort, the image cleared, letting them see through. The first thing they saw was a field of green grass. The second, a bright blue sky. The third was a skeleton monster. The scientist's viewpoint was too far away for them to see much detail, but they could see that the skeleton's back was to the observers, giving them a clear view of the long brown scarf they wore and the giant paintbrush they carried across their back. They stood in the middle of the grassy field, hands on their hips and skull tilted slightly upward. In the distance, what appeared to be some kind of large castle in a town was visible. Near that town was an even larger circus tent, its distinct visible shape visible even from a distance. Alfie's voice was faint. Is that another multiverse? Can we zoom in? Dr. Fell demanded. What about a different angle? Can't choose an angle, but a closer look is possible. Stretch typed something in something on the computer. The image did not zoom in. It zoomed out, revealing that what the skeleton monster was looking at. Aster gaped in horror as he spotted the wide tear in the sky, and Alfie's flinched. That world is corrupting, Gaster noted. His voice remained professional, but his fingers flexed slightly. The torn sky is usually one of the first signs of the surface that... He trailed off as the skeleton monster flicked his brown scarf. The move was not nervous, but seemed rather annoyed, as though they had been faced with a misspelling in one of their reports rather than a precursor to the end of the world. They appeared to look up at the tear in the sky and release an irritated huff of a breath. With one smooth motion, they took the paintbrush off their back and flicked it. What looked like dark liquid, maybe ink, flowed from the end of the paintbrush and shimmered into a prismatic rainbow of colors. The array of colors then shifted into a blue hue that matched the sky above. The magic hovered upward to touch the tear sinking into it, and the glitches vanished all at once, dissipating peacefully. The team of scientists watched, stunned and silent. A skeleton monster repaired a world's sky. Oh my stars, Alfie said shakily. Is that a protector? Zoom in, Dr. Fell shouted. Gaster nudged Stretch aside and typed in a command. Aster swore he missed a few keystrokes in his haste, but the image drew in inward anyway. The protector remained in place. They seemed to be carefully scrutinizing the sky. Perhaps they were double-checking to make sure their work was sufficient? Dr. Fell leaned in, red eye lights burning as his face neatly touched the screen. Turn around. Don't turn around, Aster thought desperately. A bead of sweat trickled down his skull. He saw a bit of movement in the edge of their viewpoint. What is that? Gaster saw it as well and zoomed out again. Their viewpoint was pulled out enough for them to catch something moving just out of the protector's sight. Aster did not recognize the large sand with the broken skull until Alfie's gasped and a Dr. swore. On second glance, Aster realized he had seen this sands on a type of wanted poster in the Omega timeline passed around, though it was more of a flea on-site poster. It was Horror from Nightmare's gang. Dread fell over the scientist as the other Horror spotted the protector. The smaller skeleton did not turn around, too busy checking their repairs to pay attention to their surroundings. Unlike the protector's face, Horror's was clearly visible from their viewpoint. Horror's slow smile and gleaming eyelights sent a shiver down Aster's spine. The protector was small. Aster did not realize how small they were until Horror steadily creeped up on them. Aster had told him about some of Horror's movies. Some of the horror movies she watched on the surface with Undine. Aster felt as though he was viewing one now, dread pooling in his gut as they helplessly watched the murderer approach. Look out! Alfie screamed despite them being unable to hear her. Forcibly nice. Aster could not make himself look away. Horror stopped behind the protector, blocking him from view. Horror was so much larger than the protector. There was no struggle. They must not have turned around. Horror reached down and picked up the protector. Aster flinched as he saw the brief kick of a leg before Horror plopped down on the grass with the protector in his lap. He hunched over, arms wrapped around the smaller skeleton. He yelled, and the scientist watched in stunned disbelief as the protector was teasingly restrained hugged by their enemy. Gaster said what they were all thinking. What multiverse is this? It's not just a multiverse, Stretch quipped, but his jaw was agape with surprise. The disbelief grew as Horror leaned over, likely to so his chin rested on top of the protector's skull.
I love them!
The other skeleton was so small compared to him that they were completely hidden from view. So there was no audio, and they could not see Horror's face anymore, but the way he reached up and playfully poked the protector in the side of the head and received what was likely an elbow to the ribs in retaliation, if his flinch was any indicator, made Aster's soul ache with a mixture of grief and wistful nostalgia. It reminded of him how he once interacted with his younger brothers. Suddenly, the other horror skull tipped like he was listening to something. Then he stiffened. In one smooth motion, he got up, set the protector down, tore off his blue jacket, and threw it over the protector, completely hiding them from view. The jacket was so large on them that it went down to the lower parts of their shins, and the hood covered their face, with only a tiny sliver of their chins still exposed. A hand with a brown, fingerless glove emerged from the too long sleeve and reached up to push the hood back, but Horror held onto it and kept it over the protector's face as he held them close to him. He glanced around, eye lights burning with a dangerous light. Aster saw a glimpse of the ferocious gang member the Omega timeline feared. "What are you doing?" Dr. Fell shouted as though the other Horror would be able to hear him. "Let us see him!" The two more skeletons rushed into sight, and the lab went completely silent. Everyone recognized these skeletons. It was impossible not to. They watched in shock and belief as Dream and Nightmare hurried up to Horror. Dream's features pinched with worry, and Nightmare's tentacles lashing with aggression. Their individual expressions were not odd. The complete lack of animosity between them was. Dream and Nightmare were right there, side by side, working together. I suppose this confirms that this is another multiverse, Aster thought faintly. The twins halted in front of Horror, who still held the protector protectively close to him. Yeah. And didn't that continue to send shocks of disbelief through the observing scientist? Aster immediately noticed that this dream was the same height as his twin. He knew a few of their finer details, but the appearance of Blue's dream through Stretch and Blue himself. Mostly through how
it's supposed to be like he knew a few of the finer details of the appearance of Blue's dream through Stretch and Blue himself. Like the yeah.
Got it.
I would have gotten tripped up too.
Though he also questioned if sleep would even be of any help to Dream. This was not that Dream. There was no weights bearing down on the other Dream's shoulders, and no tired shadows beneath his eye sockets. Aster knew that for certain because Dream looked right at them with serene yellow eyelights and sharply shook his head. Behind him, Horror had pushed the hidden protector over to Nightmare. Another shock was added to the growing series because the protector did not disintegrate as the Guardian of Negativity's touch. Neither did Horror as he briefly placed a hand on his boss's shoulder, his worried look shifting back into a glare as he warily scanned the sky. Nightmare held the protector closed, still wrapped in Horror's large coat, and curled his tentacles forward to further hide them from sight. The jacket moved slightly as the protector tried to get free of it, but Nightmare held on with a sense of urgency that the protector did not seem to agree with. Astrid could not see his mouth moving, but the words inaudible and indecipherable. But whatever Nightmare had said had made the protector stop their attempts to break free. The scientists did not have time to process what was happening before one more familiar dark skeleton appeared right in front of the screen, completely blocking them from their view. Error glared at them from beyond the glass. His skull was hard, and his gaze was clear, in the sane way their destroyers never was. Instead of madness, there was a different look in Error's eyes. Aster recognized a protective glower when he saw one. He knew Stretch did as well. As they watched, those eyelights vanished, giving Error the black stare that Sands were infamous for. His hand clenched and the connection shattered. Aster flinched, stepping back as he expected glass to fly across the room, but the screen was unharmed. The machine made a grinding noise and spat a plume of smoke. Alphys grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed it before anything could ignite. For a moment, the sounds of the fire extinguisher were the only ones in the lab. It did not last long. Did we save any footage? Dr. Fell demanded. Gaster shook his head. It's fried. The machine spat out another puff of smoke. Alfie sprayed it with the fire extinguisher again and looked worriedly at the smoke alarms on the ceiling. Thankfully, they did not go off. All right. Dr. Fell was eerily calm. What did we just learn? The height and monster species indicate that the protector is likely to be a sans, Fell Alfie noted. It's a smaller one, Smaller one than average, though. That could explain why Error keeps talking to Sanses at the anti-void. Stretch added, he might suspect one of them is a protector. The tone was casual, but his features were a bit too tense. That was actually the protector? The protector can exist? Alphys dropped the fire extinguisher. It hit the floor with a low thunk and she clutched at her head. I can't believe it! I can't believe it! I apologize, Dr. Alphys. Ouster, Dr. Fell said abruptly. I was unaware that we would be able to find one so soon. Aster saw Alphys put it together. You were intentionally looking for a protector, not a barrier code. That's why we kept focusing on magic signatures? This project was being kept under wraps, Dr. Fell stated. What happened here will not leave this room. Is that why our multiverse was supposed to be like? Fell Alfie's normally monotone voice trembled. Her gaze remained locked on the black screen. Dream and Nightmare working together? As the gang as friends? And Error as an ally? They were family, Aster mentally corrected her. Then scrutinized his assumption more closely. The way that Horror and Nightmare interacted with the Protector could indicate a family-like bond. Horror's teasing in a particular way may be the goading of an older brother, or maybe an honorary uncle, depending on how long they had known each other. Regardless, Horror, Nightmare, and Dream's reaction indicated that they were fully aware that someone was spying on the Protector, maybe implying something similar had happened before, and feared for their safety, a concern the Protector evidently did not agree with, or maybe did not take as seriously. That was not accounting for Error's abrupt safeguarding, and wasn't that a sentence Aster never thought he'd have. The Destroyer was definitely more than a mere ally to the others. Fell Alphys kept speaking, ignorant to Aster's thoughts. They were all together. Dream, Nightmare, Error, and a Protector to repair any worlds the other broke. That Protector kept them in harmony. Stretch guess. Or that Protector is their motivation to remain in harmony. I know you all have been working hard, but I need you to write down everything you observed since the video might not be saved. Dr. Fell interrupted. Gaster nodded mutely. He abruptly sat down on the floor next to the machine and stared at the wall. For a moment, Aster thought he might have become dizzy, but he soon recognized the mixture of anger and hurt in his eyelids. Gaster's jaw clenched as he lowered his head into his hands, hiding his expression. It isn't fair. Why couldn't we have a multiverse like that? Aster understood what he was thinking. This group of scientists, all whom had lost something or struggled due to Nightmare, or both, all understood Gaster's frustration and pain. No one had an answer for him. Time for this part! Y'all, it's gonna be tragic.
I'm jealous.
Rose is dead.
I'm here.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm here.
You didn't say anything.
I just made like an audible groaning noise.
I didn't hear it. It must not have picked up.
Well, I'm jealous.
He knows. Anyway. Any hopes that Ink's magic exhaustion was a minor issue were soon dashed. 3 days passed since the attack in Horrortale, and Ink remained sick. Cross's best guess was that Ink's body had been unprepared for the amount of magic he and Prism had wielded. It was only a guess because he was not a healer. Their healer was too ill to tell them anything about his condition, why it happened, or how to help him. Any of the guilt Cross felt for not even considering what might happen if Ink was hurting and asked for medical advice, just in case, was soon fully overwhelmed by his fear for Ink's well-being. 3 days after Horrortale, Ink was still so sick he was mostly bedridden. His fever was so high that his skull was hot to the touch, but he shivered no matter how many blankets they gave him. Occasionally he'd cough or gasp, his breathing ragged and rattling, and the other times he was so quiet it seemed like he was not breathing at all. Ink's eyelids were always green whenever his eye sockets were open. It was not always an indicator that magic was being used, but it made it seem like he was constantly trying and failing to heal whatever ailments accosted his body, their glow slowly becoming duller with each passing day, and the sounds Ink made in his sleep, or when he was barely coherent. Cross could never imagine being indifferent to sounds of pain from the gang, but hearing Ink whimper and cry sent him, and the others, though Killer tried to pretend otherwise, into a whole other level of panic. He was not the only one who was still reeling. The gang expected Ink to need a day to recover from his ailments, a process they expected to happen through a good night's sleep. They were wrong. They were so wrong. The rapid upset of symptoms that hit Ink caught them all off guard, more than they'd ever admit. Ink had healed himself, but it was not enough. The gang's dismissive misunderstanding that green magic was a heal-all, get-out-of-injury-free card had been thoroughly crushed to smithereens. The entire gang was terrified. Nightmare had to go to each of them multiple times to take some of their fear in order to calm them down. On day one, Horror moved his mattress into Ink's room to keep an eye on him. Cross soon gave up on returning to his own room and dragged his mattress in by Horror's. Killer had laughed it off, calling them paranoid. He'd stop laughing when Horror tried to get Ink to eat something, only for it to be immediately thrown back up. The gang were not prepared. They had not bothered to be prepared, and now Ink was suffering because of their negligence. This isn't normal, Cross stressed, despite knowing he had said as much several times over the past few days. No shit, Killer hissed. He stormed out of Ink's room, likely ending up in the training room again. Horror ignored his unhelpful commentary and his angry departure as he laid a fresh cloth on Ink's forehead. His cheeks were flushed, not the bright rainbowy they were used to, but a dull shade like gray that resembled the coloring of a goner. It might not even be his magic exhaustion, Cross rambled uselessly. It could be anything. A cold, a medical virus, a code virus, some damn bioweapon that Goner's Alphys was working on before the glitch. He scratched at the scar on his cheek. We have no idea how good his immune system is, or if he has one. We're lucky he didn't catch anything in Markettale. Horror grabbed Cross's hand before
What, fucking, like, chicken pox? He's a skeleton.
Yeah.
What the fuck is he gonna catch?
What if they obviously have immune systems. They can obviously get sick. So you never know like what sickness you can catch if you don't know like, oh, do they get like vaccines? Do they need vaccines? Like how often have they gotten sick before?
Does an ink need a vaccine?
You never know.
What type of vaccines does an ink variant need? Go get your ink. Go get your ink variants vaccinated now, guys. I'm gonna go get Roseburst.
Ink is not vaccinated. Bone pox.
Bone pox. That's great. That's a great. You get a reward. You get
a reward.
I'm putting that as I'm pinning that. That's gonna be our pin for this stream.
Bone pox. Of all the things said, bone pox. Excellent.
Yeah.
Horror grabbed Cross. Fucking dead. Horror grabbed Cross's hand before his scratching made his scar bleed. Cross made a feeble attempt to break free as he continued. Can
you not focus with the bone pox?
No, it's just the fact that Ink needs his shot is under like a dog.
No way, dude.
I'm sorry. I'm a good person.
We gotta go get his vaccinations. He's due for them. Every year. We gotta go get his rabies shot.
I'm crying. Oh, this is such a serious moment.
I know.
Maybe that's why I'm laughing so hard. Because I'm like, whiplash. Anyway, Cross made a feeble attempt to break free as he continued to ramble. Can corruption make Ink sick? Like how too much positivity affects the boss? Because Ink was in Goner and then Horrortale was corrupting and now he's really bad off. That plus the amount of magic Prism might have damaged him. Plus, Ink was stabbed through the soul. What if it did something permanent? What if it doesn't get better? What if he falls down and we're just standing around uselessly while we watch him die? Cross felt a calming chill draw some of the fear out of him, and took a few steadying breaths,
Diddling.
only to realize that he had been on the verge of hyperventilating as the black spots receded from his vision. He was too tired to feel uncomfortable about Nightmare using his aura on him. Cross shoved his hood up and did not look at the doorway. He already knew Nightmare was there. Sorry, boss. Nightmare said nothing. He merely slipped away. Cross wondered why he bothered to leave at this point, since the gang of bad Sanses was now a gang of stressed-out wrecks who had no idea what they were doing and were probably mere minutes from a complete, unified mental breakdown.
I love them.
The gang... I gotta stop looking at chat. The gang were a group of alternate universe terrorizing Mordorers. Mordorers. Mordor. Muckduck. They hurt, killed, and fought. That was what they were good at. They were woefully unprepared to deal with a situation that required helping instead of hurting. Even Horror and Dust, who had to take care of their little brothers when they got sick, were slowly buckling under the stress as Ink's health seemed to worsen. Dust even tried to read some of Ink's medical texts to find ways to help him, but he did not understand half of what the book was trying to tell him. Ink was not capable of answering their questions now. Some of the worst moments were when Ink was silent, and when he spoke some of the worst moments were when Ink was silent, and when he spoke in his delirium. When Ink was silent, he was so still that it seemed like he had fallen down. His body was limp, his eye sockets lightly closed, and his face unnaturally relaxed, like he was mere moments from quietly slipping away. Whichever gang member was with him was forced to wait, desperately clinging on to the hope, until he reanimated again and showed that he was still breathing. Then there were times Ink was conscious enough to speak. When Ink spoke, the gang was, at rare times, amused by inane rambling that made no sense to anyone but Ink, which was fine. But to anyone but Ink, which was fine. What was not fine was the rest of the time. More often than not, Cross was left wondering if it was ever the fever talking, or if Ink's genuine fears were coming to the surface. Sometimes Ink was convinced the gang members were in danger of being killed. He tried to heal Horror 5 times, but despite Ink having magic overexertion, and Horror being fine. Another time he had thought Killer had been poisoned. He kept crying out for him, fighting against Horror's hold, and begging Undyne not to kill Killer until Dust physically dragged him into the room to prove he was okay. Then there were times Ink kept trying to locate Nightmare and heal him, and if Cross suspected that healing might have less to do with physical injury and more with codes. He did not voice it, as he made sure Ink did not try to heal their boss while in this state. So far, they had managed to keep Ink from worrying about Paprika, but Cross was not sure it would last. Other times, Ink was convinced they were going to kill him or abandon him. Cross did not realize how far Ink had developed in terms of trusting them until his old fears flared up in this delirium, and he seemed to forget. Stars, he hoped Ink forgot, because if he didn't, Cross was going to question where the gang screwed up so badly that Ink thought they would hurt him. When Ink regained consciousness during the night of the third day, or it may be the fourth by now, it was one of the last scenarios. He tried to get up and would have fallen to the floor if Horror, who had been alerted by the sounds of his movement, did not catch him. Ink shoved weakly at Horror's hand. Eye lights glazed, foggy and flickering, a dull green as he tried once again to stand. Gotta help cook lunch. The moon and night sky were clearly visible out the window. The moonlight itself was also visible as it gently lit up the sections of the floor through the glass panes. Cross did not miss a beat. Don't worry about it. We're switching it up today, so Dust and Killer are cooking. That means they're doing just Dust's job of sleeping. That means you're doing just Dust's job of sleeping, not just. I'm going insane. Ink had something similar enough, said something similar enough times that Cross had the script depending on who was with him in the room. They had quickly learned that, delirious or not, Ink was still hyper alert to their emotions, so Cross took extra care to try not to sound stressed. He did not fully succeed, and he saw Horror brace as Ink's shivering became more pronounced. I'm not useless, Ink whispered. His voice was even raspier than usual, so quiet it was barely audible. We know, Horror assured him again. can help, Ink pleaded, voice cracking. I'm not sure what I did wrong, but I can fix it. Hearing him say that was still as heartbreaking as it had been the first time. You didn't do anything. Ink clung to hug Horror's jacket. Cross could tell he was having trouble bending his fingers enough to hold on. I can still be useful. Please don't send me back. This was why Cross hoped that Ink was having memory problems, because the alternative was that he still feared he would be abandoned at the drop of a hat. You're still useful, Horror said casually, as if it was what mattered, because right now it mattered to Ink. Ink's distraught expression indicated that he did not believe him. Horror set him back on the bed, covering him, and curled up under the sheets. He shivered so badly that Cross could hear his bones rattling. The rattling eventually ceased as he fell asleep again. Cross was terrified of falling asleep. The 7 hours of waiting for Ink to heal had stretched into days, yet he was afraid that if he gave in to his exhaustion and closed his eye sockets, one of these times he'd wake up and find Ink's dust. Horror sat beside Cross on the edge of his mattress and gave him a firm one-armed hug. I'll keep watch. Cross tried to protest, but Horror shook his skull. You need to rest. You're going to collapse. Look who's talking, Cross muttered sourly. Horror refused to be distracted. We'll take shifts. I'll wake for you. I'll wake for you?
I'll wake you.
I'll wake you. Oh my god, where was I seeing 4?
I don't know.
That's crazy. I don't need to sleep, Cross complained. He reluctantly laid down anyway. It turned out they were both liars. That wasn't so odd considering the kind of monsters they were. Cross woke up to find that Ink was not in his bed or on Horror's mattress. He frantically shook Horror's shoulder to wake him, despite him having fallen asleep in the chair at Ink's bedside. The only reason they did not search for dust under the blankets was because they both knew that if Ink was gone, Nightmare would have broken the door getting in. Horror and Cross split up to search dust in Killer's rooms first. It would not be the first time he had ended up there, though if he wasn't, they'd have to run into Nightmare's office. Cross immediately found Ink in Killer's room. He was seated on Killer's bed, curled up against him as he played with the end of one of his jacket sleeves. His whispery voice was barely audible, but it also meant he was still conscious. Cross strained his hearing to listen in. Still not very sure about the exact numbers, but the experience and magical power does not affect it. So I'm sure I'd be worth the XP now. Any hopes that Cross had for Ink to be innately rambling about harmless topics again were shattered with that statement. He stood in the doorway, frozen in place as Killer caught his gaze. There was no emotion in those black, empty eye sockets, and his smile was too wide to be sane. That's very interesting, Ink. There was no emotion in Killer's voice either. Alarm bells screamed in Cross's head, but he could not make his body move. Ink looked at Killer, eye sockets half closed and eye lights dull. So you'll do it? Sure I will, Killer said easily. You're not going back there. It'd be a waste. Now I need you to close your eyes and breathe with me, okay? Ink nodded and huddled against him. Killer wrapped his arms securely around him, and Cross's bones went cold. Killer made a halting motion with one hand before Cross could lunge for him and tear Ink from his grasp. Cross halted in place, fury and terror becoming confusion as he watched Ink slowly relax. He's asleep again. Killer's voice had emotion again. It sounded wrong. Not in a stage way. He sounded ready to cry, or maybe scream until his voice gave out and his throat bled. Cross heard an unsteady huff behind him and wondered how long Horror and Dust had been there. Long enough to understand that Ink was trying to do what Ink was trying to do, if the look on Dust's face was an indicator. Horror had a hand pressed tightly over his eye sockets. What the fuck, Killer? It worked, didn't it? Killer snapped. Cross noticed that he was still holding Ink. His fear that Killer was going to pull his favorite betrayal trick on Ink drained away, leaving him feeling rather bad that he had jumped to that conclusion in the first place. He sat heavily on the end of his bed. We need to talk to Ink about this when he's coherent. We won't, Killer mumbled, his eyelights out, because that's what we do, not talk. Ow. At the same time, Horror spoke. Then he kept his voice so quiet he did not disturb Ink. We're all fuck-ups. How do we help him when we can't even help ourselves? Dust was distraught. His fingers kneaded into the red fabric of his torn scarf. I'm going to say what we're all thinking. What if it's because of his soul? Ink's soul isn't damaged because he lacks hope, Horror explained briefly. Yeah, Dust agreed. It's damaged because it got a spear stabbed straight through it. Oh my god. I'm afraid to ask where the finger gouges are from. Wait. He desperately looked to Horror for comfort. He did not find. Don't tell me he tried to. Horror did not need to tell him. Dust slowly sat down in the chair by Killer's desk and stared blankly in front of him. What do we do? Cross did not have an answer. Nightmare, when he did not flee from the gang's overwhelming negative emotions, and that in itself was saying something, did not have an answer. None of them did. They were killers and fighters. They did not mend or help. This whole disturbance was not something they could magic away. Ink kept thinking he was useless, but Cross was pretty sure that the gang were the useless ones. They could not help Ink in Horrortale, and they could not help him now. Hell, they had to rely on whatever Prism was to keep their healer alive. Prism used their magic to hold Ink's soul together, while the gang could not even help Ink when they were sick. You remind him of this what? I cannot say this word.
Penitent?
Penitent?
I think that's what it is.
Penitent?
It's like kind of apathetic, I know that much.
Okay, Uncle, please don't blame yourself, Cross. Cross pushed away the memory of what he had seen in Prism's check. Prism did not know a thing about him. He did not know what Cross has done, and failed to do, and continued to fail to do. What if he needs an actual healer? Dust mentioned. I couldn't find any, Cross said curtly. He tried not to remember his desperate search as guard through multiple AUs while Ink and Prism were lying limp and bloody and barely alive while cradled in Nightmare and Horror's arms, healing his body. They're not worth the effort laying low or in the Omega timeline. Should we risk Market-Tale? Dust asked desperately. They must have medicine or healers somewhere, right? Cross's response was interrupted when Ink lurched into wakefulness. He hunched over to the side of the bed and vomited on the floor. The liquid was black. Ugh. I would actually die if I were. Anyway.
And that's Killer's room, too.
Yeah, that's Killer's room! Ah! The liquid was black. Please, stars, let that not be his blood. Killer shoved Ink at Horror and retreated away from the black puddle.
Me too.
Horror muttered softly to Ink. For real.
Get the fuck away from me!
I'm abandoning anyone who's vomiting. Horror murmured softly to Ink as he heaved. Water, Ink mumbled. Need water. There was a clattering sound. The gang turned to look at Killer's bedside table, which now had a glass filled with water on it. It quivered slightly, like it had been harshly shoved into place, but soon settled down without spilling a drop.
What the fuck is he doing?
Dust said suddenly. I poured it in the kitchen before I ran here. Shortcut here. I meant that I used a shortcut to get here. Oh my god, I can speak. What do you want about? Dust stared back at him. He hastily looked over his shoulder. What was that, Paps? Horror had other priorities than Dust. Ink, you can't use your magic right now, he begged. You're exhausted. Ink stared at him with glassy eyelids, not understanding. Horror gave up and tried to give him some of the water. Ink only took a couple of sips before he coughed weakly, almost choking. Horror hastily took the water away. Oh, this is going to suck, Dust said faintly. We do not need magic outbursts right now with everything else too. He tapped his skull with his fist, likely trying to recall what he had read in the medical textbooks. He struggled to comprehend. Come on, Paps, what would Toriel do? Ink blinked slowly at him. Toriel? Yes, Dust confirmed, then reconsidered his decision. Wait, no. A mirror-like portal appeared in midair and lowered to the ground, revealing Horrortale Toriel. She was dressed in a nightcap and nightgown, one hand raised as though to pour tea from the... This poor lady.
Dude, I'd be so annoyed.
She caught sight... Annoyed?
No, as Toriel.
As Toriel?
If I'm trying to sleep and then I get summoned in this random portal in my fucking nightgown, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, guys?
What ink?
She don't know that yet.
Okay, fair enough. She caught sight of Ink. There you know. Now she knows. And instantly set the teapot down, sitting beside him. Ark, are you all right? Ink blinked lethargically at her a few times, then slowly shifted his dull gaze to go. Here you go, I mumbled. He mumbled. Not me. He's not me. I helped. He's consuming me. Oh my god. He hugged Toriel, who gently hugged him back. Good job. Duck said weakly. Cross was torn
There's too
between
many of them
gaping
right
and
now.
trying. What?
There's too many of them right now.
No, for real. They're all here. Cross was torn between gaping, trying not to let the tightness in his chest out as a hysterical scream. Don't mention anyone that you don't want here. Don't mention anyone that you don't want here. Dusk glanced over his shoulder and nodded nervously. Horror had his hands clenched together so he would not dig at the broken edges of his skull. Killer had gone from seemingly emotionless to looking on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Nightmare appeared in the doorway, only to rapidly retreat again, likely out of the belief that his presence would make things worse.
What the fuck, Nightmare? Go back!
Fucking Nightmare!
Dude, you're not even gonna question it? You're just like, alright, I'm about to head out again.
Deuces!
Oopsie daisy.
Appeared in the doorway, only to rapidly retreat again, likely out of belief that his presence would make things worse. Horrortale Toriel was calm and poised compared to any of them. She let Ink huddled against her side, rubbing circles in his back. An explanation, if you would, she requested. Cross let Horror do it. Once he was done, Toriel glared at him, though her expression was not as severe as it could be. You could have called me sooner. I may not have been able to use green magic anymore, but I could still assist using other means. Horror smiled, was a shaky at best. Sorry, Tori, I didn't think. It's in the past, Toriel said swiftly. Just be aware that I am now staying with Papyrus, so I can be contacted through him. Some of the residents of Snowdin recognized me, but there have been no issues. Sometimes Cross forget that Horrortale's Toriel had returned to be queen after Asgore died, and remained as the reigning monarch until Undyne started a rebellion and exiled her back to the ruins. Toriel shivered, but took a steadying breath. I cannot stay long. It was not just because Paprika might become worried. Cross understood. This was Nightmare's castle. Most monsters were not invited here because of the effects that the literal negativity in the air would have on them, not to mention Nightmare's corruption. Realization struck Cross like a blow to the chest. We're so stupid. You were underprepared. Yeah, it's fucking idiots. Toriel said gently, misunderstanding him. No, Cross said rapidly. I think I know why Ink's sick. He keeps trying to heal here. What are you talking about? Cross jumped. Oh shit, this was Nightmare saying that.
Oh no!
What are you talking about? Cross jumped, not having heard Nightmare come back in. His soul hammered nervously in his ribcage as unease sent a chill through his bones. Well, he hedged. I'm not sure, but... Nightmare's eyelids narrowed to a slit-like shape. You are sure?
So he leaves, comes back, like... Yeah. This bitch gets here, leaves, and he's like, you know what? I'm about to spin back. And he comes back.
Eavesdrop now? Cross wants to think of a way to lighten the blow he was about to deliver. I think your corruption aura might
Liar!
Slowing the recovery process down. Healing requires positive emotions. Ink is surrounded by negativity right now. That was an obvious pack of lies for anyone who looked too closely, considering Ink had just managed to heal himself at the castle when he'd been impaled, not to mention all the smaller injuries he had healed in the castle's dark halls. However, Nightmare would not look too closely. It was impossible for him to miss Cross's crushing guilt as he spoke, and Cross knew he'd take the news. How he'd take the news. It was still better than how he'd react to the actual truth. Nightmare stared at Cross for several long, uncomfortable seconds. Then he turned on his heel and walked out. Damn.
What the
Cross
fuck,
flinched
dude?
as the door shut and looked awkwardly at the others. Toriel was pale and shaking from the effects of Nightmare's aura, yet she continued to try to soothe Ink. We need to get Ink out of here, Horror stated. Not to Horrortale. Kraus denied before that destination could be offered. The corruption is contained, but it's still a negative world. A world in which Nightmare had left his own, likely corrupted magic in the ruins of... I'll take him somewhere in disguise. If the negativity is affecting him, he needs to be out of it. Killer, please get Ink's others' clothes. The purple ones. Killer nodded curtly and strolled out. Dust watched him go and frowned. I thought you said you were sure. Now you're saying if? Cross glanced at Toriel and Horror, who was discussing whether it was safe for Ink to be taken through a portal, then spoke lowly to Dust. I lied. It's not Nightmare's aura that slowly Ink's recovering from. It's his corruption. Instead of focusing on healing himself, Ink's probably trying to heal him by repairing his codes. But he can't do it, so he keeps trying despite it draining him again. Dust's eyelids paled. Cross? Cross tried not to jump as Toriel looked at him. She already appeared strained as her body and will faltered under the negativity of the castle. There are several herbs that may help Ark, or Ink, if he prefers. Recover. I can write them down for you. Can you get them where you are going? Cross nodded firmly. He would get them even if he had to steal them. Toriel was becoming shakier by the minute, so Cross sent her back to Paprika's house as soon as she gave him a list of plants. He hurried to get on his guard attire while Horror put Ink into shields. Killer refused to be in the room in case Ink vomited again. They're discussing... Does he have, like, a fear of vomiting?
Probably because he was vomiting, determination and stuff up the last chapter. And it made him, like, kind of, like,
oh my
not
God,
want to see it again. I don't really blame him on that. There's probably still trauma there.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Cross my friendly. Okay. Their distinguishing ink splotch and red scar marks were covered with white. Dust paced by them as they worked, clutching at his scarf and digging his fingers into the fabric. Where are you going? Where are you going to go? Aftertale neutral. It's positive enough, but it's not one of the Star Sands' usual spots. Plus, they take a lot of outsiders. We'll blend in easier that way. Dust kept fiddling with his scarf. What if it isn't enough? What if Aftertale kicks you out? I won't let them. Cross growled. Ink needs to recover. He can't do it if he's trying to heal the boss. He was about to create a portal when Killer ran back in. Here. Killer shoved a pouch of gold and a few of the gray communication echo flowers into Cross's hands. Give us updates. I will, Cross vowed. After a moment's debate, he placed his helmet into the magic pouch on his belt, slashed a portal in the air, and gently pulled Ink's hood up before picking him up in his arms. Ink's head lolled against his upper arm, but his hand latched onto Cross's purple cape.
Coldstone Creamery.
We'll be back. Cross said firmly. He stepped through the portal into Aftertale Neutral and closed it behind him. In his arms, Ink made a distressed sound, arms stretching out a little as though he was searching for something he could no longer reach, but the colors returned to his cheeks. Cross had left with Ink. Break. I'm gonna take a sip.
Yup.
Sip of tea.
Yup. This is gonna be a really fun part.
I love voicing distressed people.
I love it. It's great for my voice.
It's my favorite things to do. I love dramatics.
Anyway. I know you do.
Stop. Cross had left Ink with some time ago. Cross had left Ink. Calm, patience. Cross had left with Ink some time ago, but Nightmare was too furious with himself to be angry. They had departed without his permission. Of course it was him. It was always him. It would always be him. Ink trusted Nightmare so blindly and completely, yet Nightmare's aura now threatened him. It did not make sense.
They should have just told him.
I don't know about that one. Yet it did.
No, but right now he's blaming himself because he thinks it's all his aura. If he knows he's corrupted,
freaked out. Okay, but what if he freaked out about him being corrupted, right? Tried to deny it and shit, and then got angry and lashed out.
I
Like,
don't think he's in a state to get angry right now. He's so, like, fucking sad
not
over
yet.
ink.
You're right. You're
Is this
right.
the perfect time
You
to
never
tell
know.
him because he's vulnerable and scared? But they didn't tell him.
But he's also vulnerable and scared, so you never know what a person might do whenever they're like scared or upset
Yeah,
like
but I
that or
don't think he
stressed.
would further hurt people right now.
You never know.
Not after
I
he
feel like
almost
he's
lost
too,
someone.
like, but I feel like he's just too like, I don't know the word for it. Oh well. Well, anyway, let's continue because that's not what happened anyway. It did not make sense, yet it did, because that was what Nightmare did. He threatened his gang with his touch and his aura. He ruined Killer's stages and almost killed Ink with his presence. He was destructive, and all he did was hurt. Yet he could not let go of the gang. He refused to lose them, to anyone, or anything that would take them. So Nightmare sat alone in his office and brooded, even as some part of him saw Cross's claim as suspicious. It did not make sense. Recruits were useless to them if they were dead, and Ink was a vessel of a protector. Why would Nightmare's aura harm their best chance of victory? Hey. The call for attention was more of a shaky exhalation than an actual word, with Prism's voice trembling with exhaustion that failed to be covered by his tone of forced cheer. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I'm getting a bit tired. I know you are too. I'm afraid you'll have to deal with this after effects on your own. I don't know what this will do to you. I don't know what will happen to you. The circumstances were special. So special they weren't supposed to happen. But scripts can change. They aren't set in stone until they happen. And we changed it. For now. Silence briefly embraced them as Ink focused on healing and Prism focused on protecting his soul. Without warning, Prism spoke again, the words coming out no less exhausted but much quicker now, as though he was worried he would soon run out of time. I don't know if you'll remember this when you wake up, but I'll warn you anyway. Someone wants Nightmare to corrupt. I don't know if it's your multiverse trying to self-destruct or your multiverse trying to fix itself, but in making things worse, their lingering interference or someone else. Horror's death was supposed to cause Nightmare's complete corruption, but you were there to stop it instead of having to flee the castle when the rest of the gang returned as corrupted. Now your death was meant to cause Nightmare's corruption. These things tend to try to force themselves, like something or someone tried to force things by destroying your soul after you first went to Aftertale neutral. Be careful. Take care to protect your soul and make sure no one takes it from you. I'm not sure if I'll be able to help you like this again. The quiet returned as they both held on, with Prism stubbornly clinging to Ink's soul and to keep it together as Ink stubbornly clung to life and healed himself. It took 7 hours, but it was enough. Prism's presence shuddered in his mind, slowly and gradually drawing back. I've held on as long as I can to keep your soul stable. You should be all right. Don't give up hope, okay? No matter how bad things seem. Oh, and one last thing. Find the doodle sphere. With that final request, Prism had departed, leaving Ink on his own. Ink was not sure how long it had been since then. The memory remained stuck in his thoughts as so many others became blurry and faded, swirling into a confusing mess of colors, feelings, and sounds that he did not understand. Gradually, even those sensations faded away as consciousness abandoned him, replaced only by terror and an intense, painful heat that scalded his bones. Awareness left him, lucidity evaporated, and all that was left were the nightmares. You can't escape from me, Ark! Horrortale's Undyne chased Ink through the waterfall, cackling as she brandished the spear she had stabbed through Papika's head. His skull was still atop the blade, expression empty, as his detached head slowly cracked and dusted. A slash of Undyne's arm set the echo flowers in the river on fire, the heat burning onto Ink's bones, and no matter how he tried, he could not make himself run faster. The fire caught his shield cape alight, burning it and his shirt away, and the binary codes on his upper body were left exposed. Cross emerged from the shadows, screaming at him to die as his eyelids glowed purple. Killer laughed as Ink fled past him, so much dark liquid pouring from his mouth and nasal cavity that it stained his jacket black. When Ink tried to help him, he turned to horror with a bone through his chest and dusted before his eyes. He turned into horror with a bone through his chest and dusted before his eyes' sockets. Error glitched into view at the edge of his vision, his strings wrapping around Ink's legs to trip him, and Queen Undine tackled Ink to the ground. Cross watched with glee, a smile wide and sharp as vertical cracks formed through the eye sockets and bits of his skull began to crumble away. Oh shit. Foreshadowing? Horrortale Undine held Ink down. Highlight it!
Highlight it!
Held
Highlight
Ink
it!
down by his wrists. Hold scorching and icy cold at the same time. She cackled as he struggled feebly, her weight pinning him down as his skull burned from the heat of the flaming water. Show me your soul, Ink, Queen Undine sneered at her as her eye glowed purple. Let me tear it apart. Purple, you say? Ink
Interesting!
Interesting! Ink saw the members of the gang behind her. Cross smiled at him with purple eyelights. Killer smile dripped with toxic determination as his jaw fell off. Dust stared through Ink as Paps put his floating hands around his neck. Horror smiled apathetically and turned to dust. Nightmare turned away in disgust. You're useless to me. Ink blinked and everything was white. He tried to call for help, but he choked on his blood instead. It spilled from the wound on his neck, covering his chest as his soul cracked with a horrible white light. Before he could even understand what had happened, he remembered he was not alone this time. Queen Undine smiled down at him and raised her spear over her head. Behind her shoulder, Error grinned so widely his jaw split from the rest of his shattered skull. Undine did not aim for Ink's head, but for his soul, which glowed faintly as it struggled to remain whole. One act of destruction to save the all of creation. The spear came down. Ink tried to scream. He tried, but only small sounds came out, and his body was on fire. Arms were wrapped around him, and someone murmured softly, but the words weren't making sense. Ink's vision cleared enough that he saw swaths of purple shadows on him and in front of him, holding on as it blended and blurred with silver. He went quiet because purple and silver meant shield, and shield was not supposed to talk. Purple and silver also meant guard. Who was Cross? Cross was the one holding Ink. Was Cross okay? Was Cross hurt? Was Killer hurt or Paprika? They're okay, Cross whispered. Ink went quiet because shield was not supposed to talk. Safer that way. He realized he had messed up again and begged Cross not to send him away. Or he tried to beg. He was not sure he managed to, since everything was blurry and his throat hurt and everything burned. I'm not sending you away. Never. That was nice of Cross, but he was not the one in charge. Ink tried to find Nightmare because Nightmare was hurting, and if Ink helped him and proved he was still useful, then maybe Nightmare would not send him back there. No one is sending you back. I'll stop anyone that tries. Cross was so nice. Ink was happy Cross was so nice. His silver guard armor was nice and cold, too. Ink felt too warm and too cold. Everything hurt. I know. You're okay. We're safe. We're all okay. Cross tried not to lie. He tried very hard not to, so Ink trusted him. He snuggled into Cross's arms, feeling the coolness of his armor on his cheeks, and drifted off to a more peaceful sleep. Oh my god. Rosa, did you highlight
I heard I'm hearing loud ass banging. So I'm like, what is going on? So I didn't scroll in time. Sorry, chat.
Damn.
Yes, I highlighted.
Anyway. Sorry, cause I remembered a foreshadowing moment. I got excited. Sorry. Anyway, was it possible for stress to decrease and increase all at once? If it was not possible, Cross somehow made it to be through a mixture of sheer bad luck and sleep deprivation. It did not take Cross long to get himself and Ink into the snowed inn in Aftertale, Neutral's Snowden. It was snowing heavily when he arrived. The inn was larger and fuller than most of its kind because of Aftertale Neutral's affiliation with the Omega timeline. But thankfully, there was vacancy. The Lapine innkeeper took one look at Cross and shivered, and the shivering cloaked skeleton in his arms and gave him a room key. Despite her quick action, she had no idea just how desperately they needed a place to stay. Hopefully. Ink's hood has been up, hiding just how sickly he was. Cross was not sure if Aftertale Neutral had any good doctors in Snowdon. He was not about to give the rabbit monster any motivation to find out for him. Cross prayed that the worst of Ink's illnesses would pass before she began asking questions, or Ink started subconsciously using magic and portals again. Ink remained mostly quiet as he lay under the thick red blanket of on the bed. He woke up a couple of times, making soft coughing sounds and whispers that were so quiet Cross could not understand him. However, the sickly flush on his cheek had color again, and he breathed much easier as he lay in one of the small beds in their room. The problem with their new surroundings was that Cross wasn't sure how to leave Ink in order to get the medicine that Horrortale recommended. He did not want to leave with Ink with a stranger. He still expected to wake up to find dust in Ink's bed. The choice was taken from him on the second day in their stay in Aftertale. Ink's condition did not worsen, but his coughing had grown louder during the night. Cross did his best to help him, but there was still so little that he could do. Morning brought a knock on the door. The sound sent a chill of unease through Cross. He cautiously opened the door a little to see the innkeeper. She smiled at him and set the large basket she was carrying down. My sister made too many cinnamon bunnies, so I'm passing them around to anyone that's here. Would you like any? Cross secretly doubted that her excuse was the real reason, but he did his best to not act too nervous or defensive. Ink's unknown HP was not the problem. He really needed those supplies from Toriel. He really needed those supplies Toriel suggested, but some food might be able to help him at least a little. He suspiciously eyed the innkeeper as he accepted 2 cinnamon bunnies. Thank you. The innkeeper did not leave. I know your brother is sick. He's been coughing. A few others have mentioned it. I apologize for the disruption, Cross said stiffly. It's not a disruption. Her tone was brisk but soothing. We merely worried. Do you need any help? I can't trust anyone here to watch over Ink. No. Whatever she was going to say next was interrupted by a childless voice. Those look good. Can I have one? Can I have one too? Cross's body went cold. Oh my god, I wonder who it is. A glance down the hall confirmed one of his worst fears. Surely this could not be happening. This could not be happening. Surely Cross's luck was not that bad.
Yes!
Core Frisk did not simply appear in AUs on a whim. Before Cross could react, he felt a tingle that informed him he was being checked. It was over. It was over, and Core Frisk was here, and it would be mere moments before the Royal Guard and the Omega Timeline's forces were brought down on their heads, and Ink was barely conscious. He could not defend himself. Cross needed to move. He needed to get Ink out. He needed to... It's nice to finally meet you, Guard. Core Frisk said happily. I've heard about you. Cross stared at his check, forcing a neutral glare that revealed none of his surprise. Name, Guard. Original universe, Neo-Guardtail. Role, Wanderer Outcode, formerly a member of the Royal Guard. Height, 4'7". Damn, these motherfuckers are short.
They're tiny
Level
as hell.
10. They're so short. Blah, 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 y'all. Abilities, bone attacks, glassy blaster shortcuts, inner AU travel, soul gravity, manipulation, guarding. Check, older brother of shield. Attack, defense, and HP increased when fighting in defense of others. Guarding. Lost his world to error. Doesn't trust you. Cross questioned exactly when Ink took the time to attach a check onto his guard outfits. Many of the stats were much worse than Cross's own, but he doubted the changes were code deep. They were merely cosmetic to fool any observers, Core Frisk included. Core Frisk's smile faltered as guards stared at them. Oh, that was rude. Sorry, I was curious. I'm Core Frisk from the Omega Timeline. Blue and Dream told me about you, and S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought I'd come say hi. Of course they told you, Ink thought sourly. He did not bother to hide his smoldering anger. He did not have to...
Ink thought sourly.
Thought sourly. Ink can't think right now. Ink's a little out of commission. He did not bother to hide his smoldering anger. He did not have to act nice and friendly. Ink knew what he was doing when he created Guard's profile. I have nothing to say to you. Corfrisk flinched. It was a subtle twitch, but Cross, who had his guard up, noticed. He could not feel bad. He knew that what Corfrisk had done, what they had kept from him. They had not destroyed X-Tail, but they nudged X-Gaster onto the path that resulted in its destruction. Then they proceeded to hide their involvement from Cross. Cross refused to trust them again. The sound of Ink's weak coughing drew Cross away from his anger. He ignored Corfrisk in favor of rushing back into the room. Ink had sat up, shivering violently as his feverish, dull eyelids searched for Cross. He latched onto Cross the moment he got in range, still trembling from the chills. I'm here, Cross soothed. Ink gripped the edge of his cape, pressed his cheek against the cold metal of his chestplate, and pressed his cheek against the cold metal of his chestmate. Cross forgot he hadn't shut the door until the innkeeper cautiously walked in, followed by a pensive Corfrisk.
This is so rude. Like,
yeah,
honestly, like they're trying to be nice, but they're genuinely being so rude right now.
Nosy as fuck. Okay?
Just lay off.
Walking into somebody's not their house practically, because this is like a hotel room. You're walking into where somebody's living. They just said they don't fuck with you.
This is so, and also Corfrisk checking without like asking. That's so rude.
Yes. No asking.
This is being
I'd be mad.
Y'all are so rude right now. Leave him alone.
Anyway. Cross forgot he hadn't shut the door until the innkeeper cautiously walked in, followed by a pensive Corfrisk. Get the fuck out. The innkeeper hung back, scanning Ink with a glance as her brow furrowed with worry. He's really sick, dear. Cross wanted to snap at them both to leave, but his worry about Ink outweighed his disgust at Corfrisk's presence. I need medical remedies for him, but I haven't been able to leave. I could watch him for you, Corfrisk offered. The glare Cross gave them was as black as the void. You're trying to separate us. Corfrisk looked hurt. Cross could not give them the benefit of the doubt. They looked just as hurt and sad whenever Cross, while under the influence of Dream's aura, flippantly mentioned that what X-Gaster had done to him with Overwrite. Corfrisk could look as sad as they wanted. He would not trust them again. How about this? The innkeeper offered. I'll send my sister to get them. She's off work right now, but I'm sure she'll be happy to help. It sounded too good to be true. What do you want in return? She appeared thoughtful. The look was too gentle to be calculating. A displaced group from an Underfell variant is going to be temporarily housed here in Snowdin. Once your brother feels better, could you keep an eye on them around here in Grobies to make sure they stay out of trouble? Not the whole time, just a few hours. That's why I was here in the first place, Corfrisk piped up. I'm going to bring in someone to help keep watch as well. Cross's suspicions about this whole situation struggled with his desperation to get Ink and the help he needed without involving doctors and any scans they might do. His desperation won out. Fine. I'll tell the Snowdin Canine Unit. Unit. Corfrisk offered. Unit. Cross could not take their presence anymore. Please just leave.
Exactly. Get the fuck out.
And shame rushed through him. Shame? Nah.
You have every right to tell them to get the fuck out of this room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Flinched again and nodded solemnly. They vanished, and Cross breathed easier. Ink made another whisper of noise and curled up, still shivering. Do you need a pen and paper for the items? Ink, the innkeeper asked. I already have a list. It was in Toriel's handwriting, so Cross did not mind handing it over. The innkeeper took it and hurried for the door, only to pause and look back. He's going to be okay, dear. I know, Cross said curtly. She smiled sadly at him and gently shut the door. If anyone asked, Cross would deny how he clung to Ink for several hours and stared at the closed door, ready to leave through a portal at the moment's notice. No attack came, and only the Snowdin shopkeeper with the medical herbs that only the Snowdin shopkeeper with the medical herbs that Horrortale mentioned. Another Toriel appeared with her to assist, having overheard why she needed the items and insisting on coming along. With the vines curling around her arms, it was obvious that this Toriel was not a native of this world. She might feel bad and wonder if she could possibly be responsible for her losing her home. Cross was too. I've broken, angry, tired, selfish for that. He was nice and got stabbed in the back for it. He held back and was nearly killed by his own brother and friends. He tried to save everyone and everyone turned against him. When he tried to help the multiverse, it burned him in return. Cross could not make himself care too much anymore, but he'd burn the multiverse down himself if it took from him again.
Okay, chat. I'm for the Forgotten Ones, Corfrisk #1 defender. I love Corfrisk. Corfrisk is my favorite character in every single media. And obviously they're a child, and obviously they don't know a lot, but even they say that what they just did was rude. And it's not the first time, because Dream has mentioned multiple times that a lot of people don't like them. Like, a lot of people are not about them. And instead of keeping that in mind and handling it with grace and, like, slight understanding and empathy, they just walk in. Like, y'all.
Yeah!
Like, this is
They're
someone
like a
who is
nosy little
obviously
kid.
this
For
is
real.
someone who is obviously traumatized, obviously does not like you, has trauma towards you because they do not like you after it's like, worldwide trauma. And your response is to be like, I can watch your brother for you. I'll walk into your room. I'll do all of this stuff. And I'll put you in a very
Yeah.
uncomfortable situation, even though you are very terrified of me, and I can easily tell that. Like, yes, I feel for them because they're a child, they just want to help. But at the same time, you run a whole entire nation. You understand the consequences of people, like, that you didn't save, and people also being, like, disappointed in you, and also not liking you, and being fearful of you. You understand that. You've seen it many times before. But yeah, I fuck with For the Forgotten Ones Corfrisk, but I will say they lacked very much in these chapters. It's not a good intro for them. But it's also Cross's perspective, so it's good to keep that in mind. So, and we'll see that in this next upcoming scene. Go ahead, Beetle. Hello?
Oh, sorry, I started zoning the fuck out. Yeah.
Beetle, your
Anyway,
turn!
I know it's my turn. I started choking my saliva, sorry. Corfrisk watched their vision slowly fade as the medicinal herbs were given to Shield, giving him back some of his strength. Even with their previous suspicions, it was still a shock when Guard and Shield simply vanished from their sight, making the two brothers unable to be tracked. It seemed that Shield's name and abilities went beyond a reference to the simple tower shield he could summon. Corfrisk wondered if that was how he and his angry, grieving, protective older brother had evaded error. Still, it was nice, in an uncomfortable way, to have some confirmation that Shield and Guard had most likely become exposed to Kor's sight because Shield had become ill. Because it was Kor's first job to see things that they were seeing so much less of as of late. Corfrisk wished they could do more to help the brothers. They wished Guard would let them help. Helping two brothers should be so simple, but they had learned that such things were usually anything but. It was clear that Guard and Shield desperately needed assistance, but Guard was too mistrusting to accept it, believing any kindness was a trick. That was not surprising. The multiverse could make cynics out of almost anyone. Guard had reached that point after countless tragedies. He was closed off and unreachable, except maybe through Shield, and that's why, despite Guard's rejection, Corfrisk could not leave it alone. They manifested their body in a lonely apartment where a single Gaster was sitting at his desk. He jumped when Corfrisk appeared, but he smiled politely despite the shadows beneath his eye sockets. "Greetings, Corfrisk," Gaster croaked. He blearily rubbed at one of his eye sockets as he spoke, trying to make the movement seem casual and utterly failing at the attempt. Aster looked like he had not slept peacefully in a long time. He probably hadn't. Corfrisk knew that Aster and several other teams of scientists had worked non-stop on something for several days that had been given a week-long break, just a couple days ago. I'm making up words. They had a great idea of what Aster could do during some of that reprieve? Instead of sitting around and grieving alone. "Hello, Aster," Corfrisk greeted with a warm smile. "I have good news. I found Shield and his brother. Would you like to go see him?" Dun dun dun.
Dun
That's not
dun
actually
dun.
dun dun dun.
I mean, that's their way of helping, because they know, like, this bitch doesn't like me.
Yup.
But they should have done
Oh
that
my god.
before, just instantly. Go
No,
drink
for real,
water.
go kill a beetle.
Honestly.
God.
Alright,
Beetle.
guys.
Oh my god.
We did those 4 chapters, ended off at chapter... Okay, we're about to go
17?
on to 17. My
Yeah.
goodness gracious!
It's only been 5 hours.
Oh, yeah! Yeah! I have to go study for finals, so even though I definitely want to be able to do another chapter, I can't. I have to go study. But
It's
this
time.
is really fun. Rose, I have a question. Say it while you can.
Hurry. Type faster.
Type faster.
Everyone remember to like and subscribe.
Would you be I don't know.
Like, what's in the terrarium? Are there other animals? Are there people? Are there plants? Like harvestable plants? I know I would survive. I would survive.
Would you?
I used to be very invested in like bushcraft, but had no access to woods.
Interesting.
But I would. And then when I did have access to woods, I would always be building forts and like shelters and like stuff like that all the time. And I also learned a little bit about plants in my area that I could harvest. I would survive.
You would survive.
I would survive. Anyway.
Alright, guys. I have to go study. For a test on Wednesday. Always study a couple days in advance, chat. Okay. Adios,
I would not die within a week.
Okay. Adios, guys. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next Friday or Saturday. Maybe not Saturday, because Arcane